We are human beings. Each and every one of us. This must not go on. This injustice must end.
An increase in the number of terrorist attacks highlights the danger posed by augmented citizens.
I once thought I could save the world. Now look at it.
Help me.
Sometimes, you just have to let go and embrace what you've become. They've worked from the shadows for years, shaping the future, manipulating lives, controlling information. Innocents have died as they play their game.
We will not sit idly by and allow our rights to be eroded out of fear and ignorance any longer. We will not be herded into ghettos and treated as outcasts. We will stop at nothing.
The world is different now. The old rules no longer apply. So much pain. So many lies. Their darkness must end.
This should be your fight as well, brother. The promise of a golden age is over.
I won't let it happen again.
Hey everybody, welcome to Square Enix Presents. I'm Sasha, the community manager at Eidos Montreal, and I'm very happy to be hosting this segment on Mankind Divided to kick off the second day of E3. I'm joined by two of our developers today. First up, Jean-François Dugas, our executive game director.
Hi, good morning.
And JJB, our executive art director.
Morning.
So guys, it's been 4 years since the release of Human Revolution. How does it feel to be back at E3 and showcase Mankind Divided to the whole world?
Feels good, eh?
It feels really good. It feels different, but it feels really good. The first time was, that's what we've been talking about, me and Jeff, this week. The first time was we felt a bit like the underdogs, right? Like we had something to prove, and we were eager to show the product. We're obviously still very eager, but this time it feels a little different because it was, Human Revolution was a success, and now people are, I think, expecting even more of us.
Yeah, and they have high expectations, so
Yeah.
the pressure is still there, but it comes from a different angle.
Yeah.
And after 4 years like that, like you work hard, like there are plenty of ideas that at some point you're eager to show to the world and everything. So the toughest part too is that when the fans are contacting us through Twitter or any other social medias, and they are like, when is the next one? Like, what's happening, kind of thing. And it's coming, but we cannot talk about it. So finally, now we're to a point where
that we can. And
exactly.
It's always a big thing. It's always like almost like a pressure release,
Exactly,
right? It's like
yeah.
we can finally talk about all this stuff.
Exactly.
So obviously there is a lot going on at E3. There are booth presentation, live shows, interviews and everything. What is your favorite thing to do at E3?
That we've seen, or the favorite things to do?
To do.
Yeah, well, I quite like what I've been doing since yesterday. I'm on the show floor, right, doing the kind of hourly presentation of the gameplay demo. It's part of the gameplay demo, and yeah, that's really fun. The fans, the audience reactions are really good. After like each presentation, they all come to see me ask questions. They're flabbergasted by how much the visuals, have improved, technically speaking. And it feels like, from their reactions, I think it feels we're really all the way up there with the other games in this generation, which is really cool, like visually speaking and all that. They can't believe the amount of details there is in there. So yeah,
That's quite cool.
Cool.
And me, I'm doing a lot of the live streams all over the place.
Yeah.
It's quite fun actually. It's a lot of fun and just talking like casually about the game. Like for me this year, it's quite different than 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it was like interviews all one after the other, like constantly from
Like a
start to
machine,
finish, like a machine exactly.
I don't think the last time I don't think I went to the bathroom once.
Yeah,
during
it
E3.
was hard to.
Yeah, it's better spread out this way, right?
Yes,
It's like
yes.
you're doing your live streams. I'm doing the show floor. Mary and Steve are doing the VIP room, and there's other people taking care of the interviews.
Absolutely.
Stefan, Patrick, and
Olivier.
Olivier, and
So, but no, it's good fun, and doing those new things this year, it makes it fresh. It makes it like
and it gives you imposters as well.
yeah, absolutely.
So tell us about this story.
Yeah, huh?
Tell us
The
about the
imposter.
story you gave
Well,
with glasses.
it was I think the second live stream of the day, I think at GameSpot, something like that. And there's this guy with those sunglasses that he pretends that he's on the Deus Ex team, and
Didn't he have like a hat and a black jacket? And
no, he doesn't have a hat. He just has shades, and that's it.
Okay, but he still
but
looks
he's all in black.
Okay, so not suspicious looking.
No. I mean, something felt off.
Yeah.
But I went with it, and he goes on stage with me, and he says like, yeah,
And he kept
I'm the
nodding.
Deus Ex team, and I'm looking at the guy, and I'm trying to look at people and like get them like, I don't know the guy, like get him out of here, and I didn't want to act
To
like
be
a
rude.
prick or
You
to be
didn't want to
rude
be an
or
ass. But wait, what I want to know, even though you didn't want to be a prick,
Yeah.
which I totally understand,
Yeah.
and you're actually really good at that. It's true. We know everybody on the team, right?
I know.
And then there's this guy who you've never seen in your life, and he's like, yeah, I'm a dev, and you're like, all right, come over.
And to me, what was going in my head, I was trying to keep it casual and not make a scene, but I'm like, maybe the PR, like, they have a plan or they have someone that they wanted to include in that, and they didn't tell me or whatsoever. So, and then halfway through, like, everybody wakes up and, oh my God, like, get out of here, like, you don't belong there. So we had to redo the entire interview after that, and apparently the story, the guy he was trying to go to as many live streams he could for any games.
Are they gonna keep it? Is it gonna be shown?
No,
it's not gonna be.
We reshot it, and because those live streams, like, they're aired on internet like an hour after.
Yeah, but that's why I wondered if maybe they wouldn't have kept just a little segment and gonna.
Oh, maybe they
show
did.
it.
I didn't see it.
Oh, you
but,
didn't see it. Okay.
But,
We'll check.
yeah. But
I hope
it's
they
fun.
did.
It
I
was
hope
good
they
fun.
did.
So what you've just seen before we came on air is our CGI announcement trailer, which was made by Visualworks. And as we know that many of you are big fans of Visualworks, we wanted to talk a bit about the making of this trailer. So Jeff, can you tell us what was the thinking behind doing a CGI trailer to announce the game? What were the objectives?
Yeah, well, one of the things, and it's similar to what we did on Human Revolution, we have various strategies with the CGI trailer. The first thing is that we want to embark people into our universe, like make them feel the world, make them excited about the flavor of it, like the themes that are in that. And at the same time, we're also trying to show a little bit of the novelties and the things that are going to be in the game in some ways, but we're not trying to emulate gameplay too much. We're just trying to go for
The spirit, the essence.
the spirit of it, and
taste.
the one of the biggest challenge to create those kind of thing is that it takes almost a year from inception to delivery of the
It's funny because
trailer.
it took the exact same amount of time as HR.
Yes,
They both took almost
absolutely.
like to the day
Absolutely.
the same amount of time. Yeah.
And the difficulty is that you need to lock the edit. You need to lock like the content that you're going to put in there, and some of the features of the game
yeah.
that they're still on paper. They don't exist in the game,
Or in
at
our
all.
heads.
Or in
Yeah.
our heads, and we have to work with Visual Works and all our partners to make this come alive
Yeah.
and be
Yeah.
faithful to
Yeah.
what it's going to be in the game.
Mm.
And sometimes, what is funny is that what we do and what Visual Works ends up producing, which is amazing, we're like, holy shit, now we have to match that.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like as we building it, the CGI trailer, then it goes in parallel with the game.
Yeah,
and,
it
we're-
feeds us as well.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
And then sometimes we make them redo stuff. I mean, because of these things, sometimes there's no choice that there's.
We had to change
We need to
something in the
adapt
game,
stuff from,
yeah.
and it's it's a method that's very seldom used in CGI movies. Like
Yeah.
usually they do a scene and everything was perfectly storyboarded and thought out, and they do the scene as is, and they're not going to redo it. Usually in movies they will dump a scene, but they're not going to redo it, right?
Yeah.
But when they work with us, I think that rule changes a little bit. And not everything, not all the time, but it happens. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had the opportunity to do an interview with Kazuyuki Ikumori, the
Yep.
director of Visual Works. So
Great guy.
let's take a look at the video.
今まで、ファイナルファンタジーとかそういうものを作ってきたんですけれど、2009年に、スクエア・エニックスと、モントリオールがグループ会社になって、その時にコラボして何かやろうかっていうところからスタートしたプロジェクトでいい刺激になりました。モントリオールの、クリエイターたちのアートと、東京のスタジオのアート技術が、うまく融合して良いトレーラーができたかなと。前回、前作でやった時に非常に作品を大事にしているっていうモントリオールのスタジオのイメージを考えると、やはり作品性というまさに本当にデウスそのものをしっかりと分析するところからスタートしました。なので、参考にした映像っていうのは映画とかムービーとかでたくさんあるんですけれど、ベースはやはり前作のムービーで、お互いで決め合ったキーワードっていうのを大量に上乗せして、今回どこの新しいエッセンスを入れるかっていうところを主に話し合ったっていう形になっています。アダムについてはですね、モントリオールの方から、最初に、前作からどういう状況にアダムが置かれたのかっていうのを、前回作ったアダムに対して、タッチアップされた絵がありまして、それを、立体に起こす過程でモントリオールのアーティストと話し合いながら、実際こういうルックに定義しようという形まで、うちとモントリオールの方で調整しながら作りました。ビジュアルワークス含め僕らってやっぱ日本のアニメとかロボットで育ってきてる世代なので、こういうメカっていうものは非常にああだこうだともう勝手にいろいろ持ったり動かしたりっていうことをできたので、楽しくむしろ作業できました。最初にどういったエフェクトになるかっていうのをストーリーボードみたいなものを起こして、まずどういう段階でどういう形になるのかっていうのをモントリオールと話し合いまして、合意した形のものを今度は尺その中で見せたいショットの中でその要素がちゃんと段階的に入っていくのかっていうのを何回もチャレンジするっていう形だったので、実際は設計の通りの段階を組めない場合もあったりしたので、どこのポイントが主に見せたいのかとか、その辺をショットごとに調整していたので、トライアンドエラーはかなりの数やりました。で、特に難しかったのは最後のタイタンのあたりですね。イメージがなかなかうまくいかなかったっていうところが非常に面白かったんですけど大変でした。なかなかアイデアだと紙だけでとか机の上で考えててもなかなかアイデアが出ないっていうところもあったので、当然アクションをやってくれるアクターさんとかと含んでこういう縦の動きしていこうかっていうのを、モーションキャプチャーなどで簡易に撮って、それにすぐカメラを当て込んで、こんなアングルどうかなと何回もトライアンドエラーした上で一番しっくりくる形に、当然決めました。 でその後にですねそのアニメーション要素を一つ一つ分解して改めて丁寧にアニメーションを、モーションキャプチャーからやり直して組み立てていったっていう形であそこは作りました。僕が、今まで制作してきたものっていうのは、極端な話いくと、ヨーロッパのファンタジーな世界から近未来なものから全くこの世に存在しないようなファンタジーワールドみたいなものを、全て作ってきたっていう経緯の中でプラハっていうのは比較的資料がしっかりとあり方向性が見やすいものだったので特に混乱することもなく作ることができました。スタジオと同じように、HDRI などを撮影してそこからライティングを取ってなるべくフィジカルライティングな方向へ持っていくところなんですけど逆にイメージコンセプトアートやそういうまさにアート的な要素が非常に強かったのでむしろそこを絵作りをするっていう形でいろいろな調整をして実際はなるべくちゃんとライティングされてるんですけど、見た目のルックを非常に重視して光の羽の形状やいろんなものをショットごとにちょっとずつ微調整して、印象になるようにライティングもしくは造形までも調整しました。僕が非常にディレクターとして考えるにはやっぱイカラスウィングのショットが最も世界観を表現しており、幻想的に作れたっていう意味でシーンがアート的に一番かっこいいんじゃないかと思っています。なのですごくあそこは、一番気に入っています。壁はあったんですけどクリエイターっていうことでやはりアートとか特に言葉がうまく話し合えなくても絵を見て2人、話し合うことで、こういうイメージっていうのが非常に共有できたし非常に高いレベルのアーティストたちがモントリオールの方にはいてその人たちの意見を聞いたりこちら側のアイデアをぶつけることによって非常にいいコラボレーションができたと思います。
Moving on to the game itself, we've prepared a gameplay video for you guys, showcasing a bit of action and stealth. So let's play it and we'll talk a bit about it. So Jeff, can you tell us a bit about the setting of the game?
Well, we're in Mankind Divided, we're in 2029. It's 2 years after the events of Human Revolution, and what happened at the last game really influenced where the world is today. So augmented citizens, it was the promise of the golden age, like the future would be bright for human beings, the next stepping stone into our development. But now, 2 years after the events of Human Revolution, people fear them. Like they're put into ghettos, they're segregated. Even governments are passing laws to make sure that we can put as much as we can of them in ghettos and things like that. And so it's really there's a lot of tension. It's boiling, and of course there's more terrorism on both sides of the conflict. And now Adam Jensen, he works for an international counter-terrorist agency, and his role is to try to stop the chaos going around the world. But he also has a double agenda. He's trying to look for the people in the shadows that are shaping up the world the way it is and everything. And through that agency he's working for, he thinks that he can get closer to them and stop them.
So obviously Adam Jensen is back. What kind of new augmentations can you expect?
Actually, there's a lot of classic favorites coming back, like the cloaking, the smart vision. But we wanted to push it forward, like with the gun arms, where you can have different abilities associated to the gun arms to be more fluid in combat, whether you want to play lethally or non-lethally. And we have plenty of other things like the Titan Shield, which allows you to protect you from the head to the toes.
The Titan Shield is my favorite. I find the Titan Shield encapsulates the art direction of the whole franchise so well.
It's full of triangles,
it's
right?
Just that. It's just triangles. No, but yeah, you're totally right.
That's
the
only
what it is.
augmentation that has triangles when you think about it.
Well, the cloaking has that little
right.
triangle kind of matrix. No, but it's so well done, and it's the great thing about the Titan Shield is that it's also a great. There's John. It's also a great technological feat that we did. There's so much. I think there's like 6 months of development in that feature.
Wow. Yeah.
And it was.
It looks good.
It looks super good. I'm so happy about it. Yeah. Sorry.
And it was important to like that example, like allow you to play in combat and take more risks and not feel that you're punished at every time that you try to do
Allows you to
something
tank.
bolder, etc., etc. So we really wanted to, with all those augmentations, we wanted to add more flexibility to the overall gameplay experience. But we also wanted to promote the combat to be as satisfying as stealth. So, and you guys that are listening, don't worry, we're not compromising the stealth experience at all. We're just trying to make the combat experience more powerful.
More and more leveled and everything, right? And it's cool what you're saying, because there's old favorites that are coming back in the augmentations, but even though they're old favorites, they're not just plainly as is, right? Like, for example, the blades, right? So we had the nano blades going forward, going backward, and you could do all the kills, but now we can shoot them, right? Which is really cool. And my favorite thing that we can do with the nano blade is kind of like that little remote type time bomb thing, right? Where you shoot it, it makes, it's gonna plant itself in a wall, the enemies hear it, and it's kind of like that, what's happened, and they go towards it, and bam, right in their face, right? I think that's really, really cool, because it's a cool way of taking something that we already had and just give it a spin.
Exactly. Yeah.
Going back to the art direction, can you explain the concept for Mankind Divided?
Well, we knew that we had to keep some of what we had, and at the same time we had to do something entirely new. Like Jeff said, in Human Revolution, it was all about the golden age of augmentations, right? Of the kind of this transhuman philosophy and movement. Now, because it's made a 180 degree, and now this philosophy is actually considered something almost dangerous now. There's this new concept of corporate feudalism, which is now, it's a versus to what we had, which was called the cyber renaissance. And the great thing is that it's a lot starker, it's a lot more about control, it's a lot more about, again, there's the word corporation in it. So there's a brutalist movement, right, of architecture. It's a lot more like fortifications and all that, it's like all the castles and everything. So there's a lot of that in there. The palette is a lot cooler, right? It's not just black and gold anymore, and that kind of stuff kind of represents, again, the desaturation, the control, the kind of police state type of thing.
And what is important with the art direction is that we're not just reinventing it for the sake of it. It's all about the themes of the game and trying to really build something that will tell the same story as the rest of the game.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we have to wrap up. Deus Ex Mankind Divided will be coming in 2016 on PS4, PC and Xbox One. We'll have obviously much more to show you in the coming months. But guys, I think you have one last thing to say.
Yes, at the
coming up.
Stay tuned, because tomorrow, towards the end of the day, there are going to be a little surprise for you guys. So stick around; you should be happy.
Yeah. So we'll leave you guys with our E3 trailer, which we unveiled at the Square Enix conference yesterday. Thanks for tuning in, and see you soon.
Ciao, ciao.
You don't seem surprised to see me.
I'm not.
This isn't a social call, Rucker. I'm here to take you in.
My people and I will resist you.
Innocent people died in that bombing today.
The Augmented are suffering a genocide. It begins with demonizing us, treating us as less than human, exiling us so we are forgotten, and then exterminating us.
You getting pissed enough to end this guy yet?
I got a no-kill order.
Would have thought he'd done enough to warrant extreme prejudice.
How dare you speak to me of peace and fairness on behalf of masters who hide in the shadows and murdering without the courage to proclaim their convictions in front of the rest of the world?
I suspect there's a power struggle brewing within our organization. Some people inside ARC are less
committed to our ideals.
Then help me find them.
Somewhere down there, hiding in plain sight, is your real terrorist.
I can only fight enemies I see.
Then isn't it time you brought them into the light?
Hey guys, we're back on Square Enix Presents. I'm Scott, the Final Fantasy music guy, and once again I'm here with a couple more musical updates on Final Fantasy and our which just incredible musical stuff that's got going on in this franchise. So I'm going to jump right into it. Yesterday we covered off on some Distant World stuff, so if you missed that program, I'll cover those same kind of updates that we did yesterday. So Distant Worlds is our world tour of Final Fantasy orchestral music. It's been going on since 2007 when they started off in Stockholm, Sweden. It's a beautiful and incredible sight to behold. You've got all the Final Fantasy music. They've got a repertoire of a whole bunch of songs. You never know what you're going to get when you show up to one of these shows. And while they're going, they of course show all of the Final Fantasy footage on the big screen up top, and it's just, there's really nothing quite like it. If you haven't been to one of these shows, you'd owe it to yourself to see that. So yes, last year at well, no, this January actually. Final Fantasy Distant Worlds kicked off. Had its 100th performance. They did that live in Tokyo, and ever since they've been doing a little kind of world tour of what they're calling the Journey of 100. So we've got some Distant Worlds footage to show you. It's not the same stuff we showed yesterday. It's a little shorter because after we come back, we'll have some awesome new announcements to make for the music. So stay tuned. All right, so that was the Distant Worlds wonderful little medley. We started with Torn from the Heavens from Final Fantasy XIV. That's a brand new to their repertoire. Awesome song. Went to Libere Fatality from Final Fantasy VIII, a personal favorite of mine. Final Fantasy VII's main theme, coincidence. And then character medley from Final Fantasy VI featuring Terra, Kefka, and Locke's themes. So now that you know what Final Fantasy Distant Worlds is, you're definitely going to want to go to a concert. And as it happens, we have a concert happening here tonight at the Nokia Theater, literally across the street from where I'm broadcasting. There are still very limited number of tickets available, so if you're in the area, if you're in Los Angeles, if you're in Orange County, if you're in anywhere near here, you should definitely make an effort to get here tonight to see this show. It's going to have Hitoshi Sakamoto, the composer of Final Fantasy XII, in attendance, so that's going to be pretty special. You can probably count on there being some Final Fantasy XII music for your ears. That would be, I think, something you should do. But if you're not in the area, if you're not someone who can get down here to the E3 show tonight, obviously that's a late notice. We do have some Distant Worlds concerts coming up. There's tonight, obviously, at the Nokia. And then after that, they're going to Seattle in Washington. That's going to be on the 10th of July and the 11th of July, a 2-night special. Then we're going to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on the 1st of August, and then over to Rochester, New York on the 29th of October. So lots of dates that you can go to. If you're anywhere near those locations, definitely look into getting tickets from ffdistantworlds.com as soon as you can. So, changing gears. If you'd actually like to own a piece of Final Fantasy music history, that Journey of 100 concert that I mentioned being recorded in Tokyo is going to be available on Blu-ray. So that's something that I don't know that they've ever done. If they have, it's not been available here in the States. So this is a really incredible opportunity for people to own a piece of that footage, just like what you were just looking at. I think it's got a lot of songs on it. It's obviously one of their most important concerts to date. So it's going to be up on the Square Enix store for pre-order either right now or very soon. So get that going as soon as possible. Let me see if I hit all the notes on that. It's going to be released in August. So we're going to be on pre-order. Okay. Next up, I mentioned that we had some announcements to make regarding a concert series. This is going to be a little bit different from Distant Worlds, but it's something that's going to be just as cool. Announcing the Piano Opera Music from Final Fantasy World Tour. This concert tour happened actually in Japan. They did a piano concert in Japan last year, and it was produced by my personal hero, Final Fantasy composer Nobuo Uematsu. This is going to be happening all around the world, and so you're going to want to jump on tickets when it happens, because I don't think it's going to be one of those enduring type of concerts. It's going to be a very limited tour, limited run of concert series. And Uematsu himself will be making, of course, guest appearances, and what you're going to want to do is, of course, get all that beautiful Final Fantasy footage to a more mellow piano sound to it. Tour dates, you're going to want to see these. We're starting in Europe. We're going to France, then we'll be in Belgium, then we'll be in Sweden, and then we'll go into the UK. It's very late in the day for our UK friends and our European people, but you're going to want to check out these concert dates. After that, we're going to Taiwan, Korea, Hong Kong, Singapore. So there we have some Asian dates. And these are all occurring all the way into next year, as you can tell. That's going in February 2016. And then we get our United States tour. In New York, we're going February 26, 2016. And in Los Angeles, February 28th. In Los Angeles, right here. So that's the one I think I'll be buying tickets for. And then we'll be down south in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and Mexico City in March 2016. So this concert series, you've got, let me see, I forgot the name. First, the tickets are going on sale at www.wildferry.com. You can see the address up on the screen here. That ferry as in F-A-E-R-Y. The website may be in French, but you'll be fine. You should navigate that. Tickets are going on sale very soon. I might have a date for you here in a second. We're going to show you some footage, though, of this concert series. So as a little preview to what you can expect.
皆さんこんにちは、上松信夫です。日本で開催されて好評を博しておりますファイナルファンタジーのピアノコンサート、ピアノオペラファイナルファンタジーの海外公演がなんと決定いたしました。またオーケストラとは違った趣のあるコンサートですので、遊びに来てくださいね。海外のスケジュールはまだ未定ですけれども、 ヨーロッパ、アジア、北米とかを、考えております。ぜひ遊びにいらしてください。
piano opera music from Final Fantasy going on world tour into late this year and into early next year. You just heard Opening and Bombing Mission from Final Fantasy VII. I don't know why we're playing all this FF7 music. What's up with that? FF8 Battle, Force Your Way, and then Not Alone, Battle on the Big Bridge, followed by the goosebump-inducing main theme of Final Fantasy. So yeah, if you want to hear those and more, you're definitely going to want to get on these tour dates. Tickets go on sale. Where was that date? Well, June 25th. June 25th, the tickets are going on sale. That's coming up really quickly. It's for tour dates that are all the way in next year. So if you want good seats, if you want to make sure you can go, I would definitely recommend jumping on that opportunity. Mark your calendars. So yeah, once again, piano opera music from Final Fantasy World Tour. You will be able to see the exact same pianist you just saw on there. His name is Hiroyuki Nakayama. All right, changing gears. One more thing we want to talk about, and that is the Final Fantasy Type 0 HD original soundtrack Blu-ray music disc. This is currently available on sale right now. It's I think one of the strongest soundtracks we have in the Final Fantasy series. It's composed by Takaharu Ishimoto, who also did the soundtracks for Crisis Core. So as you know, his music is always a very standout kind of selection. He always has some awesome themes, and just the music of Type 0 is incredible. So of course we did our treatment for this, same thing we did for the 10.10.2 remaster, and put all that music on a glorious Blu-ray disc. We typically use the Blu-ray format because it's the best quality audio that we can possibly provide, and then we can also accompany it with visuals just like the Distant World stuff. So you can put this in a Blu-ray, see all the cutscenes and stuff as you're watching the soundtrack. And if you have a Blu-ray disc player in your PC, you can get the music data as well. So it's not like we're just selling you a Blu-ray. This is available now for $59.99, and I'm sure one of the questions you probably have about this is the song from the very ending of Final Fantasy Type 0 on there, which would be Utakata. It's brand new to Final Fantasy Type 0 HD, and of course it's on there. So really cool song. If you haven't heard that, you need to hear it, and I would highly recommend getting it in this format because that is the way to go. Yeah, so also, just to make sure that you know that the song that you might know as We Have Arrived is renamed to The Beginning of the End on there, so that's there too. So we have a quick clip of this that we want to show you, and yeah, enjoy. Right, so much musical variety and depth in that soundtrack. Again, that is available right now on the Square Enix online store. You can pick it up for $59.99, along with a ton of other music products that we have on the store, including the entire Final Fantasy XIV soundtrack, also available on a Blu-ray music disc, and the recently released Bras de Bravo, which is musical arrangements in a brass style. Very cool stuff on that one as well. And if you can't find what you're looking for on the Square Enix online store, we have over 100 Final Fantasy music albums available online digitally, so put some Final Fantasy music in your ears as soon as possible, because it's the best. Anyway, that is it for me. We're going to be coming right back with Lara Croft Relic Run, and we've got a ton of programming today, so stay tuned on Square Enix Presents, and we'll be right back. Thanks, guys.
Croft. With the release of Lara Croft and the Guardian of Light in 2010, Crystal Dynamics essentially created two brands in the universe. So we have the Tomb Raider brand, which is the AAA narrative-driven core releases, and then we have the Lara Croft brand, which is a really fun way to to have nostalgia in the franchise again. We've seen that in Guardian of Light, Temple of Osiris, and now Lara Croft Relic Run, which is what we're here to talk about today. And that's a free-to-play adventure runner on iOS, Android, and Windows mobile devices. So Relic Run launched in late May, and it was developed in partnership between Square Enix and American indie game studio Simitronics. And here to chat with me today is game producer Laura. Laura
Not
Carter.
Lara.
And we joke about this because I'm so used, I've trained myself to never say Laura anymore and always say Lara. And she has the first and last name of 2 characters in our game. The 2 characters are Lara and Carter Bell. And so there we go. It's made to be.
It absolutely is, yeah. I think it's obligatory to get, close to the brand.
Have the name fit. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
So before we jump into the into some questions and so on, we're going to take a look at the launch trailer for anybody who hasn't had a chance to see Relic Run. Let's take a look at it. That's a lot of fun and a lot of action, obviously. So let's start with the genre when we're talking about the game. It's a fairly well-explored genre on mobile, the infinite runner genre. So what about Lara Croft Relic Run is, the unique aspects of it?
So we really see Lara Croft Relic Run as like an endless runner evolved. There are some similarities with endless runners, but they kind of pretty much end with the basic avoiding of obstacles, the sliding, running, jumping. That's kind of where the similarities end, because we're sort of packing in tons and tons of additional features as well. So as you saw from the gameplay trailer there, we showed some footage from 2 different locations. So normally an endless run is based in like one detailed environment, but we've actually got 2, which is almost like 2 games in its own right, and we've got a 3rd location on the way. Those locations are incredibly detailed and beautiful and stunning, and within them we've got bespoke vehicles with seamless action transitions between running, swinging on vines, amazing parkour movements as well. There's also within the locations these epic boss battles. So you might have noticed in the trailer as well the T-Rex encounter, which is awesome.
And we're playing the B-roll too, so you'll be able to see some of the stuff that we're talking about as we go.
Yeah,
including
there's actually
the curse, which we should mention.
Yes, that's the one. There's a real exclusive feature that we've got in the game, which is called the curse system. It's actually a multiplayer feature. So when that comes up on screen, we'll talk a bit more detail.
There's nothing wrong with your screen. It means that a friend is trying to ruin your run when they send you a curse. But we'll touch on that in a bit. So what's the story of this adventure? What's Lara looking for?
So the game is set just shortly after the events of Lara Croft and the Temple of Osiris, and Lara starts out in the Jungle Temple location, where she's basically looking for her archaeologist friend Carter, who has mysteriously disappeared. So she's kind of initially on search for him and trying to kind of unravel his disappearance. You do that through collecting the relics, basically, and clues throughout the game, and every time you collect one of those, it unlocks a little bit of story progression and narratives. You start to learn what's happened to him, and along the way you might unravel a little bit more than Lara bargained for.
Yeah, the relics are what gets me. Every time I'm playing, and if I know that I'm close to getting a relic, it's like I can't quit until I get it. I have to get it, and then I can put it down for a little bit, and then come back to it.
But it's the pressure as well when you see the relic coming. You're like, don't miss the relic, don't miss
don't
the relic.
Don't mess up, don't overshoot it, which I have done. I've just jumped right over it before.
I've done that.
No. All right, so there's a lot to unlock in the game, and while the game does offer in-app purchases, you can unlock outfits, weapons, upgrades, and so on with coins and gems that you can get organically throughout the game. So can you speak to how that currency system works? There is the options to purchase things, but you can also earn it through your mastery of the game.
Yeah, so everything within the game is completely free to unlock and access. As you mentioned, if you do want to kind of get everything on demand right away, there is the opportunity to use in-app purchase to kind of unlock everything. But otherwise, you can earn these gems and coins through completing runs, basically, and also through unlocking achievements.
Yep.
The better that you do, the further that you run, the higher that your multiplier. There's a few elements that help increase your score, and therefore you earn more coins and gems. So that's your kind of incentive to actually to get further in the game.
So we touched on this one briefly, but what do you think are the core elements that are going to resonate with Lara Croft fans? I know the T-Rex is just something that obviously, but what other things do you think are that nostalgia factor?
Yeah, so we knew that the game we really wanted to focus on that nostalgic version of Lara Croft, so that we could really focus on fun. Have all the different costumes, have the big boss encounters, which the community are really responding well to. Like, it's just not expected when you first come across. You don't see that kind of thing in Endless Runners. Also, we've got the vehicles as well, which are all a kind of nod back to the original vehicles that you'll have seen in the early Tomb Raider games. So the ATV from the Jungle Temple location is actually from the Tomb Raider 3.
Yeah, and obviously the dual pistols. That's a good one too. You see that during the
signature
combat
weapon.
Although you can change weapons, which we can also talk about a bit. But
sure.
So the 2 levels that are currently available, you touched on these, but do you want to go a little bit more in depth into how they differ?
So start off in this Jungle Temple location. It's an incredibly rich and detailed, lush, kind of tropical location. As you can see here, Lara's kind of swinging on vines. She's really at one with her location here. And, she does these incredible sort of swan dives through massive caverns. The location is kind of collapsing around her, and it's a really exciting location to start the game off in. The second is completely different and offers something requires different tactics and strategies as well in order to progress. It's much more about elaborate traps and things like that, or booby traps that Lara has to try and avoid. And it's a step up in terms of difficulty. So we're not just kind of reskinning the first location. We really want to incentivize players and give them something and a reason to keep playing and progressing throughout the game.
Yeah. I will absolutely attest to it being more difficult.
It's more
difficult. I feel like I
yeah.
finally mastered this one, and then I move on to the next level. I'm like, oh man, I have to relearn
what?
how to play this game.
Gets harder.
It's harder, but it's a great challenge.
It's beautiful as well. I love the way it's kind of got this beautiful golden lit. It's Sahara desert based, so
they have very different
visually
palettes.
looks very different. Yeah,
and the music is great in both of them too. So that's another fun feature of it. All right, so let's detail some of the weapons that I mentioned. What's your favorite and why? How do they differ?
My favorite is actually the dual pistols that come pre-equipped, just because I'm a big Lara Croft fan, and it's a signature weapon. You can also upgrade that as well. So even though it's the weapon she starts out with, you can keep progressing it and building it and making it more powerful. And it also affects your score multiplier the more that you upgrade it. I also love the SMGs. They're like the rapid fire kind of semi-automatic weapon. So if you want to be able to kind of really shoot at speed against the combat sequences, then that really helps out, because the combat sequences are quite tricky in places, and they get harder and harder.
Especially if you want to get the bad guys and those coin caches, which I have to start prioritizing the enemies, because I'm just like, ooh, gold, and then I die because I did not stop the projectile flying at me.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing as well is that the spray is a bit wider with that one, so you don't have to be quite as accurate.
Okay.
But they're not as powerful. So it kind of depends on your play style. What weapon you want to use. Some people really love like the assault rifle. You have to be much more specific and more accurate with that one. But it's more powerful.
So these are the ones right here that you're talking about, right?
Yes, that's the SMGs. Yeah, and now she's just switched back to her dual pistols. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so outfits in the game offer gameplay perks rather than just being simple cosmetic unlocks, which just as a cosmetic standpoint, they're quite cool, and I feel like they harken back to classic Tomb Raider quite nicely. Can you go into detail about the outfits and the perks?
Sure. So, I mean, we knew that we had to have Lara Croft costumes. That was a no-brainer. But we wanted to offer real value to players. We wanted them to have a reason to try and unlock them, other than to make Lara look even more awesome than she already does. So, for example, the stealth suit. Here we go.
There we go.
We're timing up perfectly. The stealth suit is one that actually helps you withstand enemy fire. So I kind of find that the combat sequences are more trickier for me, so I like to equip that outfit, and it means that I can survive those sequences a little bit better. This one right here, actually, I think we put on, was this the biker outfit?
No, this is the jacket. So this is the one that helps with the relics, correct?
Right. Yeah. So this will help spawn relics more quickly. Here we have the curse.
Oh, this is the worst. This is the VCR is the hardest one, I think.
This is that's why we put it on there. It's really, really tough. As you can see, the screen's kind of jolting and flickering, and it kind of comes out of nowhere. You don't know it when it's about to appear. This is actually my favorite feature within the game. Maybe I'm a bit evil. I like to sabotage.
I like them too, but I have to point out, and I'm going to talk to all my Facebook friends who do this. I have a lot of Facebook friends in the Tomb Raider community because we're all a tight-knit community.
Yeah.
So every time I load up the game, I'm usually cursed for the first 15 rounds.
Wow,
Because they all
that's
target
unfair.
me. But it's fine because I'm getting better at surviving them, and then I get my gold cash for beating them.
Exactly. So actually, it could be counterproductive for the person that sent it to you because
they're giving me money.
Yeah.
They're giving me gold.
So, but the way it works, just to explain it a bit better, obviously you're very familiar, but for the people watching, if you survive the curse, then you actually get rewarded. But if the person who sent the curse manages to end your run, then they get rewarded. So there's a real sense of satisfaction if you manage to survive it, or if you manage to successfully curse them. And then you can get revenge by cursing them back. So it's quite a petty feature, but one that we like.
So the curses are also very different. So that the VCR one is one that I find really difficult, but there's other ones that's like Neon Nights. That one just changes everything to look like this bright neon sign. Or I really like the 8-bit one, and it makes everything look like pixel art, and then it even like changes the sound effects a little bit. It sounds kind of chiptune-y, which I think is pretty neat. Those are cool.
Yeah, then we've got 6 to choose from in there, and we'll be looking to add more curses in later
Vertigo,
as well.
Tunnel Vision.
Yeah, you know them all.
I told you I get cursed a lot, but that's okay. All right, so we were talking about outfits. We were looking at the them before we saw the curse. So it was the bomber jacket, and then the biker one is the third one, right?
Yes, so that's really good if you're trying to really go for high score. So what happens is every time, if you have that one equipped and then you are handling a vehicle, your score multiplier will be much higher, basically. So you can really ramp up that high score.
Great, so it all caters to your style of play.
Exactly.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
All right, so I was next going to ask you about the curse system, but we have covered that, so we can skip ahead. Yeah. Another thing I really like are the achievements. They're a great inclusion in the game. So in terms of reasons to replay, and some of them are actually quite difficult to get, or just fun. You don't even know that you were going for it. Like you study the list, like hole in one. I love that one. So can you detail some of your favorites?
Actually, the hole in one is my favorite.
Yeah.
It requires you to land Lara in a kind of sort of upturned chandelier in the second location, which is kind of funny. There's some, as you say, that are really, really tough as well, though. I think there's one called Pendulanium, and you have to basically go through these triple pendulum blades without sliding, jumping, or avoiding them in any way. So it's purely about kind of lining Lara up at the exact right place ahead of time, and then kind of hoping for the best. It's really, really tough. I think I'm still yet to actually
I've tried it
achieve that
a couple times, and I always panic at the last second and just slide.
Same with the relics. We're obviously we're like,
too much pressure. Yeah, no, that's one of my favorites. And what I also like is that on Windows Phone, the achievements are actually compatible with Xbox achievements, which is fun.
Yes, that's right. And there's a cross. It's seamless across all the different platforms. So with the curse system that you mentioned earlier on as well, it doesn't matter what platform you're on, you can just seamlessly send those things across.
Awesome. Okay, so we have a couple more questions. Looking to the future, what new content and features can we look forward to in the future for Lara Croft Relic Run?
So at the moment we're hard at work actually working on the third location, which is called Mountain Pass. It's going to be totally different and unique from the first 2 locations. Again, not another kind of reskin. Totally different obstacles to avoid, brand new enemies, and also in terms of look and feel, it's going to offer something very, very different from the first 2 locations. We'll have a brand new vehicle as well for Lara to get to grips with, which is going to be awesome.
I love that.
New enemies, and of course a brand new boss.
Yeah,
so,
wonderful.
Yeah.
So when we have more information on that, we will be sure to share it on all of our channels. I know people are anticipating it, but we've got to get the team is hard at work on it. So
yes, we want it to be a surprise for you guys as well. But I guess I can give a little hint that you might recognise some elements from Tomb Raider 2.
I think that's enough of a hint. I think people will figure that out, which I'm excited about. All right, so looking at today's global leaderboards, one of the top scores is, I mean, they're over 10 million points.
Yeah.
That's quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much better than what any of us who've been playing the game for like months upon months. Like, I don't know how they do it.
There are people out there that are they just get it.
Yeah.
It's amazing. So what will you say are your top tips for getting these kind of scores? What are things people can do to improve?
In terms of getting high scores, I think the main thing really is keeping your multiplier really high.
Yep.
And the way that you do that is through kind of collecting the coin trails.
Yep.
So when you see trails of coins coming up, like try not to miss any. So if you see a relic coming, if your purpose is all about score, then go for the coin trails. If your purpose is to unlock location 2, then it's all about collecting relics. So again, it kind of depends on what you're trying to achieve in the game. But yeah, if you miss anything in the game, like the coins, for example, your score multiplier will start to drop. So that's one of the main things. I would also recommend to purchase one of the premium outfits. So, you know, we mentioned earlier on, for example, the biker outfit, where it keeps your multiplier much higher when you're handling vehicles. So that's a really good one. And then to sort of max it out as well, and then you'll just be like flying.
Yeah. Great.
There's also a little kind of secret insider tip, which is that if you spot any kind of debris in the environment, like bones and skulls, like don't feel too rude if you like run straight through them, because actually it gives you a little kind of multiplier boost by doing that.
All right, that's a good thing.
Bit
to
of
look
an unexpected one.
Good, awesome. And lastly, so the game launched a few weeks ago. So can you give us some fun stats on how the community is performing?
Yeah, sure. So I've got some things written down here because these numbers are pretty epic. We have got a total of 36 billion meters run overall so far in the last like 3 weeks.
That's incredible.
Which is amazing, which equates to over 900 times around the world.
That's pretty impressive.
So yeah, Lara's been busy.
She's been busy. She's worn through a lot of boots in this period of time, I would
She's
expect.
got good stamina.
Yeah.
We've had 85 million enemies that have been killed, and 80 billion coins collected. So yeah, game's doing well.
Good.
We're
good to
really
hear.
happy.
The community is hard at work. Fantastic. All right, so that's all we have today for Relic Run. Thank you so much for being here with me. Now we have one more teaser before we go, however. Before we end the segment of Square Enix Presents, we're going to take another look at a different mobile title from the Lara Croft universe. It's called Lara Croft Go. It was actually just announced yesterday at the Square Enix press briefing. It's the second installment in the successful Go franchise, which was developed by the really talented crew up at Square Enix Montreal. And it follows after Hitman Go, which was a very well-received and acclaimed game. So it's a single-player, isometric, turn-based puzzle game, which it's set in this just absolutely gorgeous environment, really distinct environments, wonderful music. So while Relic Run is about the sort of non-stop adrenaline and so on, Lara Croft Go is about this perfect puzzle game experience where you're looking for those nostalgic brain teasers. It's all about testing your puzzle skills. So let's take a look at the teaser trailer on our way out so you can see firsthand what we mean when we say beautiful environments and music and so on. So we'll go out on that, and until next time.
Thanks, guys.
As the inaugural Space Reconnaissance Force mission launched, mankind took its first steps on worlds beyond its own. One fortunate byproduct of the prolonged conflict with Lazonia is symbology, a power based on written patterns resembling runes. The 10 wise men herald an interstellar apocalypse, but doom is averted thanks to an Earthling mistaken for the hero of light. War with the Vendini erupts, sparking a struggle that could end time itself. How this incident helped uncover the Star Ocean's origin will be told for generations, as long as the sands of time continue to fall. Amidst these chronicles, a new entry shall be inscribed. One replete with unexpected encounters and heart-wrenching farewells. One where the fate of a planet hangs in the balance.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Square Enix Presents. My name is Kaori Takasue, and today I'm joined by Mr. Shuichi Kobayashi, as well as Mr. Hitoshi Nishio, the marketing lead of Star Ocean 5 in Japan. Welcome to the show.
皆様こんにちは。スクエアニックスプレゼンツへようこそ。司会を務めさせていただく高添香織です。そしてこちら日本からお越しいただいたプロデューサーの小林修一さんです。そしてスターオーシャン5のマーケティングリードの西尾仁さんです。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
Maybe you could start by telling us a little bit about what inspired you to make a new Star Ocean title. We haven't heard about the Star Ocean title in a while, and I'm sure many fans are pleasantly surprised by the announcement.
まずは新しいスターオーシャン作品を作るきっかけをお聞かせください。インスピレーションは何だったのでしょうか。あとスターオーシャンに関するニュースは長年にわたって出てなかったので、多くのファンはいい意味でこのニュースに驚かれているかと思います。
ですね、スターオーシャンっていうのはゲームとしては珍しいんですけれども、1からこの5までシリーズのすべてが一つの歴史としてつながっているものなんですね。でこの物語の舞台が宇宙というような広大なものなんで、新しい物語も作りやすいというのがあったんですね。で要するにこのゲームの世界の歴史をまだまだいくつでも作ることができると、拡張性が非常に高い作品ということなんで、いやこれはまだ終わらせちゃいかんだろうと思ったわけですね。
So Star Ocean is a very unique brand in that unlike other
games where you see successive releases, all of our releases exist in the same universe. It's in different time periods, different planets, and on top of that, it takes place in space. So there's a great amount of possibilities, and so we thought it'd be great to further expand on the story, and we can't just let it end with the previous installment. So we thought there were a lot of capabilities out there.
Wow, so yes.
とはね言ってますけど、これ建前でまあ僕がこの作品大好きなんで、まあチャンスがあれば絶対作ってやろうというふうに狙ってたんですね。これが本音です。
But to be completely honest with you, I really love this series personally, and I really want to work on it and come out with Star Ocean 5, so I took the opportunity to further expand this universe.
Got it. So the series has been around for a long time, and as a producer, you've been involved for quite some time yourself. And so, which titles have you worked on, and which would you consider your personal favorite?
で、長年にわたってスターオーシャンが発売されているんですし、小林さんも実は長年このシリーズに関わっている方なので、これまでの経緯と小林さん個人の一番好きなスターオーシャン作品を挙げてください。
シリーズとしては、これ海外では出てるかどうかわからないんですけど、ゲームボーイカラーのスターオーシャンブルースフィアっていうタイトルからがかかったタイトルですね。でちゃんととはいえこれも途中からだったんで、関わったのはスターオーシャン3ティルジエンドオブタイムっていうタイトルです。なのでこのスターオーシャン3が個人的には一番思い入れがある作品です。であと入社前にユーザーとしてなんですけども、オーシャン2をずっと遊んでいたんですね。でオーシャンだけじゃなくトライエースの作品にはもうほぼ全て関わっていたんで、どれも好きではあります。ちなみに西尾はインフィニット・アン・ディスカバリーからトライエースのものは関わっている感じですね。
スターオーシャンも初めてですね。
So, as far as the series go, the first one I was really involved with was Star Ocean Blue Sphere, which was released for Game Boy Color, and that was unfortunately only a release in Japan. But the first one that I really was involved in was Star Ocean 3 Till the End of Time, and so that is technically really my personal favorite. I really have a lot of memories on that project. As a gamer myself, I actually played Star Ocean 2 a lot, and so I have a lot of fond memories with that. And coincidentally, Mr. Nishio here was involved from Infinite Undiscovery. That was his first project with Tri-Ace, and then this is actually his first Star Ocean game.
Exciting. That's super exciting. So, unlike something like Final Fantasy, the Star Ocean series is all linked together by a timeline, a single timeline of events. So, can you tell me a little bit about how the games are linked together?
スターオーシャンシリーズはファイナルファンタジーと違って同じ時系列で展開するストーリーになっておりますけれども、そういう理由からどのようにこの各作品の世界がリンクされているか詳しく教えていただけますか。
一応ですね、この時間軸的にはここに映ってるんですね。スターオーシャン4、ザ・ラスト・ホープというものがスペースデート10年というところから始まって、そこからどんどん未来に時間が進んでいく形になります。スターオーシャン4、1、2、5、3というのが時間軸的には順番になってます。これは先ほど言ったスペースデートというですね、西暦の次の元号になる時代を舞台にしているんですけれども、今回のこの5、インテグリティ&フェイスレスネス、僕も言いづらいんですけど、この5は、宇宙歴537年という時代の物語になります。でこれ過去からねずっとシリーズを追っていただいている熱心な方だったら、この時代に何があったかっていうのは歴史年表上実は書いてあるんで、これを見たらなるほどとピンとくるかもしれないですね。
And for our viewers, we have the timeline on screen, and so it started with Star Ocean the Last Hope, which takes place in Space Day 10, which is a new era that we created for this franchise.
Cool.
And so the games take place in order from Star Ocean 4 The Last Hope, Star Ocean First Departure, Second Evolution, and then Star Ocean 5 Integrity and Faithlessness. So it's actually hard for me to say myself. Takes place on Space Date 537, and for each of our titles we actually include that information on when the game takes place in the space state. So our long-term fans can definitely see where each story takes place in this history.
That's very interesting. So the subtitle for Star Ocean 5, as you just mentioned, is Integrity and Faithlessness. Can you tell us what this hints at, the subtitle, or is that going to be a spoiler if you tell me?
で先ほどもおっしゃってましたけれども、スターオーシャン5のサブタイトルのインテグリティ and faithfulness すみません。
言いづらいですよね。
言いづらいです。
なんでこんなタイトル？
言える？
言えない。
ちょっと言ってみて。
インテグリティ&フェイスレスネス。
フェイスレス。
フェイスレス。
faithless。
なんて発音するんですか？
faithless。
faithless。
ああ、なるほど。はい。
でこのサブタイトルに関しての意味合いを教えていただけますか？まあもし大きなネタバレでない限りは。
まあ言ってしまえばこれネタバレっちゃネタバレなんですよ。なんですけど多分この言葉の意味をですね訳しても多分わからないとは思います。で直接的なネタバレではないんですね。なんですけど、シリーズ通してのコンセプターであり、開発会社トライエースのね、社長の五反田さんが、最初からですねこの言葉をテーマとして掲げていたんですね。でこの言葉自体、辞書例えばこの日本語の辞書ではなくてこちらの英語の辞書を引いてでも、同義語っていうものがいくつか存在するんですけど、この単語じゃないと絶対ダメだというような大事なキーワードです。なんでこの言葉自体に、いろんな含みがあると。なのであとはプレイしてもらってこういう意味なのかなと分かってくれる人がいればそれで成功かなという感じです。
So it is a bit of a spoiler if we go into the complete details, but in terms of the actual subtitle for this game itself, the concept designer that we've had throughout the entire series and the CEO of Tri-Ace, Mr. Gotanda, was very specific on using these terms. And he looked through a dictionary, not a Japanese dictionary, but actually an English dictionary. And obviously there are a lot of synonyms for these words, but he was adamant on using these terms specifically. And so our goal is hopefully once everybody goes out and plays the game, that they'll get a better understanding of why we chose these terms. And if we can do that, then we've met our goal, really.
That's super cool. I mean, like when you're making a game title, it's so interesting, like brainstorming sessions, and there's deep meanings behind these subtitles. But let's say Star Ocean 5 is the first time I'm playing the series. What are some of the key features a new player would enjoy in Star Ocean 5?
では、スターオーシャン5を、プレイしてこれまでの作品を体験してない方であれば、新しい仕様とか目玉の仕様などをどこに注目するべきかを教えていただけますか？
なるほど。まあちょっと昨日のカンファレンスとかでも、あと先ほど冒頭でも映像をお見せしたんですけど、今回やっぱりシリーズ通して一番大事にしているのがこの爽快感のあるアクションバトルなんですね。で今回はそれがシームレスな上で、さらに多人数っていうのが同時にこう出てきてバトルをするというのが一つの特徴です。その動画では、まず6人で一緒に行動して同時にバトルをするっていうのをお見せしました。ただこれ操作自体は過去シリーズと同じでですね、決して難しくないこうボタンを連打するだけですごい派手で気持ちがいいバトルができると。でさらに上手くなるとコンボをつなげるとかいろいろとこうテクニカルな戦略を持ってこう楽しめる奥の深さもあるという感じです。
So for Star Ocean, I touched on this at our press conference yesterday and in several interviews I've had with media. But the battle is definitely one of the main tenets of this franchise. It's always been speedy, action-based battles, and we've tried to maintain that with this title. For those who aren't great at action games, you could just sort of button mash and just press the buttons and easily fight. But once you get accustomed to an experience, you can also go into combos, and it gets very technical and strategic if you want to. So that was really something that we focused on. And in the video that we've shown, you see a party of 6 players, obviously. And that is another thing that you do in the game, but you're mostly controlling one. And you have your allies holding you up.
It's very interesting. I mean, yes, there are people that like to button mash, but if it looks seamless and beautiful,
yes,
it's
it
pretty
is
awesome.
A completely seamless battle transition.
I like that. Okay, so I think we're gonna cut to the E3 trailer right now. So if we have that ready, do we want to show the E3 trailer right now?
ではここで E3 トレーラーを映します。
Oh, actually, the guys want to save it till later.
今
You showed it.
今
Okay.
一瞬、はい
Okay, so we're good. So that's fine. We'll jump right into the game. So, but I'm sure that you got some neat things planned for longtime fans. So, if you're a new fan, you saw that you can seamlessly play even though you're button mashing. What about if I'm a longtime fan playing the series? What do you have in store for them?
先ほどバトルの話を伺いましたけれども、当然新規のプレイヤーとかアクションゲームが苦手な方だったらもうボタン連打でできると思いますが、経験者とかですとどういうような、楽しみの要素などありますか、ね？
ああ、なるほど。過去のシリーズでですね、好評だったやり込みの要素とかっていうのはもう基本的には極力生かして、それをなんていうんですかね、より遊びやすい形にしてます。で、この辺は非常にですね、言ってしまえば王道的、このシリーズとしても王道的な部分なんで、これは変に変える必要はないと考えてます。単純にストレスがなくて遊びやすいっていう風にチューニングするというところですね。それとちょっと変わってるところなんですけど、今回はパーティーインしたメンバーは全て一緒にこう同行して戦闘も出ますので、何人も例えばパーティーでいるっていうところから何人かを選ぶっていうのではなくて、一緒にもう仲間になったやつは全員一緒にいるみたいな感じになってます。
So, we really focused on a fan favorite feature of replayability. That was always been a big thing for our fans. And it's sort of standard fare for the Star Ocean franchise, but it's something that we really wanted to focus on. So there's going to be features that will make you want to replay the game over and over again. And as far as the party members, we said 6 players, but when they join your party, they're all going to be there, so you don't really have to do that party management kind of thing. So they're just going to join you in the battlefield. So once they join, you're going to see them with you and adventuring.
ちょっと追加してもいいですか？はい。でですね、このキャラクターたちなんですけど、トレーラーとかだと真後ろにこうビャーっとついていってるように見えるんですけど、あれちょっと走ってる感じなんでああいう風になってるんですけど、実際に冒険中歩いてる時はもっとこうバーっと広がる感じなんで、もっと賑やかな冒険をしているような感じにはなります。
まだ開発中ですからね。
そうですね。あくまでも開発中のものなんで。
So in that trailer we just showed, you saw the party walking in a straight line, but that's mostly because they're running, and it's also we're still working on it. It's still in development. So when you're actually adventuring, you'll see the characters sort of go off on their own and walking around and whatnot. So it's going to be a more interesting and fun exploration.
Okay, so it's not like a flying V where everybody follows each other, so everyone sprawls out and does their own thing. That's really fun. So there's a lot of years in between the titles, so I guess we won't be hearing from old characters. I'm kind of curious about what kind of new characters we're going to be seeing in this game.
で、新しい時代を設定にされてるので、多分以前登場されたキャラクターはさほど登場しないと思いますが、新規のキャラクターについて何かお話伺えますか？
そうですね。先ほど言ったように時代のある作品なので、こう例えばこの時代を超えてキャラクターが合うみたいなっていうことはないです。歴史ものなんでそういうものだと思ってください。で、今回はこの世界になってる、宇宙歴537年に存在するキャラクターたちの物語ということになります。で、ちなみにこのキャラクターデザインなんですけれども、ストリートファイター2などでおなじみのアキマンさんにお願いします。かなり個性的でデザインもかっこいいと。ちょっとこれね、後でちょっとだけ新しいキャラクターもお見せしようかなと思ってます。今回あと先ほど言ったように大人数がバーっと入り乱れてのバトルになるんで、このキャラクターどういう行動をするのかな、どういう攻撃パターンなのかなっていうのが、直感的に分かるようなデザインになっていると思います。
So yes, since each game takes place in a different era within the same universe, you won't see previous characters appearing, as this takes place in Space State 537. But for the characters, we've decided to work with Mr. Akiman. You may know him from Street Fighter 2 fame. He's pretty popular, and a lot of people like his awesome designs. very unique character designs. And for the parties, we're going to have a larger party taking place in battle, so we're going to try and make it easy to see the uniqueness of each character and sort of easy to control as well.
That's crazy. I mean, Akiman-san is really well known in this industry, and his concept art is beautiful, and his actual art is amazing. But one of the appeals is Akiman-san. But what kind of direction was provided to him when we requested these designs, and like what kind of discussions were had when you determined the direction of the character design?
そうですね、アキマンさんのデザインってすごい高評価でもこの業界では有名な方ですけれども、アキマンさんにこのお話を振った時にどういうことを、考えてキャラクターをデザインしていただいたのでしょうか。
ああ、なるほど。今回ですね、ちょっとこれ作り方のお話になるんですけども、その作り方を大きく変えたっていうのがこの今回のキャラクターデザインの方法なんですね。で今まで、トライエースの作品っていうのは、開発内部で、キャラクターのデザインを起こして、ストーリーとかを起こして、そこから開発内でそれをベースに CG モデルを作るという流れだったんですよ。でその後に、ある程度できてきたものを、宣伝用にですね、イラストを要は 2D の、PR 用に使うというようなものを外部の方に発注するっていうような流れだったんですけれども、このやり方だと、過去作もそうなんですけども、その CG のモデルと 2D のこのキャラクターのイラストの表現に若干差ができてしまうっていうことがあったんですね。で今回はもうそれはやめましょうと。できる限りこうキャラクターのイメージは同じもの、このデザインからモデルからっていうのを同じものにしたかったんで、最初からですね、これ外部のデザイナーさんに、作ってもらったものをベースにしてちゃんとモデルを作りましょうということにしたんです。でそこでデザイン力も高く、非常にこうイラストも魅力的な方をということで、本当にダメ元でアキマンさんのところにオファーしたと。でちなみに一回断られてますから。とりあえずちょっとここまで簡単にご説明いただけますか。
So yes, for tries, typically what we did was the development team would come up with the concept art for characters, and then we'd also do the storyboarding and sort of flesh out the story. Then once we had the 2D art created, we would create 3D CG models. And the problem with that was that the CG and 2D models would have some kind of difference in the design because we typically outsource the actual CG work. But for this one, we said we shouldn't do that. Let's try and increase the quality more. So we wanted to have an external character designer and then try and realize that as close to the original design as possible. So we actually approached Akiman-san saying we'd like you to design the characters, and he actually turned us down once.
I heard. Yeah, that's crazy. Glad they pushed through.
Yes. And so he agreed, and then we're working internally to make it as close to his original 2D design as possible.
でこれもですね、そうなると結構その発注するときはだいぶ開発の本当に最初期の方になるんで、その時にはまあストーリーとかもねまだ全然できていない状況なんで、あとキャラクターもどういうキャラクターですよっていう個性もできてないんですよ。なんで、とりあえず発注した部分ではそのキャラクターの性別、それと多分こういう攻撃をするキャラクターになりますよっていうくらいの情報しか伝えてないと。でその上でアキマンさんにそのイメージでラフを書いていただいて、もらう。で途中でストーリーも出てきて、それに合わせてもうちょっとキャラクターこういう風にしてくださいっていうのを修正をお願いしたり、あと実際のこのキャラクターのモーションも同時に作っていきますんで、これをベースに例えばその CG モデルになりますから装飾物をこういう風にこう動き方邪魔にならないようにしてくださいねとか、っていうのをお願いしたという感じです。で最初はですね本当に全然こう初めてやっぱりアキマンさんにお願いするってこともあるんで、全くこうスターオーシャンらしくシリーズっぽくないものになるんじゃないかなっていうような、ところも思いつつ、まあそれも新しくていいかなっていうのも思ったんですけど、このアキマンさんもですねすごいシリーズのことを研究してくれて、新しいスターオーシャンになったなというふうに思ってます。
So early on, pretty much we just gave Akiman-san general ideas and concepts for each character. So gender, what kind of attack patterns they would use or what kind of weapons they would use. And then he would go on and do his design. And from there, we'd give him feedback saying, could you obviously there's no personality once you have the concept art only.
Yeah.
So after looking at it and having more ideas of the actual game fleshed out, we'd give him feedback of could you make changes here and this way and whatnot. And based on that, he'd do a lot of changes. At first, we were a little worried that the characters would be a little too different from typical Star Ocean characters. But fortunately, Akiman-san did a lot of research for us, and he spent a lot of time making sure that it stayed sort of within the Star Ocean universe design, in a sense. So we were very fortunate in that regard. So going from the 2D concept into CG design was actually a pretty good process.
Yeah, this character designing and development process, it's almost like game creator telepathy, so like hearing about it is super exciting. One of the main characters of the game, his name is Fidel. He kind of appears a bit cooler than the previous series, other protagonists from the past games, but I want to ask him if this was intentional and if he can touch upon his character a bit.
で、なんか今回の主人公という認識でよろしいでしょうか、のフィデルが、他の主人公たちよりはクールな印象に思うんですけれども、なんかこれは狙っていたデザインのか、なんか彼に関する情報はありますか？
わかりました。でですね、今日まあちょっとこの実際にね映像を見てもらったくらいしかないので、絵とかまだこちらで一切見せてないじゃないですか。このまま行こうかなと思ったんですけど、宣伝の西尾がですね、もうどうしても出せと。
これしかやることがないんで、パネルを持つというね、大事なお仕事。
で、さらにです今回は日本でもまだ見せていないキャラクターの設定が何点か持ってきたんで、ちょっとこれを特別にお見せしながらご説明しようかなと思ってます。西尾のご利用しなんでこれは。
So at first I was planning to just go about just using the trailer that we showed and not really reveal anything, but then Nishio here was insistent on showing some characters. So we actually have some character panels to share concept art, and this is actually something we haven't revealed anywhere else. This is the first time world premiere. Yes.
Wow.
And we've received Nishio's approval from the marketing team to show this. So we're going to show off several panels here.
Okay.
もう西尾よくやったってこうね書いてくれればいいんじゃないかなと思いますね。
So it'd be great if everybody could comment on the great job that Mr. Nishio here did to make this reveal.
All right, let's. I think he's ready. Let's show the first reveal of Fidel.
はい。
Bam.
これ基本的には設定画なんで。実はこう線とかもちゃんとブラッシュアップしていない状況なんですけれども、これをベースに3D モデルを作っていってるんですね。で、そのうち、何点か今日は持ってきたということです。
So this is still concept art. So if you're here at the booth, you can probably tell the lines are still very rough. They haven't been fleshed out and cleaned up. And we're using this to create these CG models. And so going forward, you're going to see better and better quality work going forward. But we have several of these types of panels to share today.
Very exciting.
はい。で、先ほどちょっと質問があったこの主人公のフィデル。これなんですけれども、設定的にですね、今回あれなんで
いやこれ出す係だから。
あ、そう。
That's his job. He says to hold the panel.
ちゃんと映しなさいよ自分で。
Make sure you hold it up right so that everybody can see.
まあ今回の主人公はですね、過去のシリーズよりも年齢がちょっと大人な感じなんですね。23歳です。これにはですね、実はちょっとした意味があるんですけれども、まだ言えないです。で、なので。先ほど言ってたように少年みたいな感じではなくクールに見えるのかもしれないです。なんですが実際はクールではないです。はい。かといって結構過去作は割とそういう少年的なねやつだったんでいろいろとこう悩んだりとか悩み続けるこうタイプのキャラクターだったりなんですけどそういうタイプのキャラクターでも今回はないです。
So you were asking about Fidel's personality, saying that he appeared cool to you. He's not actually cool.
What?
The reason being he's actually 23 years old. that's the idea for the design, whereas the previous protagonists in the Star Ocean franchises were typically younger, sort of teenage boys, so you sort of saw them growing up and having their own problems to work through, whereas he's 23, so he's a little more mature.
Okay.
So that might be the reason why you think he looks cool, but I can't really go into the reasons on why he's not cool and more on his personality, but that I hope that gives a better understanding of who he is for the moment.
Yeah, I'll cheer him on as he matures through the series.
前作の「スター・オーシャン4」の主人公のですね、エッジさんなんかは結構熱血キャラではあったんですけど、途中すっごい悩んじゃうんですよ。ですけど、ああいう感じでもないです。むしろですね、もっと自分でいろいろと考えてこう前に進もうとするようなキャラクターなんですね。で、今までのシリーズは先ほど言ったように少年のこう成長を描く、物語的なところの素養もあったんですけども、それをもうちょっと進めた感じで大人としてどういうふうに成長していくかっていうようなところもあるので、あれですね、今のプレイヤーさんには共感をこう得やすいものになってるんじゃないかなと思います。
So, in Star Ocean 4, the main character was Edge, and you really saw him go through his problems and sort of thinking about the problems he was facing. But with Fidel, he's completely different. He thinks about the situation he's in, thinks about his problems, and comes to a resolution, keeps going forward. But he will have some challenges to overcome. And so for players, when they try out the game, it might be easier to connect with him because he is older and you're going to see him mature as an adult and coming into his own.
That's so cool. Like connecting with the character is super important. And in Japan, Fidel has a friend. Miki, the mysterious Aurelia, was also revealed. But I want to hear a little bit about her and the relationship between the two. What can you tell me about Miki?
そうですね、すごいこれからフィデルを応援したいと思います。で、なんか彼の友達っていうか、の
あ、パネルね。腰痛いのよ、これ。やってるから。
My back hurts from holding it up.
体勢がね、
体勢がね、
ちょっ
ともうちょっと前に。
もうちょっと手前でいいんじゃない
すいませんね。
で、なんかミキっていうキャラクターが発表されたんですけれども、フィデルとの関係性とか彼女に関する情報などを教えていただけますか？
はい。これ大丈夫、もうちょい手前でいいんじゃない？腰痛くなるの大丈夫？
まだ戦える。
まだ大丈夫。まだ戦える。
まだ戦える。
わかった。はい。ですね、ミキは結構このスター・オーシャンシリーズって恒例なんですけど、女の子幼馴染が多いんですね。それのポジションです。で、さらに今回はですね、ちょっと妹的な存在にもなってます。で、なので、シナリオ上でもですね、いつもフィデルのことをこうお兄ちゃんって呼んでるようなニュアンスで呼んでるんです。ちょっと海外版だと若干ちょっとそこのニュアンスが変わりますけど、基本的にはそういう感じのキャラクターです。そういう昔からこう相性で呼び合うみたいな感じのキャラクターですね。で、今回はダイナミックカットシーンのためにこうキャラクターの移動に関しても AI でこういろいろ制御しているんですけど、ミキちゃんはですね、このフィデルの一番近くのポジションに常にこう動くようになってるんです。結構可愛い感じで、はい。で、あとはですね、ちょっと気になるところだとは思うんですけども、このシリーズはですね、エンディングが好感度によってこういろいろと変わってくるものがあるんで、誰がヒロインっていう風な感じではないので、ミキちゃんはヒロインなのかどうかっていうのはもうプレイヤー次第っていう感じです。
So, for Mickey here, the Star Ocean series, we've always had a female character, typically a childhood friend of the main hero, and she is Fidel's childhood friend. For this one, she's more like a younger sister, so you'll see that dynamic, and they're very close. In the Japanese version, she pretty much calls Fidel Oni-chan, or Big Brother. But in the Western releases, we'll probably change that nuance a little bit, obviously for cultural reasons. But that's sort of their dynamic. That's their relationship. We are using dynamic cutscenes, and with that, we're using AI to have the characters move around the field. And when you see her on the field in the party with Fidel, she's always the closest by to him, and so whenever you're moving around, you'll see her right next to him. So I think it's cute, don't you?
Yeah, they're protecting each other. It's very cute. Friendship.
そうですね、守り合っている感じで友情を感じて可愛いと思います。
Okay, and do we want to move on to the Relia panel?
では次はレリアに移りましょうか。
これもそうか、これ横って日本でもまだ見せてないんだっけ？横は見せてるか。
後ろがいらないって言ったんじゃないの？
すいません。ね、本当は後ろ姿結構特徴があるんでね、後ろもうちょい見せたかったんですけど、これトレーラーで見ると後ろ姿見えるんで、ちょっとなんか見てもらえればと思いますけど。
Fancy.
We were just talking about how we wanted to show off the back design because it's very unique, it's distinct, but we showed off the front and side design for the panel, so I have to apologize. But if you're interested, please look at the trailer because you can see what
the back of her dress.
Yes, the back of her dress, the back of her head, and it's very unique.
トレーラー見ると気づいてくれるかな。
I hope you'll
今ね、
realize watching the trailer.
カバンあるじゃないですか。
She has a backpack on.
このカバンの模様と、あとミキちゃんの武器をちょっと気を使って見てもらえるとあれって思うのが一個あるかもしれないですね。
So she has a backpack on, and if you look carefully at the design and the design of Mickey's weapon, fans of the series may realize something. So that's a little hint.
A secret,
little
symbol
secret.
or something. Okay.
まあそういうねデザイン的な部分は別としまして、こうストーリー的にどんなキャラクターかっていうことなんですけど。言えないっす。
じゃあなんで紹介したの？
So that's in terms of her design. As far as the story revolving her, I can't say anything at this point. Sorry.
That's okay. Well, come to think of the trailer, I think we saw some other characters. Do you want to touch upon that real quick?
なんかトレーラーで他に登場したキャラクターも数名いましたけど、なんか他に紹介するキャラクターなどはいますか？
はい、ここからは本当初公開になるんですけど、今回のそのバトルのトレーラーではですね、全体で6人のキャラクターが同時に戦闘してたんですね。そのうちのまずは2体の、CG 用のこの設定がっていうのを今回初公開します。
So in the trailer, you saw a party of 6 characters taking part in battle, and we've already revealed 3 of the main characters, Fidel, Mickey, and Relia. But we're actually going to show off 2 more, and this is actually a world premiere, first time release and reveal for these 2 characters.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we're ready. Who is
出していい
this?
の本当に。
出しちゃったよ。
もう出しちゃった。
It has question marks on it.
なんかハテナマークがありますね、名前のところ。
ね、怖いのがこの台本の素材ってところにキャラクターの名前が書いてあって言っちゃいそうなんですけど、そう言ったらまずいと。それはさすがに怒られる。
まずいですね。はい。So yeah, we have notes on his actual name, and I'm afraid I'm going to just read it off and make the reveal when, if I did, I'd be very much in trouble.
We need the producer here, so let's not say that.
はい。で、まずですね、この金髪の剣士、これはまあ簡単に言うとイケメンキャラではあるんですが、まあちょっとですね、肩にちょっとしたマークが入ってるんですね。ちょうど横側の方はちょっとそれのがない方向になってるんですけど、こっち側
寄れないのかこ
れ？寄れないのかな
？Can you zoom in?
寄れるかしら？
やってください。
わあ、すごい
So subtly.
ゆっくりゆっくり来ます。
Very slow.
限界。
限界。
はい。
なるほど。
じゃあ俺が寄ってった方がいいのかな？
あ、大丈夫。
いや大丈夫。
わかんないねこれだとね。
Yeah, you can't really tell. There's a specific design on his shoulder that we want to show off, but we can't really zoom in too much.
はい、まあちょっとここはね、また詳しくいずれお見せできればと思うんですけど、このちょっとしたマークがですね、実はこのキャラクターを示す特徴の一つなんです。で、あとはまあトレーラーでも見ていただいた通り、ちょっと戦闘もですね、変わった戦い方をする。剣士とはいえちょっと変わった戦い方をするので、ここら辺もちょっと注目してほしいですね。
So for this character, he's obviously a blonde character. He's actually a swordsman, and he's sort of the very how would you say it? Hot in a sense for women in
attractive,
attractive, good-looking swordsmen. But he does have a very unique design on his shoulder that we want to show off, and that sort of is one of his unique traits to him and one of his identifying traits. But if you look at the trailer, he also appears, and he has a very unique fighting style. Even though he's a swordsman, it's completely different from your typical swordsman.
All right, so I'm looking forward to that. And then I think we're ready for one last. You said 5, right? So there's one more coming?
あともう1体ですね。
そうですね。あとはですね、これは日本で発表以来で、今回のトレーラーでもですね、見ていただいて、最も人気になった緑のこう髪の魔法使いの女の子です。
はい。
Reveal. So ever since the reveal, we've gotten a lot of comments. A lot of comments on this character. It's the green-haired mage.
はい、来ました。
I like her outfits.
なんかかっこいい、可愛いですね、衣装。
そうですね、可愛いというかちょっとエッチな。
It's a little sexy.
Oh, that's okay.
はい、でこれですね、発表、スクリーンショットで、お見せしたんですけれども、それ以来ユーザーの皆さんがですね、こうネットでイラストをいっぱい描いてくれたりとかしてたんで、もうめちゃめちゃ僕も秋間さんも感動しましたね。
And ever since the reveal, we've showed off a screenshot of her character design earlier, and ever since then, we've been inundated with comments and users making up their own designs and art. And Akima and myself have been very, very surprised, and we are very happy that the fans have taken to her.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to her combat style.
なんか戦闘のスタイルは非常に興味があって今後楽しみです。
ね、今回トレーラーでは魔法での攻撃しかしてなかったんですけど、普通の攻撃どういうのとかっていうのはこれから楽しみにしてもらえればなとは思います。
Is there anything additional he wants to add of that character?
Yes, unfortunately we didn't really show off too much of her in the trailer. You might have seen a little magic here and there, but in terms of her normal attacks, I hope you keep watching these and stay tuned for updates on this project as we can reveal more information.
これね、あれなんですよ。
また寄る？寄ってもらう？
もうちょっと寄ってもらおうよ。
Can you zoom in just a little bit for us?
せっかくなんでね、こうじっくり見てもらいたいんですけど。
Yeah, I really want to have the fans get a chance to look at the design, so we're zooming in here.
これ見てわかります？衣装すごいの。
Can you tell the design?
Oh, that's your skin.
Yeah, the
Oh, that's
yeah.
Okay.
The parts that aren't black are actually her skin.
Got it.
すごいですよね。
Mental note. She has a yes.
でトレーラーでもこうカメラがこうお尻の方をぐーっと回ってね。
それは多分訳さない方がいいです
ね。Very interesting.
すいません。で、非常にですね、そういう意味では刺激的な衣装なんで、本当ね、関係各所にこれ大丈夫っていうのを確認しつつ、こうとはいえもうすごい僕は気に入ったんで、ぜひやらせてほしいということで決定したキャラクターです。
So the outfit, as you can tell, is very revealing. It's very unique design, and so I was talking with Akiman-san and various other staff members to make sure that'd be okay. And so once we got the okay, I really pushed for this because I think it's a great design. I'm glad that we can incorporate it into the game.
Okay.
はい。であとトレーラーではですね、ちょっと今回 A 持ってきてないんですけど、もう一人新キャラクターが出ておりまして、はい。あ、もう大丈夫よ。
あ、もういいの？
はい。大丈夫。もう一人の方は格闘系のこれ女性なんですけども、はい。女性のこうバンバン戦うファイターの女の子が出てました。でこれ以外にもですね、キャラクターは登場します。はい。でこちらに関してはもう追って発表させていただこうかなと思ってます。
So in the trailer, there was actually another character that we had appear. It's actually a female fighter, more of a melee fighter, but we want to hold off on revealing more on her at a later date. So hopefully we can make that announcement soon.
All right, no problem. Well, moving along, everyone sounds really cool. I'm like wanting to get to know each character. But how about the battle system? So from what I've seen so far, it looks really like real-time fluid movements. But can you tell me a little bit about how combat will work and how it's different from the previous games?
とても興味深いキャラクターですね。で、 戦闘システムについても伺いしたいのですが、こちらはどのようなものを用意しているのか、どういう予定なのかなど、見たところすごい派手で流動的なリアリティあふれるアクション系のバトルだったと思いますけれども、過去シリーズと異なる点などを教えていただけますか。
はい、まあちょっと最初の方にお話したんですけど、今回作品のこう開発キーワードっていうのはシームレスっていうのがありまして、シリーズの最大の特徴である、このリアルタイムアクションバトルっていうのはこう非常にスピード感を持ったまま、シームレスで大人数でプレイできるっていうようなものがですね、まずは一番最初にやりたかったことです。でとはいえプレイアビリティというか手触りっていうのは過去作のものと同じく気持ちよくで派手になってるっていうふうに思ってください。で、さっき見ていただいたように6人が同時にバーッとこう戦っているんで、そのこう見るだけでも結構楽しい感じになるんじゃないかなと思ってます。で今ちょっと聞かれてた新しいシステムなんですけど、トレーラーだとですねわざといろんなゲージ隠してあるんです。はい、見えないようにしてるんです。これね追っていろいろと紹介します。こう新しいシステムも入ってるんで。はい。
So we touched on this earlier, but the key word for us on the battle system was seamless. Seamless transitions and seamless battles. So we've implemented a real-time action battle system that's sort of been present with the previous games, but we really want to take it up a notch with the reality and the action, the fast-paced battles. And you see these parties of 6 characters, and it can be fun to even just watch. Sit back and watch a friend play because it's just great to visuals out there. And in the trailer, we actually hid all the gauges because we can't reveal all the gauges and the new systems that we're implementing into the battles for this title just yet. So
we just announced it. That makes sense.
yes, so we're going to make that announcement at a later date.
あとそのさっき言ったシームレスっていうところなんですけど、今回はですねゲーム中のドラマをこう演出するイベントシーンも基本的にはシームレスに行われる、ダイナミックカットシーンというシステムを採用してます。でこれカンファレンスでもお話ししたんですけど、日本のこう RPG ってムービーとゲームがこう続く感じでですね、そういうのでムービーゲーだってよく言われることが多いんですけど、今回のオーシャン5はですね重要な演出のイベント部分は従来通りのカットシーンスタティックカットシーンっていうふうに呼んでるんですけど、これはあります。なんですが、それ以外物語の進行的なものはこのダイナミックカットシーンというふうにしてゲームプレイをですね極力こう止めない、ずっとプレイ感覚が止まらないようにしたものにしたいと考えてます。で演出的にはムービー型のゲームと比べるとそういう意味ではもうね見る時間が単純に短いですし、そこは弱いかもしれないんですけど、プレイする感覚としてはこっちの方がスムーズでよりこう没入できるんじゃないかなと思ってます。
So in terms of the event scenes, as we touched upon earlier, we're also doing seamless cutscenes. We're calling them dynamic event scenes. And for these, the part of the reason is with traditional JRPGs, you'd have battles and story progression, then you'd have a CG movie and sit back and then go back into gameplay. And so it's sort of a semi-playable movie in a sense. We do have what we call static cutscenes, which are the ones that where you just sit back and watch. But we really wanted to implement these dynamic cutscenes where you actually take part in these cutscenes. You have control over the characters. So for story progression, we're trying to focus on implementing those sort of to keep players immersed in the game and really enjoy the story.
ちなみにですね、シームレスって言ってますけど、オープンワールドのゲームではないです。そもそもスターオーシャンシリーズはこうストーリー型の RPG なんで、それが正当に進化したものだと思ってください。
So I've been using the word seamless here and there, and I just want to clarify because I hope people don't misunderstand, but it is not an open world game. Star Ocean is a very story driven RPG, and so we really want to maintain that trait and just get better at the story progression and telling these interesting tales.
That's very interesting. So we got stuff for newcomers, longtime fans alike. But what are you, Mr. Kobayashi-san and Mr. Hitoshi-san, most excited about? Oh, Nishio-san, I'm sorry, Mr. Nishio. Nishio-san and Kobayashi-san, most excited about with this series.
なんか新旧ファンにとってはなんか新しいものがあったり楽しめる要素はたくさんありますけれども、小林さんと西尾さん個人がなんか楽しみにしていたり、なんかこれは一押しというものを教えていただけますか？
まあ僕はですね、自分がとにかくスターオーシャンの新しい作品が遊びたい。もう本当にこれが一番の情熱だったんで、もうなんですかね、全部楽しみですね。
So for me, I'm also a fan of the series, and for me, being able to play a new game in the Star Ocean franchise is really important to me, and that's something I'm passionate about. So being able to work and create this new game is amazing, and that's something I'm really looking forward to completing. 西尾さんは
そうですね、僕の場合はまあ宣伝なんで、まああんまりなかなかまだ開発中途中のものを触りつつも全体を把握している中で、やっぱり進化した JRPG として、まあ、最高のものを小林が作ってくれると信じて。
すげえ嫌なプレッシャーをかけて。
So for me, this is for Nishio-san. For me, I'm a marketing staff member, so you know I have to wait for the development team to do their job and get us more stuff to promote. But for me personally, as a fan, I'm looking forward to playing a new evolution of the JRPG genre. So I just have to put my trust in Kobayashi-san and the dev team to do their thing, get out great work. So I just really want them to do a good job.
I'm on the same page as him because I wait for the assets to drop or screens and trailers, and I'm like, it's here, and we get all excited. So I'm on the same page.
ちなみにですね、今もう西尾がこうプレッシャーもかけてきましたけど、この開発のトライエース自体もですね、このシリーズの復活っていうのが、まあ、今回やっぱりなされたわけなので、すんごい期待というか気合が入ってですね、かなり力を入れて作ってくれてますんで。
All right, well, that's great.
So Nishio and you are putting a little pressure on me to do a good job and be on time and whatnot. But to be truthful, everyone at Trias is actually very passionate, and we are bringing out a new entry into this franchise, and it's been a long time. So there's a lot of passion. There are a lot of people internally here at Trias are very, very much excited about this, to be able to work on this game and deliver a great experience.
Well, thank you so much. We're just about out of time. I wish we can go on longer, but we're very excited. I hope you guys come back to Square Enix Presents and share more moving forward. I hope the fans will love this game. If you're a new person just seeing Star Ocean, I hope you get into it before the game comes out. And I just want to say thank you to everybody watching, and let's say goodbye.
ではそろそろ時間なので本当にありがとうございます。なんかいろんな情報、新規のファンでも楽しめたと思いますし、今後新しい発表とかも楽しみにしてくれると思います。で、多くのファンにはこれからもスターオーシャン5が発売されるまでに、このシリーズにちょっとプレイしてよりストーリーとかその世界観を理解していただけると思います。で、また機会があればぜひスクエアエニックスプレゼンツや E3 へまたお越しください。
そうですね。気に入ってくれれば次も作れるんでね。ちょっとぜひプロモーションしてくださいね。
Yeah, it'd be great if a lot of people like this game and we get a lot of positive feedback. If so, please do promote the game out here in the West, and hopefully we'll do great sales and we can be out here again.
Yes, Kobayashi-san actually wrote a blog for us, so that will be up in maybe like 30 minutes on the Square Enix members blog page. So please take a read and look at the screenshots and trailers. Thank you, everybody.
皆様ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our special edition of Duty Commenced here at E3. We're going to be showing off Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. You know, my name is Matt Hilton. You may know me on the forums, the FF14 community as Bayonne.
Bayonne the man.
That's not all right. And on my right, we have.
I'm Devin Cassidy. Many of you may know me as Kamate on the forums.
Maybe. So yeah, we're going to be showing off Heavensward. But for those of you who don't know what Duty Commenced is,
what is Duty Commenced?
That's a great question.
So basically, it's a community-centric show that the FF14 community team is doing. We like to give a lot of information to players that might not visit the forums or see the official site. So we try to make it fun and entertaining, and try to give as many hot scoops, as you call it.
It's the home of hot scoops. I mean, that's basically every time we do a show, we make sure that we tell Yoshida, you know what, we're going to announce some stuff. It won't be too bad. Don't worry. It won't be fired scoops. That's.
But so, what are we doing here at E3?
So today, at the show floor, we actually have 32 different stations set up with Heavensward running and playing. The cool thing is we've actually opened up all the different jobs. So we're letting people play basically any job they want, not only the 3 new jobs up
with
to
the
level
new
60.
actions? They have new actions?
But also the existing jobs with up to new actions to level 60.
That's pretty
So
cool.
we've seen some people that are coming here like super hardcore players who are just here just to see what the new actions are.
Reading the hot
spending all their time reading the action text. So what we decided to do this time is to make sure that we don't give away any spoilers. We decided to disable the action text for our stream today, so that there's no screen caps going around and people on Reddit aren't theory crafting already before.
And hopefully I remember every single ability and action and what they do.
It's a good thing that Devin is a pro in the 3 new jobs. Basically, he's the go-to guy for whenever we need to show off one of the new jobs.
Complete lie, but we will roll with that.
We'll see what combos, and then we'll just kind of go from there. But yeah, today we're gonna be showing off some of the new areas, showing off the 3 new jobs: Astrologian, Machinist, and Dark Knight.
Yep.
And we're also gonna be showing off some of the new areas, maybe trying out some of the fates. And actually, we'll have our friend. Oh, he's already there. We'll have our friend Colby, who's over in the GM area of the booth, playing along with us on his Machinist.
He'll help out as needed.
Who is hamming it up on the camera. So let's enough talking from us. Let's go ahead and let's switch right on over to the PC. We're gonna go full screen. I know you guys don't need to see us on screen anymore. So Devin, what are we here? What have we here?
A Dark Knight.
Oh wow, an Aura Dark Knight, one of the new races that'll be available in Heavensward. Okay, yeah, that's really good. So we've got a lot of stuff. Oh, see Colby. See, Colby has read the script. He knows to bow. He knows to be appropriate on the stream. Yeah, nice showing off.
Just gonna cover Colby's face.
perfectly. I like how he moved instantly. So as you can see, we've set up our action bars a little bit. This is, of course, not the official action bar placement recommended from Square Enix. This is more just Devin knows how to play
makeshift with
a little
for
bit
me
with Dark
to
Knight.
hit buttons.
Yeah, so let's go ahead. I guess let's start off as Dark Knight, and let's kind of.
Should we mount up?
Yeah, let's mount up.
Roll
Which
around?
one should we use? We got the Griffin, Flying Fat Chocobo, and the Black Chocobo.
That's our classic.
All right, so let's go Black Chocobo first. All right, so let's go ahead and head out of here. And what is the area we're in right now?
So right now we're in an area or a camp called Zenith.
Yep.
Actually, before we do that, if you want to take a look at the Aetheryte,
yeah,
it's kind of different.
We won't say too much about it, but I think you'll start to notice in some of the Aetherites in the new Heavensward area is a little bit different, a little bit unique compared to what you've seen before.
And we'll see another one in just a little bit. But
so let's go ahead and start flying around.
But yeah, so this area is called the Turning Mists.
This is something
and you might have seen, you might have seen this structure teased a little bit.
Let's show them just kind of like the scope of the area. One of the cool things that people have actually been able to try out for the first time here at E3 is just to get a chance to see how large these new areas are. And I mean, we've talked about it before.
So
Yoshida's basically talked about the fact that these new areas in Heavensward are like 1.5 or 2 times as large as they were in Realm Reborn. But I think this one is really, really, really huge. And it's really cool.
Super high up.
It's hard to see, but there's actually multiple levels and things like that you can actually explore. So let's let's fly around a little bit, see if we can find some interesting sites or some enemies we can try out, show off some Dark Knight moves. I'm sure we'll totally not die. The good thing is that Colby is a machinist and not a healer, so
if I'm in trouble, he can do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, maybe he'll. I don't know. Let's see if we can find some cool enemies here. But yeah, I mean, this is just showing you a simple, just showing you the scale of this area is really something that's really cool.
Don't want to get too close.
All right, let's not aggro everything. All right, let's go ahead and hop off.
Should we?
You gonna put grit on?
Do I need a tank?
Yeah.
Just in case, for Colby's sake.
Just in case.
All right.
Because Colby doesn't know how to hold back his damage, so we got to make sure we keep Hate off the edge. Oh, great. So that's good. Off to a good start. You actually have 2 monsters there, Devin, so if you want to get one off of Colby. He's helping out. He's pushing one back. Colby. And he also stood inside AoE, so that's good. Yeah, so one of the interesting things is, people have been running up and trying the new jobs, and it's definitely a challenge to pick up a brand new job, first of all, that you've never played before, but also to play at level 60. So you just have a huge amount of skills, as you can see here. We didn't put on any cross-class skills. We just want to kind of show off some of the main skills here instead of focusing on what the other classes actions they can use are. Those guys went down pretty easily. It's one of Colby's auto turrets. Do you poke it?
Oh, that's not a slash.
Let's close everything. One of the things we said we would not do is show different UI, so let's make sure we don't press any buttons that we shouldn't on accident, because Yoshida is out there watching.
No pressure.
I guess let's mount back up and let's head over to somewhere else, and we can let's see if we can find some new enemies.
Let's head to the center area. Okay. There's some pretty interesting monsters there.
Yeah, one of the things we've been doing at E3 is actually we've been kind of popping some different fates for people to try out. And there's actually some interesting new mechanics in some of these fates. And when some of the people all kind of hungry on one, it seems to go okay. But when there's only a few people, when we tried some of the harder fates, it didn't go so well. But let's see if we can find one of the really cool ones.
You could get a really good scope of just how big these areas are, because it takes quite a bit of time to fly from one end to the other.
Mounts, I love looking at the animated, like the feathers on the Griffin. It looks awesome. All right, there's some more dragons. I'm sure you're going to see a lot of dragon type of enemies throughout the Heavensward areas. Spoilers.
Trying to find a specific kind of monster, Matt. I think I know it. I think you know what I'm looking for.
I know the one you're looking for. I hope you can find it.
It's not there.
Drakes. All right. If not, we can just land and try some more.
All right.
And then we'll try out the. We're also going to show off a little bit of the Astrologian and a little.
Here's some.
Here we go.
Guys.
And we'll also show off some more of the Machinist too. These guys are really cool. These are some of the new enemies we've recently shown off. I think we had them in the patch notes last night too. I wonder if we lost Colby. Look at that. Yeah.
Hey, guy. Hey. Don't see me.
All right, let's see. We should be all right. This guy's only level 54. We're 60. Here comes Colby. Dropping down the sky. Patch over though. Oh, nice placement of that salted.
Yeah, that's pretty.
That's pretty good.
Smooth.
Pro skills right there. MLG.
MLG skills.
You know, it's just like when a scholar puts down their AoE on the floor and people run out of it.
And I love the animations for Dark Knight. They're super cool.
Yeah, they have this really flashy stuff. Yeah, I love the plunge attack. That's the cool gap closer. Enemy aggro.
This one. So cool.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that early access is basically just 2 days away.
I know.
It feels like we've been somewhere at this point for a while now. Hopefully everybody at home listening is all ready for 3.0 to launch. They've got their early access codes redeemed on MockStation. Alright, let's finish off these guys. Let's head over to...
Check out the other area.
Okay.
Maybe some of the people that are actually out there on the show floor demoing the stuff will be partied up and doing some fates over there.
Yeah, maybe we can find some of them to join us for some of the larger fates or something. Oh, there's the awesome ricochet move from Machinist, which is really cool. Alright, let's see.
Let's head over.
Teleport. We only had a few teleports active. We don't even want to spoil some of the names of the different locations. And we'll make sure we won't cross any zone lines, because
that'd be bad.
That would probably be bad. So Abalethia's Spine, Sea of Clouds. So you've probably seen this place in the benchmark.
So take a look at that at the right.
Try to really cool.
Zoom away.
You can join in the dance over here. This is like probably my favorite area of music, I think. Try your dance and see how our males dance. Yep. All right.
Totally not matching with the
that looks
the
pretty good. Let's go ahead. You want to switch to Astrologian?
Sure.
So as you see, yeah, we are wearing item level 170 gear. He's got his awesome star globe, which looks amazing.
Oh, it's already.
He already did it. It's like, yeah, look how cool this thing is. It's pretty awesome.
Look at this.
All right, let's see. Let's fly around a little bit. Put on one of our different sects.
Actually, while we're zoomed in, you want to take a look at the cards too?
Oh, sure. Little kind of zoomed in. So we're using Spire. All right, let's see if we can find an enemy.
Let's see, we already used the Griffin. Oh yeah,
let's do it. Fat Chocobo.
It's Fat Chocobo time. So
you know, he's got his guys with greens. He's enthusiastic. He still likes the greens. But you know, to make him fly, it's going to take a little bit more of an extra incentive.
Bring out the cake.
So it's time to pull out the cake, and that'll get him going. So one of the interesting things from Astrologian that we've seen, you know, people talking about is the fact that, you know, there's a lot of, you know, not only is it all new stuff, but while they're playing, you know, they're even doing fate battles or even just fighting enemies one-on-one, you know, they're trying to keep in mind that they have their cards available. Being able to draw cards and choosing whether or not to use them at the time or to save them for later, you know, kind of buffing their effects is actually pretty complex. We've been seeing people making those comments. I think, you know, personally, I'm going to go White Mage 60 first, and then I'm going to...
Astrologian?
Yeah, work on Astrologian.
I think I'll do the same thing with my tanks and take Paladin up to 60 first, and then start working on Dark Knight.
So you're going to try out Dark Knight, huh? We got to make sure our raid group is cool with us switching jobs, and we'll just give them the ultimatum.
Well, it's still the same role, so it should be fine.
Should be all good. So let's see.
So there's another camp here.
Yeah, this is one of the areas you'll probably see pretty early on in Heavensward.
And there should be...
Do you want to show
Yeah,
off?
here they are.
All right. One of my favorite monsters. Let's see if we can find one. Oh, there's one on the right. So these guys are one of my favorite enemies. Oh, there's one there too. These guys, let's see if we can get close up without getting aggroed. Zoom in a little more. As you can see, they are adorable little cats wearing this kind of, I don't know, wing-like apparatus with a bell around their neck, and they're really cute. And then, of course, if you aggro them, then they're not as cute anymore, and they're kind of tough. You want to take one on?
Should we? It feels wrong.
Yeah, let's try it. Rock back stance. All right. Where's Colby? Shouldn't he be here supporting us?
Nah, he don't care.
Where's his DPS? Look out. Alright, let's see if we can... Yeah, we should be fine. We've got level 50. We're level 60. No problem. Yeah, a lot of the Astrologian effects are really awesome. Try number 8, too. Number 8.
Yeah,
you already got it. Alright.
We'll get this guy.
Hey, that's Colby just flying around. Totally helping us. Oh, great. Got
oh no. 8 is cool.
Yeah, it's
I like 7.
We should also swap to the healing ability so that people don't think Astrologian is just about DPS. Maybe we should just run away. Or maybe Colby comes to help now, actually. Finally. Yep.
There he goes.
I see Ricochet. Should try healing after showing off the healing stuff up close. So which deck do we have on now? Oh, yeah, I'll drop some cards. Alright, so what Devin did there is he put his card back into his deck, basically to boost up the effect of his next drawn card. Colby, please, just shoot it. Just shoot it.
She's standing there.
Colby. Colby, why? Try to MPK him. I don't think it'd be possible. Alright. So let's try out some of the different healing spells here while we're in this kind of a relatively safe area, I guess.
Do I have Cleric Sense? Yes, I do.
You do. Some of the different cures. Try out the C0 right there. It's actually, we won't say too much about what it does. But,
yeah,
as you can see, it kind of seems to connect your people together.
And I like this one too.
Yeah, here we go. Ready? Bam. Something we've seen a million times before from Yashtola. You'll actually be able to do this yourself now. And depending on which sect you have active, it'll actually do different effects. Actually, if you move, should we do it? Oh, interesting. I'm sure people are going to have fun trying to figure out all the different Astrologian, secrets. It's going to be interesting. I mean, the nice thing is these new jobs will start at level 30. So you'll have a pretty decent amount of job actions to kind of try out first to kind of get used to. And then as you're leveling up from 30 to 60, you'll really, and earning new actions, you'll really be able to kind of perfect how you play.
And I like this one too.
Yeah, it's really pretty. A lot of the Astrologian stuff is really themed around the stars, celestial.
It's really flashy. I like
really fancy, yeah.
I almost want to play as a healer too. That would kind of encroach on your role.
You can play on your own time. All right, let's mount up. Let's take a look around again. But yeah, one of the cool things, I mean, we showed off in our recent launch trailer was the different Limit Break 3s, and I think people really liked the Astrologian one a lot as well. I mean, it had really cool star effects and things like that.
Now, if my memory serves, there is a very famous monster around here somewhere.
Oh yeah.
And I hope I could find it.
Are we gonna debut it here? Is this?
Oh, there they are.
Man.
There they are.
They do move in herds. Let's not go down there. Let's just fly by them. Just see them if they'll, some old friends have rejoined. No, it's different. Sorry, I can't sing too much of that song. We'll get in trouble. Oh God!
Let's get out of here.
Man, that's hot scoops right there. That's geez, world first MLG. All right, do you want to move over to the Moogle related area?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Let's see if we'll teleport over there and kind of show off that area just a little bit, so people can kind of get some teasers. Oh, you're gonna teleport. You're teleporting on your mount?
Oh yeah, that's a big new feature that I think we mentioned in the patch notes.
And Colby's gonna teleport on his mount too. That's amazing. I mean, patch notes. We posted those last night, the preliminary version. And that was one of the things that I tweeted out last night and people were really happy about too. So where are we now?
Moghome.
Moghome, huh?
So another area or another camp
Look at that.
in
Look at that right too.
in Churning Mists. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty similar to the. Try to get up above it.
Nice.
Yeah, looks like it just got
interesting.
cut.
I wonder what's going on there. But you can see down the bottom right, there's a little bit of a few Moogle NPCs there. Maybe you'll start to learn why there are some Moogles kind of hanging around this area. I wonder if that Fate would pop. That'd be cool if that one Fate. I don't think it's up.
Might be.
Really? Let's see if we get lucky. I'm really curious to see what that thing in the background is that's been shown in many trailers.
Yes, this is about this thing. Or
I don't think we can go there. I don't think we should go there. But I'm excited for players to find out what that thing is in the background. Okay, let's see if we can join a Fate real quick. Oh, this is the one too.
Oh, this
nice.
Here's the monsters I was looking for
Here
earlier.
we go.
Here we go.
Maybe we should switch off of Astrologium.
Yeah, it's
we're gonna have our cooldowns active.
well, Colby's here with us.
All right. Yeah, I trust Colby. I believe in him. Oh, cool. He's on Dark Knight too. Oh, and he just switched to Machinist again. It's great. Just point at it. He'll totally know what we mean.
New level sync. That's not even
No, that's yeah.
It's a regular monster.
Let's take him out first, so we don't have to deal with him and the big one at the same time.
Colby's just letting me pull.
Yeah, that's fine. Healer pulls. Healer determines when the battle begins and ends.
I don't want him to hit the Moogle with the AoE.
I think he'll be all right. Yeah, that's so awesome. So a lot of the cool things that are with the cards, each of the different cards will have different status vectors, different boosts they'll offer, and it'll be up to you as Astrologian while you're, also healing in a party to figure out, which of your party members should you give this buff to, or do you want to store it for next time? You save it for if you think you have a big bull coming up, or a boss or something like that. You have to make those kind of snap judgment calls during the battles while you're also healing. Pretty easy thing. All right, you gonna do it?
I don't know. I don't think we have enough time to.
Well, let's try it. Doesn't look too bad. Should be okay. I like the name of the Fate, by the way. I think the players are gonna find a lot of really fun.
Of course, that's
a lot of fun new Fate names.
Colby, please.
He's tanking and DPSing. It should be all right if you do some damage too. I know it's maybe controversial for.
Look, he's saying something.
Oh, what did he say? Did he? Oh no. Good. Scary. That guy should be totally fine. This guy, I think we got this Fate in a good time. Oh, that's cool. Colby, what he's doing is he's trying new tactics where he doesn't dodge AoEs, so that way you can actually show
Leave it
off,
up to the healer.
Show off the healing.
There he goes.
And that's cool. He put his turret over there, away from the enemy. So that's cool.
The funny thing is, he can't actually hear us.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, look, I think he knows. No, he's not moving it over there. I think he wants you to step next to that turret, actually.
All right. I can do that.
As a hint, maybe, for you.
Nope. Definitely not.
Oh, really? Oh. Way to go, Colby. No, I think you are.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, there you go. See, it's something, we won't say too much, but there is something happening from our friendly turret. So there are different types of turrets that the machinists can put down. It's not just damage dealing types, and types to hurt enemies, but there's also some really positive ones for the party members as well. Colby, please dodge. Alright, he probably needs to come out the DPS if you guys want to finish this time. Because we only got about 4 minutes. This is pretty smooth. I think Devin's one of those healers that prefers, I'm a pure healer. I don't like to use my damage. I'm trying to teach him it's okay. You can switch.
I care about my tanks. I care about my party too much.
No, see that's where you and I differ.
You don't care.
My
Just let me die.
My tanks, if they don't use cooldowns, and they take care of themselves for just a little bit,
Many times.
then perhaps they deserve to die. I'm just saying.
Oh, I was DPSing. Oh, sorry, Devin.
Just because it happened a lot in turn 13 against Bahamut doesn't mean anything. Oh, good. We got our friends. Let's just ignore them. I think we can. All right, it's getting kind of hairy now.
I think we should get out of here.
Let's get 3 minutes. Just
Get
leave,
outta here.
Colby. Sprint away and just be like, bye. Let's have you switch to machinist too. Let's find a camp where we can have you switch, or you can switch here. But yeah, it'd be cool to show off some of the machinist stuff instead of just from Colby's POV.
I'll head back to. Let's go back to the
Okay.
Sea of Clouds area. That way we can have our cooldowns ready.
Hi, Colby. So machinist is actually pretty interesting too. It's a lot of. It's not as simple as we thought it was going to be. People maybe thought it'd be kind of more straightforward, but it's also really interesting because you actually have a lot of different things you really need to take care of.
I happen to really like machinist a lot.
Yeah.
I think I want to do Dark Knight just because I'm tank, but
right.
And I would never raid with DPS, but it's too good.
Well, let's show off machinist a little bit, and then we're gonna kind of wrap things up. And we don't want to show off too much stuff, but we want to show off machinist a little teeny bit before we close out the show.
You'll all be able to trial this stuff out on Friday.
I know, man. It's crazy. We basically, E3 closes down Thursday night. We pack up everything and we go home and we prepare for early access. All right, let's take on some of these enemies here really quickly, because I know we're running out of time. Drop the rook down, huh? All right. Oh, your bishop. Nice. See, you can see there, that's pretty obvious. That's that auto turret is doing some damage. Keeping your foe inside of that area is probably a good idea. Very flashy new job too. It's kind of hard to show off a little bit about the whole ammunition system since we're purposefully not showing off the action text. But you can kind of get some hints as you see things happening. Let's see, let's grab another one of those guys. What else? What else we have to say or show off for the final days before early access?
Oh, they don't
Devin,
want to come over
please.
here.
Devin, get over there. Go to them. Go to them. Oh, now we're just gonna fight the wind sprite. That's cool.
I don't want to move my turret.
Showing off the best of the new expansion.
All right.
Instead of helping Colby
I'll replace
out,
my.
Who is? Oh, it's Colby's on Paladin now. Nice. Maybe we'll show off some of the new combos and actions. It's really interesting because we kind of touched on this a little bit in the patch notes, the preliminary patch notes, but we did list out some actions from the current jobs that were adjusted. We didn't list out how they were adjusted yet, but it's going to be interesting to see how people react, because it's almost as if, I wouldn't say playing your job for the first time, but there's actually some stuff that people have been so used to for playing for almost 2 years.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot different.
That's going to really feel differently. Even today on the show floor, I was trying out Dragoon.
Right.
And I won't say the actions I used, but I used one of my normal actions that I'm really used to, and it wasn't doing what I thought it was. And I was like, oh wait, check the text, and I was like, huh, that's interesting. They changed that. So it's going to be, it's not only new actions that are coming, but also some retooling of existing actions.
Big thing for me too is kind of working in those new actions and stuff into my hotbar setup that I have right now. I have it so perfected
You're so
the way I
used
like
to
it.
like grading like that and everything, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, 5 new actions, huh? All right, let's figure this out. How am I gonna set this up? All right, let's say goodbye to Colby. Let's thank him for his help. We'll relieve him of duty soon. He doesn't need to be here anymore. But yeah, I guess let's close out the show. If we want to switch back to us real quick, we can say our final goodbyes.
My neck hurts from
I know. This
looking
giant
and
TV screen. But yeah, so early access begins Friday 2 a.m.
Yep.
And then launch is Tuesday morning right after, and that's pretty much no breaks. There's no breaks on the Heavensward hype train as
Super
you've
tour.
been,
E3
as you've
early
been saying.
access to official launch.
Yeah.
Stuff's going to get awesome.
It's getting crazy. And don't forget, tomorrow we're going to have the letter from the producer live.
That's right.
Yoshida will be here, Foxconn, and of course Koji Fox will be here doing translations in real time.
Yep.
They'll be showing off some new content. I think I've already seen some stuff that he plans to show, and I was pretty surprised that we're going to show that off ahead of launch. But he's the boss, and I'm just the.
It's only a day away. It's only a day away. Yoshi gets the hottest of hot scoops.
The hottest scoops.
So
they'd be fired scoops for us. All right. Well, thanks you guys for tuning in. Hopefully you guys got a nice taste of what's coming in 2 days. And if you're not currently playing Final Fantasy 14, we do have our bundle coming out on Tuesday as well.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 14 Online, which will include A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Word in one package. So now's a great chance to catch up and join the adventure. So. From that,
hopefully we'll see you in game.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we won't tell you who we are, but we'll be watching.
We'll be watching.
We're always watching
from the bushes and the
All right.
shadows.
That's awkward. All right. Thank you guys for watching. Have a great day.
Take care.
Take care.
Hello, welcome to Square Enix Presents Hitman. My name is Travis, I'm the community manager at IO Interactive and of course for Hitman. And I'm really excited to be joined by Christian, who's
Hi.
the studio's creative director.
Mhm.
And we've got about 25 to 30 minutes now, Christian, and we're going to talk through the game a little bit, talk about that. We're going to show the first gameplay trailer that we showed yesterday. And we're also going to take some questions from you guys. So for the last few days, we've been reading the forum, we've been reading Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, everywhere you've been giving us feedback. Keep bringing it in, but we've kind of compiled some of that together. And I'm going to put the questions to Christian, who's going to give you some answers to those. So the first thing that I want to do is to run that trailer.
Absolutely.
So let's look at the gameplay trailer first, and then we'll talk about it a little bit afterwards.
All right.
Cool.
There is a world beyond yours. Beyond nations, justice, ethics. It never sleeps. It exists everywhere. And once you enter, there is no going back. You are Agent 47, the world's premier assassin. You can get to anyone, anywhere on the globe. No target is safe. To the public, Viktor Novikov is a well-known oligarch. In reality, he is one of the ringleaders in an enigmatic spy ring called Iago. They deal in secrets that unseat governments and get people killed. And they are about to compromise covert operatives in a major European country. Time is of the essence. Viktor Novikov must be eliminated. The essence of a sandbox game like Hitman is freedom of approach. Where you go, how you infiltrate, who you become.
Hey, you.
Knowing which disguises give you access is key.
Okay, then. Get out.
But beware, some individuals are more observant than others.
Hey, who are you? Hey, look out!
Be prepared to improvise.
Where is he? You see him, anyone? Yeah, where the hell did he go?
As you experiment with your playstyle,
We lost him.
each hit can go from bloody murder to a genuine masterpiece of assassination. Complete mastery of a level is rewarded. As your skills evolve over time, so do your options. Prepare equipment in advance and plan the perfect hit. New locations will appear over time. You will travel the world. New missions, new targets. Some targets only ever surface once, for a limited time. When they are gone forever. And when you think you're ready to be a contender, Contracts mode has evolved within the deepest, most expansive Hitman sandboxes yet. Mark your own targets and share them with your friends. Challenge a world of assassins. Welcome to a world of assassination. It is ever expanding, ever dangerous. It will never stop challenging you.
All right, I still think that's cool every time I see it. So we're going to go through now, talk a little bit about that. There was so much in there. There's so many different cuts, so many different things that you see.
That's the challenge, right? building a gameplay trailer, right? It's
yeah. How is it to do that for a Hitman game? Trailers must be pretty, well, like you say, challenging.
It feels almost like Mission Impossible to begin with, especially because there are so many things you can do in a level, and how we build up that story, how we try to highlight the different things you can do in the game is It's a pretty big task to try to figure out which piece would go where, and obviously also all the things we maybe cannot show in the gameplay trailer.
Yep.
How do we select the things we do show that are meaningful and will give people an impression of what the promise of the gameplay is?
Yeah. Yeah. So I think we should go through some of the specific things.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things in there. I have a list in no particular order. So maybe some of the things that people will recognize from past Hitman games.
Yeah.
So the first thing I have is that you see 47 getting frisked.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So a big part of building the sandboxes we're building right now, maybe to just frame that whole conversation about the previous games. So with Hitman, we're basically saying that we had a look at 15 years of creating Hitman games, and with the new generation of consoles, we had the opportunity to say, okay, so if we're going to do the best possible Hitman experience, the best possible Hitman game, what elements are we going to bring over into that game?
Yeah.
And that became a lot of conversations about what really works. And if you take a game like Hitman Blood Money, we felt that was a pretty, if you boil it down to its essence, there's some pretty cool stuff going on. It's a promise of a big sandbox, and then a very basic promise. You say there is a hitman and there are his targets in that level, one or more, right?
Yeah.
And that became a nucleus, right? That became something we felt that was really solid. And then we have other games like Silent Assassin, for instance, where the world feels a little bit more like it's a little bit more high profile. Some of the stuff is maybe a little bit more, I wouldn't say serious necessarily, but you get to travel the world, and there's a certain tone there we actually really liked. And then there's obviously Hitman Absolution, our latest game, where we felt we really created a living and breathing sandbox where you know NPCs talk all the time. You can listen to them. You can try to figure out what they're talking about. It actually matters. Sometimes it's humorous. Sometimes it's actually them reflecting on whether they saw you, what's going on. And we felt we needed to take that even further with the new game. And obviously Absolution was a game where you could actually pick it up and just start playing. It feels like the controls and the game is solid. So if you think of that as the foundation of where we wanted to go, just to sort of talk about that whole what did we bring over, that was where we started. And then obviously then it becomes a question, right? Now we have a huge sandbox. And we have our targets, and obviously just to also get that out of the way, something you maybe don't say in a gameplay trailer, but it's one checkpoint. You have a save game system. There are not multiple checkpoints. The only way you store your progress is obviously just to save the game. So that's basically where we are, and then it becomes a question of what mechanics do we then want to see come in there. And the conversations then are very much about what creates cool assassin moments.
Yeah, stuff like what we saw in the trailer, right?
Exactly, and getting frisked and how you actually transport weapon around in a level, to me feels like that must be part of a core of a Hitman experience. And some of the stuff we couldn't show in the trailer that I also think is interesting for people out there is so there are definitely frisk zones in the game, and obviously you can't bring remote explosives or weapons; they will arrest you on site. But what also happens is if you trigger, let's say there might be some gunfire at some point in time in the game.
It's
you never know.
probably likely.
But if they actually hear gunfire, or maybe they see you in a zone that's been where there's been trouble, they might actually also decide to frisk you right there and then.
Okay.
So it can happen also more organically, and if that happens, also again, it's not a good idea to be caught with your pistol inside the
So it's
jacket.
not just about where you're trying to get past the frisk zone. It's about when stuff's happening dynamically in the level,
Absolutely.
being aware of what you've got with you. And is there anything, so for example, if something happens, chaos ensues, and you realize that that's going to happen, and you've got a pistol with you, what can you do with it?
Well, obviously you can drop it. That would be a good first step. But if you drop it, then something else that is also pretty cool will happen, which is again when you think about I described that we were trying to take sort of the best parts out of the 15 years of Hitman.
Yeah.
But some of the new stuff we can do is maybe a little bit more deeper simulation. Obviously we've been touching this before in the games, but let's say I leave my pistol. I mean, if a guard spots a pistol somewhere in the world, he will actually take it. He'll brass check. Ooh, that's a live firearm.
Yeah.
And then you will go to the armory, which is also something we've been doing in some of the previous games. You might also want to stash it. We have a lot of different opportunities. It could be, for instance, just a menial waste basket in the environment. You put in your weapon there, and no one will find it, right? So that could also be an option for you in the game.
Okay, so there's all sorts of things, and it was a really good interview overview as well of kind of where you've approached the game from. Before then, maybe we jump into the specifics, into the trailer, just in general about the game. Should we kind of give an overview of the ambition for this game?
Well, absolutely. as we've been talking about, we're building this. We call it a live and ever-expanding world of assassination.
Yeah.
And what that means for me is the ambition to constantly create new locations around the world.
Yeah.
Much like the one you see in the palace in Paris.
Yeah.
The scope of the game, the total scope of what we're doing, will be larger than Absolution. It's going to be a substantial chunk of content once we're at the journey's end.
Yes, of course. Okay, so then maybe some more specifics from the trailer, because like I said, there's a whole lot in there.
Oh yeah.
We talked a little bit about getting frisked, but at the very beginning, you kind of get introduced to this Novikov character and Iago, and can you give some insight into what's happening there and who he is?
Absolutely. First of all, I just want to say that there are actually 2 targets. Again,
all right.
We obviously in the choices we make in the gameplay trailer, we wanted to focus on Viktor Novikov, also because when we show the at least some of the kills in him, we feel we are giving away a little bit some of our secrets in the game.
Yeah.
So we deliberately choose not to actually talk too much about the second target, but there are 2 targets in there: Viktor Novikov and his business partner Dalia Margolis. But to start with Novikov and in general the targets, as we talked about the tone of the world we want to create and the feel of what 47 is up against, is that it should be targets that feel like they're more high profile and they're more powerful than we were maybe used to in Hitman Absolution. So that's definitely also why we wanted to spend some time in the gameplay trailer just to introduce you to what does one of these targets feel like. He's definitely a powerful guy. He has a small army of bodyguards there in Paris. And he's also dealing with some pretty serious stuff. He has this small spy ring with his business partner, and they're about they messed with the British MI6.
Yeah.
And in our world, if you need someone to go away discreetly, then you call the agency, and the agency then calls Diana and 47 and says, you know what, we have a what seems like a little bit of an impossible mission. You need to discreetly remove the leader of a fashion show while it's running.
And 47 is the perfect guy to do that, right?
He accepts the challenge, right?
So there must also be chance for disguises. We saw 47, of course, getting frisked in a disguise. And disguises was, well, they're kind of a key element of Hitman.
Absolutely.
So how have disguises kind of evolved in Hitman?
Well, as I mentioned also when we did the Square Enix conference, we call the game a creative stealth action game. And for me, the key word there is actually creative. And that means that there are many different ways of approaching a level. And one of them is disguises and what I would call social stealth. In the palace, there are quite a few different options for what you choose. There are a lot of different waiters, as we also indicate in the gameplay trailer. If you are a waiter, you will be able to actually serve Mr. Novikov at some point. And depending on what kind of poison you use, he could either die, as he does in the gameplay trailer. He could also be knocked unconscious, or he could become violently sick. Now, you might ask, why is that important for Novikov? Don't you just want to kill him? And absolutely, you could just do that. It's obviously creating a little bit of a fuss around the scene, but it's also because you're actually able to poison many other people than just Viktor Novikov.
Yeah.
Another example is he has his bodyguard, his personal bodyguard. And speaking of disguises, maybe it's worth talking about a little bit about the disguise system as it is in the game today.
How it is that it works,
Well, we wanted to create a system where, again, looking back at the sort of legacy of Hitman, where it felt like a disguise is to some extent a key, right?
Yep.
It will give you access to an area, and you shouldn't be too worried about being discovered. So we went away from some of the stuff we had in Absolution, where one disguise would immediately be able to detect another of the same type.
Yes.
It worked well for that game in my mind, but it won't really work in these larger sandboxes. And what we did this time around is we want more emphasis being on exploring and walking around freely. And then, as we say in the gameplay trailer, some individuals are more observant than others.
Yeah.
Which basically means that you might have a head chef in a kitchen, and he might know his staff really well.
Yeah.
So he will be indicated to you in the game world as what we call an enforcer. He will actually be able to see through your disguise.
Yeah.
If you're obviously dressed as a kitchen staff. So it can be disguise to disguise on certain individuals.
Yeah.
But we can also do something else, which I actually think is pretty cool. So Viktor Novikov's bodyguard, he's pretty elite, and what he's able to do is he's a really hardcore enforcer. So he knows the security staff, he knows people. He's pretty good at spotting who's being sort of in character and out of character, and he sort of did his work. So he's actually a problem for you because he's walking right alongside Viktor Novikov all the time, and he can bust many different outfits. So it's not just one type of outfit,
right?
And that's because this enables a pretty cool, in my mind, a pretty cool gameplay loop where if you want to get to Novikov, you might need to deal with his bodyguard first. And if you're a Hitman fan, you might not want to kill that bodyguard. So if you're not just running in and shooting both of them and blowing them up or whatever you want to do, then this is a really interesting problem. How do I get close to him? How will I take him out? And there are several different options, obviously, in the level, and I won't spoil them now,
no,
obviously,
of course not.
And I love that we're able to do stuff like that. So it's more about the person than the type of outfit, if you will.
Yeah. So just to clarify the enforcers. So if in the example of the bodyguard, he can kind of bust your disguise even if you're not another bodyguard.
Absolutely.
All right. So he's like this really powerful guy.
He's an elite bodyguard who's obviously Novikov's personal bodyguard. Yeah.
So you got to really think about how to get around him.
Mm-hmm.
So other things in the level, the gameplay trailer that we saw. Actually, one thing that we didn't see that I think would be cool to confirm, for people that don't know, is when you start the level, you have free choice to pick a loadout, right? So that's back.
So one of the ambitions we have, and again, one of the things that are really hard to convey in a gameplay trailer like this is that if you look at Paris, it's a very huge level, and it's in its essence there are so many things. Actually, we have a pretty cool shot of the at least the rear end of the palace. The way we envisage it is it's a level where there are so many things you can tamper with. Whether it's from breaking open a door, as we showed, there are chandeliers, there are speakers that are hanging over the party in the garden. There are tons of things, and all of these different things might require different tools for you to tamper with them. And that became our ambition, actually. We are not looking so much to create new powers for Agent 47, for instance. It's like that you'll have new abilities. It became way more interesting to us to say there's going to be a pre-planning phase. There's going to be an element of bringing in a loadout. And based on what you bring, you're probably also looking at a certain playstyle or a certain strategy that you want to accomplish. And in that sense, you could bring different types of explosives, as I mentioned, also different types of poisons. But you could also just being upfront saying, I'm going to bring a crowbar because I want to breach open a door. It's not given at any point what is going to be the best tool. And I think that's, again, when we talk about being creative and what does it feel to be a hitman, at least in our interpretation, that's what it's all about. Sort of what you bring in, what you tamper with is such a big part of the game.
Yeah, definitely. So loadouts, and
I should also just mention that there are so many options that a big part of a loadout to me, for a loadout to be interesting, is obviously that there are less options, sort of less slots available in, let's say, in the loadout, then you have good options. So you won't probably be able to bring both explosives and poisons and guns and crowbars and lockpicks.
You have to pick and choose and kind of define the approach you want to take for that playstyle, right? So we've got about 7 minutes left. I think we should move on to
Time is flying. It's
questions.
pretty crazy.
But there was one thing in the trailer. There's some Easter eggs in there. There's hidden stuff. Maybe if you really go frame by frame, there's a lot of cool things in there.
Absolutely. I think there is a little remark to Alan who needs to add some details, for instance.
All right.
Yeah. No.
Is there anything else about the trailer before we move on to questions?
Well,
some of it will overlap, maybe.
In all honesty, there are tons of things about the trailer. There are so many things in there. I mean, I hope people are tuning in. We're talking about the game now, which is nice. Keep asking questions. We haven't really touched the surface of all the things you can do in just the palace here in Paris.
No. One thing I think before we move on is that you do see a glimpse of other locations when the camera's doing that really cool spinning shot.
Yeah.
Are we able to say where they are?
But we are absolutely talking about some of them, if not in detail. So obviously we're talking about Paris.
Yeah.
We also mentioned in the conference that you'll be traveling to the sunny coast of Italy.
Yeah.
And if you look closely in the gameplay trailer, I think you can spot what we're talking about. At least a little glimpse of that.
Yeah.
It will feel a little bit more outdoorsy, I would say, in some cases. But there is a lot of stuff going on. We're going to talk about that, obviously, a little bit longer down the road. We're also talking about visiting Africa and Morocco, which is a really cool level. I can't wait to actually also talk about that. And obviously then we go beyond that as well. We're going to travel many places around the globe, and that's such a big promise.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to fit that in, right? Traveling the world is something we should definitely mention.
Maybe we should just take the opportunity as well to just then I think in the gameplay trailer, people have been, as far as I can interpret all the feedback, they've been asking a little bit about what are these targets that appear in the world?
Yeah.
How does that work? And maybe I can just clarify a little bit how we're thinking about it. So if you imagine you have Paris and you have the fashion show event is running, and this level is now live in our world of assassination, basically. So what we say is, it might be that one weekend We say for 48 hours, there's a new target. You haven't seen him before. He's just appearing in Paris.
Yeah.
And the current thinking at the moment is that you will get nothing. You'll get no instinct, no help. All you get is a portrait of him.
Yeah.
And then you have to head into the level and try to figure out where he is and where he's going, basically.
So you have to actually find him.
Absolutely.
Alright.
And then the idea is, obviously, you have 48 hours, then he disappears, and he will never reappear in the world. And on top of that, we're also saying, if you scare him and he gets away, if he can escape, then then he's also gone forever. He's like pretty hardcore in that sense.
Yep.
Also, we're saying that when you kill him, that's your one kill.
Right.
It's not like you get to replay him a lot to perfect your score. So if you want to be a silent assassin on a target like that, you need to know what's going on.
Yeah.
And the reason why we really like this, it provides two things that I really, really like. One of them is I know that our fans in our community, they will come together around this. I'm expecting, YouTube videos, Twitch feeds, strategy guides. He's here, try to do this. Oh no, I did that. He's gone. All these things will be going on. And if you're anything like me, maybe you're hanging back a little bit and seeing some of the pros go at it. Obviously, maybe racing to be the first to take out a target, which is pretty prestigious in my mind. But no matter what, even if I'm trying to follow a guide or see what someone is doing on a video, I think the cool part of it is, say I'm there with a sniper rifle, right?
Yeah.
And now I'm about to shoot, and I know I set it up perfectly. This is going to be silent assassin if I hit.
But you have that moment, right?
Exactly. That moment to me is that's a new take on a Hitman experience that we couldn't really do before, and it comes from this hardcoreness. If he just came back, then that moment is not really the same moment anymore.
Right.
So maybe that clarifies what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a lot to take in, and I'm sure everything we're saying is answering questions and probably making more questions at the same time. So please keep throwing those at us. We are reading everything. We can't respond to everything immediately, but we're tracking it all. We're keeping kind of collected it all. So please keep that coming in. And you've been doing that already, of course. So I picked out these questions from Hitman Forum. We've got a few minutes left if we run through those.
Absolutely.
Maybe some fairly short answers as we're short
I'll
on
try.
time. So
I can't guarantee it.
As short as you can with the information that you need.
All right.
So the first question was actually quite a big one. Is how does the digital experience work?
Yeah.
So I'll phrase them almost as they came in.
Sure.
So
well,
how does that work?
That's a good question. I think what we just talked about, the targets appearing, that's one aspect of it.
Yeah.
The digital experience works in the sense that we'll have new locations. They will appear over time, and you're free to join that world as it evolves, basically.
Right.
And what we're also saying, just to recap, some of the information we've been giving is that you pay sort of the amount you pay for a typical premium game. It's $60.
Yeah.
And the content we have when we're done with this journey is a substantial game.
Yep.
It's going to be bigger than Absolution.
Right.
And at the end of that, there will be a disc. So it's actually quite free to people. Either you can sort of take part in locations that appear and the excitement. Oh, we're going to Italy, or seeing those first strategies about players discussing. I did this, you did that, which is to me key Hitman. Or you can sort of wait and just say, okay, well I'm going to jump in when everything is done and
then that's the disc release.
And then have it on a disc release.
Okay, great. And
so
that comes later.
Absolutely.
Just to
it comes at the end
cool.
when we've concluded the content.
Yeah. Okay. Where does the game take place, timeline-wise? Is this before Absolution, after? Where
what we're saying is it takes place sometime after Absolution.
Yeah.
We wanted to create this place in the world where 47 is back in his prime.
Right.
He's working with Diana again.
Yeah.
And he's working with an ICA that's pretty powerful because we really like what that enables us to do in terms of the telling the story, obviously the overarching story, but also the targets we want to confront are going to be more powerful, and there's going to be more at stake at times than maybe there were in at least in our last outing in Absolution.
Yeah. So looking at some of the questions, we've covered some of them already. So the disguise system, how that works, which is cool. Gameplay mechanics from other games, we talked on that. So can 47 close doors this time? Yes or no? Yes, cool.
That was easy.
And opening doors?
Yes.
We saw the crowbar. Are there other options there?
Well, it's a sandbox, right? So you can have a lockpick, you can use your crowbar. There are many different ways of opening doors.
Okay.
Keycards are also still could be a problem for you on some levels, I can say.
So the last question, and I think this will lead us quite nicely into the announcement trailer, which is where we're going to end.
Sure.
So this was, of course, the announcement trailer, the trailer that we showed first of all.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the CG trailer with 47 running in the snow and so forth.
Yeah.
Yep.
So one of the big discussion points that we've seen on the forum and on Twitter and everywhere is the 47's appearance.
Yeah.
So the general, to use one word, he looks younger.
Yeah.
What can you say about that and the considerations to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned, we wanted to create a universe where he's absolutely back in his prime.
Yeah.
And part of that was bringing him up to peak fitness condition. We are trying to show that in in the trailer as well, the CG trailer, he's training in the snow. He's running pretty fast.
Yeah.
We didn't want him. It was a super interesting conversation actually back with the team as well. How good is he, right? And we didn't want him to be superhuman. We wanted him to be very, very good. So he's like Olympic grade material, but he's definitely not Superman. And in that sense, I think he, when you look at him in the CG trailer, he looks a little bit younger. He's more fit. He's more lean. Absolutely, yes. There's been a little bit of back and forth. I also noticed on the boards whether he's menacing enough. I can guarantee you, when the game ships, he's going to be menacing enough.
Okay.
But he definitely will look younger, and the universe will be. Let's say that will be the basis of how we continue storytelling in the world and evolve the story. And for there, that's important to me. I also think if you think about how it is with these lead characters in big universes, I mean, 47 is not going to be 89 years old and wrinkly and weird. So we said it's more important for us to focus on what we want him to feel like in this version of Hitman.
Yep.
And it's actually going to be a version that we hope we can continue to actually be in that universe for a while. Because it allows us to, as I said, travel the world and take out some high-profile targets.
Right. So we are completely out of time. Got flashing clocks.
Oh.
If we leave it there, we'll say thank you to everyone for joining us and watching.
Absolutely.
And of course, if you're watching the archive show, we've got people outside. Hello, Nick. Jumping up and down. Like we've said many times, please keep sending your feedback to us. We're reading it, and we'll get through it, and we'll answer more questions as they come in. Christian, thank you very much.
Thank you, Travis.
And you just gave us a nice little introduction to the announcement trailer, so we'll exit with that.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy it.
We're up 47. I've got the first row files compiled and uploaded. Go over them and let me know what you need.
Hello. I am Will Powers from Deep Silver, and I am here with the producer for Mighty Number 9, right from Japan, Nick Yu from Concept.
Hello, everyone. This is Nick Yu. I'm the producer of Mighty Number 9 from Concept.
So we are going to start out and just run a trailer real quickly. This is the first gameplay trailer that we've ever released for Mighty Number 9 to give you an idea of the type of gameplay you can expect from this action-packed 2.5D side-scroller. All right. So the tagline in that trailer is it's called "Beat Them at Their Own Game."
Right.
Can you tell me what that means to you, or what that means as a studio, what you're trying to accomplish?
So this game is basically, led by Keiji Inafune. We all know what he did for his career.
Right.
And, we're just going back to his roots, making a 2D side-scroller game, action game. And not just that, we want to kind of reinvent the genre and bring it back to, now. And adding more features and new gameplay into this kind of classical genre. So this game, we added this feature called Absorption Dash.
Okay.
And what it is you shoot the enemy a couple times, and the enemy will become unstable and sort of like stunned state. And then when that happens, you can dash towards them and absorb their power. And this is a basic, the core gameplay of the game. And with this new feature, the gameplay or the game speed and the tempo will become really, really fast. And that's the kind of gameplay we want to achieve, the fast-paced gameplay.
So when you say you're trying to evolve the genre, that's with speed, because other action platformers, they're not necessarily speed focused.
No. Usually, when you play the action game is you want to keep your distance and make sure you don't get hurt or the enemies can't get you, and shoot them from distance and be safe. But in this game, we actually want the players to go, close and personal with enemies, and getting really close to the enemy and have that kind of risk versus reward experience in this game.
Very cool. So we're not going to just bore you by talking to you the whole time. We know that you want to see the actual live gameplay, and we're going to give you some live gameplay with commentary from the head producer on the game itself. So let's go ahead and cut to live gameplay.
And which stage are you playing right now?
Let's do military base.
All right.
So you can just talk about what it is we're seeing here. So I'm just starting out, and I'll let you
There
talk.
it is. So this stage is Mighty Number 5. The Italian's stage is a military stage, military-based stage. And what you see here, Will is doing is he's shooting the enemy like three times, and then he dashed towards them and absorbed their powers. And now the green icon that's popping up on top of Beck's head is it's telling the player which kind of power-ups they're getting from the enemies. So different type of enemy will give you different type of power-ups. For example, the red one right now he has is the attack power boost, and which also will make your shots penetration shots. So your shots now can go through enemies and walls. And eventually you'll see a green one, here it is. And the green one will give you a speed boost. So this is really nice for some of the players who like speed runs. It'll boost your speed more, like almost 2 times. And now you kind of see a lot of blue ones popping up, but there's no icon on top of Beck's head. But if you see Beck's life bar, there's a small blue icon right there. That means if you have that one, you can actually heal Beck's power by using that. So if you absorb enough blue ones, you get rewarded by one of those healing items.
So one of the things that I find really interesting about the game is you do have a combo meter, and that's that adds up when you chain multiple 100% back to back. But one of the most interesting features is that the combo meter, you don't lose it when you get damage. You only lose it when you don't get 100%.
Right. So, you know, in a sense, the gameplay, we really want players to feel good about the gameplay and have that sense, that was close, have a sense of, you know, chaining up combos and doing a really, you know, cool thing as a skilled player. So, you will only lose a combo when you absorb the enemy less than 100%.
Okay. Yeah, it's really interesting because most other games that you have combos, once you take damage, that's really when it punishes you. But it really entices you to play up close and personal.
Yes. So, you know, that kind of punishment, you know, I guess it's normal. But in this case, we just really want people and anyone, you know, even not so skilled players feel nice about themselves and they're, you know, be able to chain up the combo. But once you actually get into the core gameplay, it's actually hard to chain up 100% combos because the distance between Beck and the enemy you just stunned has to be, you know, really close in order for you to achieve 100% absorption rate. So you actually have to remember where the enemy is located and make sure you're close enough to the enemy once you get them stunned.
Yeah, I find myself starting to count how many hits it takes to stun one enemy. But if you wanted to, could you play without dashing through enemies?
Definitely. You can actually just keep shooting that enemy and defeat them that way. But that won't will reward you any, you know, bonus or anything like that. But, you know, for some players that's more normal to them and feel more comfortable that way, then you know, by all means do that.
Very cool. All right. So what kind of difficulty scale are we looking at with this game?
So with this one right now you're playing, I think it's a normal difficulty, and we have total of 4 different difficulties. So that's normal, hard, hyper, and also something called maniac.
Can you explain what hyper and maniac are?
So hard and hyper, this is just, you know, increasing the enemy's defense and your less power to your shots and all that kind of stuff. But in Maniac, this is where it gets really interesting because Beck will die with just only one hit from enemy. Any kind of damage will just kill Beck instantly. So this is for the real skilled player, and you know, some player will actually like to do, you know, no death run, and we just made this mode for them. You know, this is the easiest way to do a no death run. You know, you get hit once. Let's go. You know, you get hit once, you'll die for sure.
So I noticed that in the game there are a lot of rooms like this where it's almost a puzzle.
Right.
Can you explain the testing process or how you guys decided the difficulty of these types of puzzles?
So, you know, each stage has its own, you know, theme, so to say, and you know, this stage is military base and, you know, a factory, that kind of things. So we made you know, gimmicks or puzzles based on that, and to solve these puzzles, I mean not for this case, but some of the puzzles you actually require to use some of the powers you gain from the boss by defeating them. So you're, in a sense, you're not just gaining, you know, new weapons or attack abilities, but you're actually getting, you know, ability you have to use throughout the stage, and you know, you can do them, you know, clear the stage without those abilities, but most of the time it will be much easier if you use them.
Gotcha. So there are a lot of varieties to how you can approach each level. Like I noticed that I skipped it.
Right, you just did that, and that's a big spoiler. Thanks, Will.
So there are multiple approaches you can take to each level. So there's not just one, essentially a critical path through each level.
I mean, with Unreal 3 engine, we can make the stage, in 3D, we can make the stage much bigger than what we could do before. So, the level designers, they just went crazy on it. They made the overall stage, and they just keep adding stuff to the stage and adding different paths and stuff. And depending on how you want to play, you can choose your own path, sort of say.
Is that one of the reasons that you guys decided to go 2.5D to be able to use Unreal?
Yes. Some of the things, if you just going for 2D, it actually takes more time to make. If it's 2.5D or just 3D, it's easier, much easier to just sort of customize the stage.
Okay. So I'm about to go fight one of the bosses here.
See if you can beat him with one try. I saw you practicing in the room before.
Spoilers, I have been practicing to be playing live. But, so talk about, I know there are 8 different main bosses in the game, and then there's obviously more once you get into the end game. But talk about the individual design that goes behind each one, specifically Mighty Number 5 here.
So, in this case, Mighty Number 5, he is a military-based robot. And all those Mighty Numbers, they're actually a robot combat team that's competing in this role in this something called Battle Coliseum. And
I wasn't paying
Mighty Numbers, is pretty much the strongest team out of them. And with this huge, computer virus broke out, they all got affected, and only the Beck, actually the weakest link, wasn't affected by the virus. And I know I'm distracting you with the commentary and stuff, but you're doing well. And so now it's up to Beck to try to save his siblings from the virus.
So I really like the idea of that Beck is the weakest of his siblings. But more importantly, you mentioned that these are trying to heal, right? I was trying to heal. More importantly, you mentioned that these are his siblings. Can you talk about the difference between just kind of story and motivation when you're killing someone versus saving them?
Right. So, from Mighty Number 1 to Mighty Number 8, they're designed for battle. Actually, Mighty Number 9, Beck, is also designed for battle, but his ability is to absorb enemies' power or copy or manipulate them. And, Beck has not discovered this power until this whole instance happened. So that's why he was the weakest link, because he didn't really have anything special.
Okay.
But all these Mighty Numbers, they have their own specialty, and they're in their own kind of own game, so to say. And now Beck, discovering his ability, now he can copy and absorb everyone's power, and he can be the mightiest of them all.
Gotcha. So what happens when you absorb, when you cleanse in one of the other Mighty Numbers?
And so now you said the word cleanse. It's actually the Beck when Beck is absorbing the enemy's power. He's not actually killing him or damaging them, but instead he's actually cleansing their virus from their body. And now you are getting good at this, but once you hurt the boss enough times, the boss will change color. There we go. Very nicely done. The boss will change color, and if you don't absorb them fast enough, they will actually heal their damage back to normal. So you kind of have to remember the boss's life bar, how much life they have and how many shots you need to take them to the point they're stunned or be able to absorb. And I think you can agree on. Oh, hey, A.
It's not an S rank. It's not an S rank.
Oh, not this one. So you have to kind of manage your distance between the boss. You make sure you get them at the 100%, or they'll actually heal themselves. And now when you play it, you'll kind of understand, because of that absorption, that you have to absorb them in order to finally do the full damage. You get the kind of sense to delivering the final blow to the bosses.
It's much more personal.
Yes.
I feel like than like you said, previous games. You kind of sit on the sidelines.
Sit on the sidelines, just keep shooting them until the point they die or something.
Right.
But this one, you actually have to deliver the final blow at your will. Yes. Now here on, we are in the Mighty Number 2 stage, the World Plan. and it's pretty simple, straightforward. This is water and ice-based stage. You will see the ice later on, and be careful with the spikes. You never beat them.
Yeah, the spikes. It doesn't matter what difficulty you're on; those
Nope.
are one-hit kill.
I mean, that's like the overall rule of this kind of game, right? Spikes, you never beat them.
Yeah, don't step on spikes.
Don't step on spike or don't run into them. I know it feels good to have this dash at your fingertip, and then you can just keep going. I'll shut up at this point.
No,
I'll let you focus.
You're fine. I'm just
sure?
gonna do this without.
Oh, you're showing off.
No, I'm gonna go.
Oh,
I'm gonna go out that
cheater.
Cheater. So, you mentioned one of the things that the dash move's unlimited. So
Yes.
I can do
so you can,
multiple
if you're,
dashes
as long as you're in the
staying.
air, you can dash as many times as possible, and you can change directions. And I mean, in this stage, you don't necessarily need it, but in some stage, you actually can have to dash downward
Right,
and get to the ground fast.
The down dash like
yes.
that. So that's it. It really does change the gameplay dynamic. It changes how you play when the primary gameplay mechanic is based around speed. So this is one of the things you learn rather quickly once you once you start playing.
You will learn the mechanic really quickly. I mean, straightforward. Most players can learn the whole core mechanic in 5 to 10 minutes, but that's when the dash will actually get you, because you'll get you get to know the game a lot more, and then you kind of start dashing because it feels good and you're moving fast. But you kind of get trigger happy,
right?
And that's when you're gonna run into spikes with your dash.
So do you have do people in the office really like Pong? I really have to ask.
Maybe in this level designer might like it.
Right.
I really hate this part. I really hate this part. Because
it's very difficult. I guess
if you just defeat one of them, the other one becomes really powerful, and the shots of the ball they're bouncing around becomes really fast. I mean, it's fine in this part, but the next part, is coming up later. The stage is much smaller.
Right.
So the ball will be bouncing really fast.
So just quick disclaimer for the audience. I've played this game quite a bit. So
how long would you say have you played?
I probably put 20 to 30 hours into this game, and into this specific build of the game.
And you're still dying.
Oh, constantly. But and getting frozen. But this game's not easy.
No, it's
but
not.
At the same time, you mentioned that there are 4 different difficulty modes, and there's a level of accessibility to it. Can you just talk about that a little bit?
I mean, the game itself, I'm pretty sure it's for everyone. It's easy to get into.
Okay.
But we're gonna be really hard to get better at it. And to be honest, I know you're distracted and all that. I mean, you are doing really nice, and I know you have a lot of practice in this game, but. Some of the people in the dev team, especially the director from Inti Creates, I have seen him beat a stage without getting hit once and getting 100% absorption rate throughout the whole stage, and the way he moves is just crazy good. He's dashing all the time, but he's not getting hurt or anything like that. It's just amazing to see him playing like that, and I'm pretty sure that in say a week or so after this game gets released, we're gonna see some crazy gameplays on YouTube, Twitch, all that stuff. That's kind of the thing we want people to do.
Yeah, that's a really hard section, by the way. That area.
I was gonna say, I kind of hope that you're gonna die once in that place.
Yeah, that's mean.
Yeah, I know you're good. This is the kind of stuff we want people to do. Showing off how good they are.
Well, that's like you said, since the gameplay mechanics is about around speed, did you have speedrunners and streamers in mind when you were creating this?
Yes, we definitely had that, because if you go on YouTube or Twitch, you always see those speedrunners in different type of games, action games or even RPGs sometimes. So we thought, why don't we just build in the speedrun system to the game, so people can do it without any extra software or anything like that. At the end of the stage, we'll get a results screen that can show you how much time it took you to beat the stage. Run. Yeah. So not only the time it took you to beat the stage, but also how many enemies you absorbed along the way, or your absorption rate. How many enemies, how many times you absorb. Ooh, that hurts. Absorb the enemies with 100% absorption rate.
Okay.
So all that stuff, how many times you get hurt, you get hit by enemies, or your damage amount throughout the stage. You'll get all that by the end of the results screen, and you'll get graded based on that. I like how you just.
Well, no. I'm also looking at a timer, and I had 30 seconds.
Oh my
to
God!
beat that stage.
That was 20 minutes.
So that's
So based on that, that's 10 minutes per stage for you, and you have been playing this game for 20 hours and plus. So
So yeah. So what I like about this this end screen is that it tells me I didn't do good a job at chaining combos, and I didn't do a good job at not taking damage.
Right.
So those are two things that would have got me an A.
It'll tell you how you did in this stage, and something that you can try to play better next time you try the stage.
Well, we're just wrapping up now. Nick, can you tell the fine folks what platforms and when they can get Mighty Number 9?
So first of all, the Mighty Number 9 will come out from around September 15th for North America, and then September 18th for worldwide. And the platform, the short version, is everything. That means PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PlayStation Vita, Xbox 360, Xbox One, Nintendo 3DS, and Nintendo Wii U. And on top of that, it's Steam, PC, Mac, and Linux.
Perfect. You covered it off. The one thing I'm going to add is that we're also bringing a retail game. So it's available digitally on all those platforms and retail for PS4,
Thanks
Xbox
for
One, and
Deep
Wii
Silver.
U.
Thank you for Deep Silver for the retail version.
Thank you for making this great game, and thank you guys so much for tuning in. And Mighty Number 9 will be on store shelves September 15th.
Hope you guys like it.
Hello everyone, Megan Marie here, Senior Community Manager at Crystal Dynamics, and I'm super stoked to be back. We are here talking with Brian Horton about Rise of the Tomb Raider, which
Megan, it's great to talk to you.
Really exciting to finally get out and share about this game that you guys have been working so hard on. So thank you for joining me.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
So to start off, we're going to kick it over to the video that we played on the experience that we had on the Xbox stage,
Avalanche.
which was super exciting, the Avalanche video. So this is the first time that we showed gameplay of Rise of the Tomb Raider, which was really exciting, and you were there on stage, so can you set up what we're about to see?
Yeah, so Lara and Jonah are on this, Lara's first great tomb raiding expedition, and she has this inkling that a lost city is hidden up in the Siberian mountains, and Jonah's seen enough to believe Lara, he's a good friend, and they are at one of the most perilous parts of the mountain, at the top of the mountain peak.
All right, and things get intense. So we're going to cue to this. It's about a 5-minute video you're going to see. This is what we showed. This was the first thing that we showed publicly of Rise. So let's kick it over to the video.
Cool.
Wait till you see this view, Lara. Well, I guess if I was gonna hide a lost city, this might be the kind of godforsaken place I'd do it. Storm's getting closer. We have a couple hours at most.
Should be enough time. We're almost to the top.
What do you think?
We're close to something, Jonah. I can feel it. Just this last stretch to the top.
All right. Let's see what's up there.
Looks like we climb from here.
Keep your eyes open for falling ice.
Right. You ready?
Let's do it. There's lots of loose ice up here.
Let's take it slow and steady. Just stay with me.
Look out!
Hold on!
I'm gonna dig in. Can you make it across?
I can make it.
Whoa! Holy shit! I don't think I can make that jump.
Stay there. I'll anchor a line for you at the top.
Almost there, Lara. You got it.
Jonah, we made it. I see the ruins. Oh God.
I got you. Lara, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull you back up.
There. Over there. Quick. Swing me to the other side.
Okay, here goes. Lara, I can't hold you. The rope is slipping. Climb! Climb!
Or when the lights were down and we had these cool little lights on our chest that were blinking different colors and different moments. It was a cool experience. What was it like on stage?
It was terrifying.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrifying.
I can imagine.
I just don't mess up.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, you did an amazing job, and the game looked great. And I know the team has been working so hard to get ready for this show, so it's wonderful to see it up there.
A huge shout out to the dev team. They're the best in the industry, and it's just an honor to be able to represent their hard work.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had some questions. We gathered some questions from people on Twitter and Facebook and so on, and we would love to run through some of those with you.
Sure.
So first, I actually think it'd be great to give some insight into just the narrative and the plot. You touched on it a little bit leading into the Avalanche demo, but you want to give a little bit more background story to where we start in Rise?
Yeah. This is Lara's first tomb raiding expedition, the first great tomb raiding expedition. I mean, she was surviving Yamatai, and now she's proactively seeking out these lost cities in the most remote and hostile places on Earth. And the lost city of the lost city of Katesh is her current obsession, and she has clues that have led her up to Siberia. And the reason she's seeking this out is because she saw something on Yamatai that she couldn't explain, and then this trail is leading to a similar kind of myth, and she believes if she finds it, she's going to be able to prove to the world that these things are real.
And also prove to herself, right?
Yeah.
The fact that she did see that thing that she couldn't explain, that she needs that another shred of proof.
And it's not just about proof. I don't think she felt right going back home. I mean, she never quite fit when she returned. When she's out in the wilderness and surviving these situations, she feels more at home and more at peace in a strange way.
Yeah.
She's realizing that this is her destiny to become the Tomb Raider.
Fantastic. So that actually leads perfectly into the next question, which was from Rayan on Twitter, and he asked, how has Lara matured from the previous game? And she definitely has.
Oh, character growth is essential to our vision for Tomb Raider. In the first game, Lara had to really go from a place of inexperience to survival, and in this one, she's using those same skills, but much more refined. She understands that there are going to be people out there that might try to take her down, and she's going to learn some things. Like, in gameplay terms, she has a bunch of new abilities. Her crafting has gotten much more rich. She can now craft from multiple resources in the world, whether it be the deer that she finds. She can skin the hide. She can collect wood. Those create crafting recipes, which allows her to strengthen her weapons. And she can craft new ammunition like poison arrows to take out groups of enemies. So not only is she changing as a character, but her skill sets, her ability to front an assault, or in this case, to be more stealthy and to go into the world unseen and take out these threats, is really developing in this game.
Very cool. So we have a question from Richard on Facebook, and he's a longtime Tomb Raider fan looking for some big brain teasers in terms of puzzles, and he asks, so what does the tomb raiding business in Rise of the Tomb Raider look like? So how is that going to be different? How has that evolved?
Well, we wanted to keep a lot of the physics-based puzzles that we liked from the last Tomb Raider, but we wanted them to be more epic. So the scale of our tombs is much larger, and we've come up with a recipe or a formula called the nested puzzle. It's very similar to what classic Tomb Raider games are, of multiple locations throughout a tomb that have something to solve, or in the simplest terms, key to puzzle. Now, we don't use keys, but we do have a big problem to solve, and then the puzzles will be broken down into multiple parts, each blending from, you go from piece to piece with all of our three pillars: traversal, some combat, puzzle, and then we wrap that up into a huge run out that the Lara has to survive to get out of the tomb. So it's a much more robust expression of what we did in the last game, and I think Tomb Raider fans are going to really appreciate the extra epicness that we're bringing to tombs.
Absolutely. And I think it's also worth mentioning the challenge tombs in there, right? I mean, those are the ones that I think are going to be, especially for nostalgia fans, the real challenges, the one off the beaten path of it.
Absolutely, and this is a great opportunity for me to shout out to Eidos Montreal, who's our partner in making this Tomb Raider single-player campaign. It's a really big deal to have such talented people helping us make a lot of our challenge tombs, and their tombs are so cool.
And very difficult.
Yeah, they're difficult, but that's what's great about them. That's why we call them challenge tombs. And the stories they're telling in there, they're not just puzzles. They really, each of them tell a story, and the rewards you get from those challenge tombs really help Lara progress as a character.
Yeah, and what I love about them in particular is that you don't necessarily stumble upon them. You know, you have to be actively seeking some of these ones. They're hidden and tucked away, which makes you feel so accomplished when you find them, right? You feel like you're actually discovering a piece of history.
Absolutely. Some of them have like a gear gate kind of quality, but some of them have guardians.
Yes.
And the guardians
are cool.
Are extremely cool, and the Siberian bear being one of the coolest.
I love the bear because it just reminds me of Tomb Raider 1.
Absolutely.
And how you'd enter that area and I just like immediately jump into the giant pool of water because I was so afraid of the bear.
Yeah.
And I just sit there.
I mean, I remember vividly the encounter with the bear.
Yes.
And it was and predator animals are a big part of the Tomb Raider franchise.
Mm-hmm.
So it's great to see for us that we've been able to add more into the mix for Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Yeah, great. All right, so Ilian asks, besides Siberia, is there a different place where the storyline unfolds? And we just actually revealed this.
Did we?
Yeah.
I can talk about it?
You can talk about it.
Why don't you break it then? You want me to break the news?
You can.
Okay. So we are going to Syria. Woohoo!
So we've shown a couple of screenshots from Syria, and we have the behind closed doors demo here at E3.
Yes.
And you see on Lara's little GPS that she's in Syria. And why is she there? She's finding the first pieces of the breadcrumbs, right?
This is the first, breadcrumb that will lead her ultimately to Siberia.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go into a lot more detail than there's so much I could talk about in this. But what's great about this location is it really gives us a different flavor, a different visual palette, and we really made sure that this space fulfilled that fantasy fulfillment of finding and going through a tomb.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things particularly in this tomb, and we've shown a bit of this, we have a couple screenshots of it, but there's traps in the tombs, which is something that's so, again, nostalgic and iconic.
Nostalgic, absolutely. And there's a screenshot out of there of the spike trap.
Yep, she's ducking.
I wanted that to go, and I said, we got to put a trap screenshot out.
The trap screenshot and the swimming segment in the trailer.
Yes.
And it's just like, those are the two things we need to button up together.
Yeah, let's start checking the classic things off the list. Swimming.
Bear, trap, swimming. We'll get more in there.
Yeah.
Big tombs. All right, so Little Bird Croft, Lara Brian asks, will there be a much stronger focus on general exploration in this game than the previous installment? And similarly, someone else asks if, Reyes asks, will the GPS cache relic treasure hunting system return in Rise of the Tomb Raider? I really love this in Tomb Raider.
So, some cool news is our exploration spaces, we've called them hubs in the past, but these are these large open areas that the player can choose to explore around. Some of them are 3 times larger than what we had on the last Tomb Raider game. And not only are they bigger, but there's more things to do.
Absolutely.
There's challenges, there's collectibles. I talked about there's 16 unique collectibles in the world and things you can hunt or collect. So if you want to gather these resources, you can craft new things. It's absolutely a fun thing to do. And the other thing we've introduced is allies throughout the world. We're not going into details about the allies, but they can give you challenge missions, and you can go on these missions and you get rewards from them. And finally, I mean, we're beating a dead horse on this one, but tombs.
Yes.
All of our challenge tombs come from these exploration spaces.
And one of the things in particular I like about the hubs and the exploration, and we talked a bit about this on the forums previously, is that it's not just tombs with puzzles. There are sometimes you just stumble into a cave, and it was an animal den, and maybe there was something interesting in there, or crypts. And they're not these huge spaces that have puzzles dedicated to them, but they're these other ancient spaces that you feel, like you feel like you've discovered something. You can enter a path and just you have no idea where it leads, and that's so cool.
And there's other archaeological things which I don't think we're talking about right now, but we are putting more archaeology into the art of being a Tomb Raider. So the appreciation of ancient relics. Like I think there was a question on GPS. We're more focused on the relic. Yep. The relics. That's a big part of the loop. But there are a ton of other collectibles besides GPS.
That's what I like to hear, as someone who has to 100%.
Yeah.
Me too. All right. Brian on Twitter, Creekmore Brian asks, will they emphasize more of a stealth system and talent tree for stealth killing enemies? So you want to touch on our flavor of stealth?
Yes. We are enriching the idea of combat by being controlled by player choice. So we've introduced new traversal mechanics. So Lara can now climb trees.
Yeah.
She can swim underwater. Yes. And both of those things have, not are they just fun to do in traversal, but they give the player an opportunity to go unseen over top of enemies by going from branch to branch, or if you want to, take them down from the tree branch. Same thing for underwater. You can go underwater, you can swim past them and not be seen, or you can do a special kill from underwater. So these ingredients have introduced a whole new level of stealth. On top of that, we have so many more things to craft in the world. Distractions, for instance. If you have a radio from the Trinity officers, you can throw a radio out there. It will draw 3 Trinity or how many ever Trinity soldiers are in the area to one location. You can craft a portable explosive with a gas can, and you can blow them up at one time.
Yeah.
These are all choices for the player. We don't ask them. They don't have to do them, but we let them know that these are available, and it really makes the combat that much more compelling.
And there's pros and cons to each different method, correct? So if you go in guns blazing and you decide to be more proactive in battle, then you're going to run out of resources quicker versus, there's pros and cons and trade-offs.
It comes down to player choice and player preference. So if you're an action player and you loved in Tomb Raider the bombastic, fast-paced action,
you can go that way.
You can go that way, and we're not going to make that, an impossible route. But if you found the combat was a little tough for you, or you would prefer not to engage as much, we are giving that type of player many more opportunities to be able to use stealth as a means to reduce the kill counts.
Fantastic. Philip17 on Twitter asks, how are you balancing the difficulty levels of the game?
That's a good question. Generally, difficulty on the last game was about difficulties of the enemy AI and how much hit points they can take and how much damage Lara could take. When it comes to puzzles, it's very difficult to manage puzzle difficulty. So I think the difficulty around there is whether or not you finish all the challenge tombs, and that's sort of how we scale it because they're not on primary path. But yeah, I think we try to invest mostly in Lara's abilities through combat, through that difficulty curve. So if you're not very good at combat or you don't like to do it, you can ramp that down and have an easier time at it.
But then still enjoy the same.
Absolutely.
The same quality and level of puzzles.
Yeah, you go through the same story. It's just we make it a little easier for those that don't like or don't feel as competent with the combat.
All right, Andrea K asks, is there going to be swimming? The trailer made it look like there was swimming. I know. I just want to like touch on this again.
Yes, we have swimming in Tomb Raider.
There is swimming. How exciting is that?
And just to set expectations, we were not a free swimming game where we're going to have huge, vast ocean-sized things to swim through, but we are introducing into tombs, either getting into them or through them, swimming components, and they feature heavily throughout the game.
Yep. Great. Greg Davies asks, how has the relationship between Lara and Jonah developed since the last game and the novel, The 10,000 Immortals?
They are beyond friends. That's a dangerous way to say it. They are. Jonah has Lara's back 100%, and Lara feels the same way. He shares her vision for the world, and he supports her for what she wants to do, but ultimately Lara has the singular ability to be the Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
So as far as Jonah would like to go, he can't go where Lara can go.
Yeah.
And but yes, their relationship is deep into the point where he might sometimes throw caution at her and say, "Hey, are you sure we want to do this?" But ultimately, he's always going to support her.
He's always going to be having her back.
That's
and so
right.
on, which is great. All right. Similarly, Laura Ashley was asking if any other characters will make an appearance. She says, I haven't had a chance to read the Dark Horse comics, and they pick up right after what happened on Yamatai. Am I missing out on any potential story if I haven't read them?
If you haven't read them, it's additional media. You don't need it to understand the story for Rise of the Tomb Raider, and you wouldn't have had to play the original Tomb Raider 2013 either. But if you have read those companion things, it does enrich the story that Lara's going on.
Great. And a couple more. Henrik asks, will we find out more about Lara's family in the past in the Rise of Tomb Raider, and if so, how? Diaries, flashbacks, and so on.
It is something that I can say we are. I don't know if I can talk about that one, so I will say.
Err on the side of caution.
I'm going to err on the side of caution on that one. Just know that we are very much interested in Lara's journey. This is a story about her.
Yes.
We're making her the most believable and human character in video games. That's our goal. And what we need to do is understand where she came from. So that's about all I can say at this point.
All right. And as a final question, one that I hear all the time, is what nostalgic elements do you personally feel are more explored in Rise of the Tomb Raider, the ones that we're really pushing that are going to amp up that nostalgia factor?
I think we went over a couple of them, but let's just start. Let's just run it down. So obviously, if you're a Tomb Raider fan, you love tombs. We are having more tombs, more challenge tombs, and the primary tombs are bigger and more complex, and it's going to be a lot of fun. If you wanted swimming in Tomb Raider, we have swimming in there, so check. Predator animals like the bear, check. Those things I believe are from what my memories of Tomb Raider, those are the things that stick out. But yeah, those are my top lines.
We've also confirmed multiple outfits, which is cool.
Multiple outfits at any time.
That's a pretty cool thing. For
we had one person say, I felt so cold that I always had her in the snow outfit.
Yes.
And I loved that.
Yes.
It's a good little quote.
That's great. All right, so we are actually going to give you guys, if you have not had a chance to see this yet, we're going to go out on our new trailer, which shows the swimming and shows a couple of the different locations and the action and so on in Rise of the Tomb Raider. So we are going to say goodbye and sign off and leave you with that trailer. So thank you so much for joining us, Brian.
It's great to talk to you again, Megan.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Something else dwells in the darkness of this place. But I've got to continue. I finally feel a sense of purpose again. Like I'm doing what I was meant to do. Some kind of marker. The journey will be perilous. But I must find a way. Incredible. This is it.
Hi there, Square Enix fans, and welcome to Square Enix Presents. My name's Dan. I'm the SEJ Community Manager from Square Enix Europe, and I'm joined with Ning and JD, who you can't see because they're behind the cameras. But we are here at E3 2015, if you hadn't guessed, and Yeah, there it is, right there. We are just outside the South Hall, so if you're unfamiliar with E3, like I am, because this is my first time here, basically the show is split into two halls. So you've got the North Hall and you've got the South Hall. So Square Enix, we have our booth in the South Hall, which is behind me, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you to the booth and show you around, because, you know, as a kid, I always really wanted to be at E3. You know, it's a dream. It's like video game Christmas, right? So I want to bring you guys as close to E3 and as close to us as, you know, as I can, as possible. So I'm going to show you around, so you can at least sort of get to see, you know, what we're doing at E3, and, you know, hopefully get a sense of what it's like, because it is pretty cool. So I guess let's go. So yeah, we're going this a little bit later in the day, which is really, really nice, because the sun out here is intense. You know, being from London, England, I'm pretty used to lots of rain, lots of cloud, but, you know, the weather here is so nice. It's lovely, but maybe a bit too nice. So gonna head inside. So this is like the main foyer corridor, I guess, of the South Hall of E3. So you can see, yeah, with all the publishers got all their posters showing off all their latest games, and you can see a couple of ours in the background, and we'll show you a little bit more than when we get a little bit close up. So, as I mentioned, we're outside the South Hall, so that we're going to walk straight to the booth. So you can see not just what our booth is like and where it is, but, you know, how big it is and how big we are is in the scale of the whole E3 show. So, gotta remember as well, this microphone is wired, so don't clothesline anyone by accident. Might be funny. Probably not worth. Oh. Hello. I have no idea who that was. You seem nice though. So you see we got a number of our games just on our banners on top. We've got Dragon Quest Heroes, The World Trees Woe, and The Blight Below. Got a nice ring to that. Heaven's Ward from Final Fantasy XIV, a new expansion, which you can see is out on the 23rd of June, which is on Tuesday. And then we've got Deus Ex, Mankind Divided, and Hitman. So yeah, well represented in the hall, which is pretty cool. So yeah, so basically whenever, oh yeah, and of course, on my left, didn't even look, my bad. That's and we got Just Cause 3. So yeah, all well represented in the hall. So, you know, so anybody who does come in can, you know, instantly see, you know, that this is the Square Enix hall. Not that, you know, I'm biased or anything or wanted to big it up too much, but let's take a look inside. Let's keep going. So yeah, as I mentioned before, like, this is my first E3. I've never been before, and I think every gamer always wants to come to E3, right? It's such the big, you know, event that, you know, it's exclusive. You know, it's because it's an industry thing. You know, not many people get a chance to go to E3. So, you know, it's you know, if I could, I'd bring you with you. Next time, I'll try and smuggle you in a suitcase. But something seems to be going on back there. So yeah, the thing is, one thing about E3 is that there is always something going on. It's always really exciting, and then, you know, we're no exception. I mean, hopefully you guys have been keeping up to date with what we've been doing in E3 in terms of announcement. Hope you guys watched our press conference and the Sony press conference, because, you know, we had a lot of really, really cool announcements, which of course we're gonna talk about a little bit more when we get closer to the booth. And yeah, you see from the back, you can also see some of our banners there. You see Dragon Quest Heroes on the right. You can see a better, clearer view of Hitman. So hopefully everyone, when they come in and out of the booth, the hall, can really appreciate, you know, the fantastic games that we at Square Enix have got coming. So let's head on inside. Ooh, okay, so as I mentioned, we're filming this a little bit later on in the day, so it is a little bit quieter. This is the moment where they find out I'm a fraud and I'm going to get busted and get thrown out. Ah, yeah. Here we go. So, I just said, you know, towards the end of the day, it'll be a little bit quieter. This apparently is quiet for E3. So, we have to muscle our way through. Short guy like me. Elbows out. I can't do it. I'm just gonna have to settle through. Yeah, this is quiet. You should have seen it earlier, because it gets crazy busy. And of course, there's always lovely people who try to get in on your shots and all of your filming, because who wouldn't want to be in a Square Enix video, right? So yeah, so this is our booth, right by the entrance. So yeah, prime real estate, you can see, and it's massive, it's huge. I mean, look, let's take a closer look. Welcome to Square Enix at E3 2015. Ooh, there's a bucket of beer that just kind of went by. I don't really drink that much, but even I had to resist the temptation of grabbing one of those. Not that, drinking on a job. You should never drink on a job. So yeah, so this is our booth. So what I'm going to do is I am going to quickly show you some bits around. If, it looks like it's fairly quiet, so let's cut through the crowd right now. I think now we cut through the crowd. So yeah, so we have Life is Strange, playable. I think we've got 8 pods. So yeah, people can come along, try out the game. Obviously, future episodes are on the way. And, okay, so what we're going to do, you can see we've got hopefully you guys have been watching some of our other Square Enix Presents shows and programs. Right behind me, there is a segment going on live. I can't actually see which one it is, because if you can see, there's a lot of people there. A lot of people watching in from the outside. Hopefully, when it gets a little bit quieter, we'll be able to actually show you what the booth is like from the outside. And we'll find out what that show is, because I want to watch it. I don't want to be filming this now. I want to be watching whatever that is. But alas, we're going to show you the rest of the booth. Let's go back this way. Okay, so what we've got now, well, actually, I suppose let's park it up here for a second, and you can sort of see the kind of the reaction. There is the Square Enix Present booth. I can't. Oh, see, this is the problem when I'm so short that I can't actually see what's on. I think I can see. Nope, I'm too short. So that's the booth, and on my right is Dragon Quest Heroes, The World Trees Woe and the Blight Below, playable to attendees at E3 2015. So we have 8 pods, and of course the game is out in October 13th in North America, October 16th in Europe. And yeah, so this is the first, I believe, the first hands-on for E3 attendees and for the public. So if you guys are interested in Dragon Quest, don't forget that the Slime Collector's Edition is exclusive to Square Enix Store. And if you want to know what's in that, we've got, I should say, have written a blog post about that on the Square Enix blog. So check that out, find out all the details. Please read it, because I wrote it, and I like it when people read my stuff. Please. So yeah, that's coming out there. And also, if you pre-order from the Square Enix store, you get special costumes for both 2 main characters, Lucius and Aurora, where you get the Dragon Quest III hero costume, which is really, really cool. So let's move this way. Actually, I pointed out that way. Let's move this way. So what you can see coming up on my left, on my immediate left, past all these, winding around all these people. We gotta find a good spot. This is harder than it looks. Gonna have to cut through. Oh, that guy just looked at me funny. Sorry. Close call. So, yeah, right now we have Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Ward, which is obviously the new expansion to Final Fantasy XIV, which, as we mentioned outside on the poster, is out next Tuesday, the 23rd of June. So this gives E3 attendees a chance to play the expansion ahead of time before its official release. There's things like they can check out the new Heavensward areas, and there's flying mounts in there, so they can get a nice sneak peek before the game comes out next week. For those of you at home, though, early access does start on the 19th, which I believe is this Friday. So hopefully some of you guys will be on board on that and playing that as well. I mean, like I mentioned before, it is towards the end of the day, but I think this run has just started. But throughout the day, it's been rammed. It's been really busy. I mean, you can see all the PCs right here are all filled up with people. So it's an incredibly popular stand. I mean, Final Fantasy 14 always is at an event because it's such a great game. And the stands are always really, really cool. I always love seeing the Final Fantasy 14 stands because they are always spectacular. And you always see so many people there. There's always people queuing, and it's great. A lot of love for that game. So what we're going to do is we're going to go around the corner and we're going to see what swag we're giving away. For Heavensward, that is. Swing that microphone around. There we go. This is nice. A little bit of space. Now this is very rare for E3. This is good timing that we've picked for filming this segment. So we're gonna grab. Okay. Minor technical hiccup. That's fine. It's fine. We're gonna pretend like that conversation didn't happen. Hopefully you didn't hear it. But for those of you who have played Final Fantasy 14 Heavensward here at E3 2015, we have a poster, give you, which shows off some of the fantastic artwork. It's double-sided too, so also get that. Oh man, that's beautiful. You know what? I think I'd have to play twice, because I don't know which one I pick. The white and black, that's classic. But then that's just really cool. Well, anyway, yeah, so you get a poster. And you also get a Heavensward bag, which is pretty big. So again, double-sided art. You've got one face, and of course you've got the cover right there. Really, really big bag, because let's see how big exactly it is. So if I put on my... Oh man, this is lucky. Because I'm pretty short, but doesn't quite hit the ground. So lucky for me, but man, this is huge. I could probably fit in this bag. I'm not sure if I should try. Should I try? You know what? I'm going to step into it. I'm going to see how far up my leg this goes. You know what? I actually could fit in this. If I sucked it in. I'm not going to, because that might be embarrassing. But you can see how big these bags actually are, which is great because you can fill it with all kinds of stuff that you're going to get throughout the show. And yeah, so this is for people who come and check out Heavensward at our booth. See, I'm trying to wind it up, but my arms are too short. So I'm just going to have to throw it on there. Actually, that looks fine. I'm going to pat it down. Make it look a little bit presentable. It probably doesn't. So anyway, we're going to move over this way. Now you guys are going to get a sneak peek into our business area. I mean, I made it sound like it was really kind of really cool looking, but it's really just a bunch of I say really. Now I'm underselling it. So this is where all of our business meetings go. So this is where our developers give interviews to press about the latest information on our games and all that kind of stuff. Of which, we've got plenty of things. And if we go on the side, we got some awards, I think. We got some award nominees and stuff for some of our games, for Hitman, Deus Ex, and Just Cause 3. It's a good start to E3. And yeah, so let's move over this way. Now on my left is our mobile station. So yeah, so people can try out our latest mobile games. You can see on the big screen is Lara Croft Reliquant, which is out now. So yeah, you can play that. So let's come around. Let's come over this way. So on my left is on my left is our massive cinema screen. So what we do on this is we show all of our latest trailers for all of our latest games. So, people who may not have been keeping up to date, because they're busy with appointments, playing games, because playing games is what, is what E3 is all about, really. So yeah, people can come, they can sit down, they can chill out for a bit, and they can see all of our trailers for our games. At the moment, you can see the latest trailer from, well, I say the latest trailer, the announcement trailer for Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Such a good trailer as well. Okay, I'm not going to watch because otherwise I will just stop talking. We'll just sit down and we'll just watch the rest of the segment. So let's move over this way so we can get a nice big view of the booth, or the front of the booth, I should say. And what we can also show you is some of the games that were recently announced. So, as I mentioned before, we had our press conference on Tuesday, as well as, a couple of announcements at the Sony press conference the day before. Hopefully you guys have been keeping up to date, so you're aware of everything that's been going on. But in case you haven't, there's been some really, really cool, interesting announcements. So you can see our lineup of all the artwork just above the booth. So you can see Life is Strange on the far left, Dragon Quest Heroes, The World Trees Woe, and The Blight below. And next to that, Star Ocean 5, I should say, Integrity and Faithlessness, which I am so happy to say has been confirmed for the West. It is coming to both North America and Europe, which is great because I love the Star Ocean franchise. I played 2 and 3, love them, and I'm currently playing Star Ocean 4 right now. I know I'm a little bit late to the party with that one, but I'm about, I think, just over 20 hours in. And it's great. I really love it. It's really, really enjoy it. So I'm really looking forward to playing Star Ocean 5. And so happy, that it's coming out west. And hopefully you guys are too. So the game next to that is World of Final Fantasy. A brand new Final Fantasy game that's unlike anything we've done before, which is awesome. And, oh man, it's adorable. I mean, if you've not seen the trailer, you've got to watch the trailer because it's so cute. I need it. I just need to play it. And it's coming out on PS4 and PS Vita, which is one thing I know a lot of fans keep asking for. It's like to bring out more Vita games. And, I know the team are very happy to be able to bring not just any old game to Vita, but a brand new game that, like I said before, is one that we've not done before. So it's really, really cool. And really, I hope you guys are excited for it. And next to that, I can't actually see it because the screen's in the way, but hopefully you can see Kingdom Hearts 3. I mean, yeah, I really shouldn't have gone any further without mentioning it because, it looks so good. It looks amazing. If you've not seen the trailer, actually this is going out live, but as soon as this segment is over, if you've not seen the trailer that we showed at our press conference, go watch it because it is so good. I'm going to have to calm down a little bit. Remain professional, but honestly, it looks amazing. And yeah, you can see Sora's new outfit, his new design for Kingdom Hearts 3. It's something that was newly announced, and he looks really cool. And I know we haven't really talked about Kingdom Hearts 3 all that much, but so we're really happy, and I know the team especially is really happy to be able to talk to you guys more and show you guys more of what's happening with that game and what's coming up. And unfortunately, there's still no word on any kind of release date, but hopefully, you're still excited after seeing what's coming, well, how the game is shaping up, and, hopefully it hasn't left your mind all tangled. If you guys have seen the trailer, that was for you. That was hopefully a joke that you guys picked up on, otherwise that kind of just fell completely flat. But next to the Kingdom Hearts 3 banner, we have something I definitely can't see because the Heavensward banner is up there, which is, again, is also just as awesome. We have behind Heavensward is Nier new project, brand new Nier game. So this, I think, is one of 2 games that I think nobody saw coming, and it's great. It's great that it actually is. It's because I truth be told, I only just recently played the original Nier. And the reason I played it was because, I kept asking fans what their favorite Square Enix games are. And, a lot of people kept saying, the Final Fantasy games, Kingdom Hearts games. But one game that also kept coming up every time was Nier. And it was when it was spoken about, it's a kind of game that you can tell that people were speaking about it with real love and passion. I don't think I saw or spoke to anyone who talked about Nier and didn't adore it. And so I needed to know what this game was about. I needed to know why people would love this game so much. So I played it, and if you've not played it, you need to play it because it's amazing. It's really cool, really interesting. And the story is so emotional. I'm going to stop gushing now. But yeah, you need to go play it. And so I'm very happy that Nier new project has been announced and is coming. And it's being made by Platinum Games. That in itself is also amazing because, in my opinion, Platinum Games have never made a bad game. So I can't wait to see what they do with Nier new project because I know it's going to be incredible. And then behind that, next to Nier new project, behind Heaven's Wall, you probably can't see, is Hitman Sniper, which was a newly announced a game that's out now. Lara Croft Relic Run next to that. Also at our press conference though, is Lara Croft, was announced at our press conference, is Lara Croft Go, which is a new mobile game, obviously featuring Lara Croft, which is coming out soon, and you should keep an eye on that because that looks really cool. Last but not least, we've got Hitman, Just Cause 3, and Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Now I'm going to speak about those a little bit more in just a bit because we've got something else to show you in regards to those games. Two final mentions that we got, that we announced at our press conference. One to do with Kingdom Hearts. The new mobile game, Kingdom Hearts Unchained Key, is coming out in North America. Remember how the pronunciation of that because that's important. It's pronounced Kingdom Hearts Unchained Key. And it looks really cool, so I hope you guys are excited for that. And the other thing is that, unfortunately, I was looking around because I thought we might have had a banner that I missed, but we didn't. But it was another mobile game, app, I should say, that was announced, the Final Fantasy Portal app, which some of you fans might be aware because it's been out in Japan for a while. But yes, it's coming west, and I am very excited because it has Triple Triad in it. So that's my commute done. I'm gonna have to be careful that when I'm going to work playing this game, I don't miss my stop because I can see that happening quite a lot. Oh, you know what? I was talking about if you hadn't seen Kingdom Hearts 3, the gameplay trailer, it's actually come up on the screen behind me, which, oh man, this is impeccable timing. Maybe I've been talking too much or too long, but you can see, even at the end of the day, the crowd, there's people stopping to watch it because, oh, look at that. Beautiful. Oh, this thing looks so good. And then if we wait for just a bit, oh man. You can, if you're keen, those of you with a keen eye are going to be able to spot some familiar stuff that might have been, shown it like on previous kind of videos, but something brand new. Sora's brand new outfit. Ah, yeah, this looks amazing. Anyway, let's carry on with the tour, because otherwise we're just going to be here watching trailers for the rest of the afternoon or evening until they kick us out. So what we're going to do is let's try and swing by the Square Enix booth. Square Enix Presents booth, I should say, again. See if it's thinned out so we can actually get a peek inside. Can't guarantee we can, but let's give it a shot. Ooh. Ah, no, look, it's still really busy. So let's do a Yui. Let's turn around, and we're going to go around the cinema screen, because on the other side of that screen is where our merchandise team are. Is where they've got the new Square Enix products out on display. Yeah, in the time we actually turned around to just check out the Square Enix Presents booth, half of these people standing up here watching the Kingdom Hearts 3 trailer weren't there, so that's some real hype. Oh, everyone getting a bit touchy-feely now. So yeah, so this is where our range of Square Enix products are. They've actually got their own segment on Square Enix Presents, so be sure to check that out if you want to get a closer look at what's going on. Do you want to have a little chat or word? Yeah. This is Kelsey, by the way. She's actually I don't know what your job title is.
I'm the merchandise coordinator at Square Enix America. Yeah. Oh, hi. So, yeah, Square Enix is really well known as a video game publisher and creator, but we're also one of the foremost new up-and-coming names in toy manufacturing. We also have this awesome series of Play Arts Kai action figures, as well as all kinds of other wonderful Final Fantasy goodies. And of course, you're seeing here some Batman action figures, because not only do we create Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, Dragon Quest, and other great merchandise, but also we've been entrusted by third-party licensors like Warner Brothers, Marvel, and Halo to create action figures of their properties. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Kelsey. Wow, that did you breathe while you were talking there? No, she didn't. No, she's a pro. Yeah. Anyway, thank you. So yeah, make sure you check out the Square Enix products team's Square Enix Presents show when that airs. That was a mouthful for me. I need to practice more, obviously. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to go around the cinema screen and through that little gap in the wall to the side. So let's try and squeeze through all these people. Wow, this is nice. This is nice being able to actually walk through. You have no idea. I mean, I kind of wish we filmed this earlier in the day just to show you how packed our booth was. Oh, actually, one thing to point, really nice plush carpet throughout the booth. I can't believe I haven't talked about this, because this is amazing. Because then normally when I play go to games events and booths, there's no carpet. But oh man, this is good. This is a nice space. So before we head over to the next part of the booth, I'm going to show you this. This is kind of really cool. So this is one thing. It's a schedule for the Square Enix Presents live streams. Kingdom Hearts. Focus on Kingdom Hearts. That's why we can't see the inside of the booth, because it's Kingdom Hearts, because everyone wants to watch what's going on in there. Which, to be fair, can't blame them. So basically, this is like an interactive kind of trailer thing, I suppose. So let's see, Hitman. So you press that, and it's cool. So we've got the trailer playing. Once it starts, obviously. So yeah, so you can kind of touch the screen. You can pick up whichever trailer you want to watch. And then, oh, wait a minute, there's a red dot. What do you think? This is actually, this is a really cool thing. What it is, once the trailer starts playing, a laser dot kind of comes on the screen, and gusts of air shoot out, I think, oh, here we go, through these holes by the speakers, nicely concealed. And so you get a nice gust of wind in the face. And hopefully, people, you're not notice what's going on, and it's like a bullet shot. So then it films you, and then you can tweet it out and say, or email the video out to you, which is a really nice, cool thing that they've done for Hitman. Tell you what, though, the amount of I kind of wish we had a hidden camera, because the amount of times people just come up to this and just kind of just press it, think, oh, what is this? And say, oh, it's a trailer thing, just hanging out, it's blah blah blah, it's minding my own business, and then getting shot out of the blue, man. There's been some hilarious kind of interactions with that. But anyway, enough of that. Let's head over to our Mega Theater. I think that's what it's called. That's what I'm calling it. I hope I don't get shouted out for getting it wrong. So, as you can see, there is a nice big crowd. So yeah, the reason I didn't mention or really talk about Just Cause 3, Hitman, and Deus Ex Mankind Divided before is because we have those three games being shown on our mega booth, which is right behind me. So, as you can see, for Deus Ex Mankind Divided, we have a live, I do believe it's live, well, we have a gameplay run through. So, real gameplay being shown on the booth. So anybody can come in, and we got seating, so people can just come sit down and check out those 3 games and what they're all about. And oh man, I haven't seen this the whole way through, and Deus Ex looks so good. But no, it's not about me watching this. So yeah, so Deus Ex, we've got there shown live gameplay. Obviously Hitman, we showed at our press conference. We showed a brand new trailer that went through all the details of what the new Hitman's all about. Entering a world of assassination, and you can get more details at the Mega booth. And Just Cause 3, what they do is also something really cool. What they do is it's an interactive. How to put it? An interactive trailer experience, I suppose. Basically, a short video will play that puts Rico in a sort of situation, let's say he's at an oil refinery and you're going to decide how to blow it up. So we give you 3 options that could be, in 3 different options, 3 different ways to blow the refinery up, because the game is all about choice, about the variety and how you can just cause massive amount of destruction. So we ask the crowd which they want to do, and the one with the biggest cheer, we go do it. And then you go through the next video of seeing that thing happening, and so forth and so forth. And it gives you a good idea of what you really do in Just Cause 3. And naturally, oh man, you get a really good idea what Deus Ex Mankind Divided is about, because they're playing, the game's just running there. So yeah, that is basically our booth at E3 2015, and hopefully you got a good sense of scale, because it really is massive. And I know I keep saying it, but like early on in the day, when the hall in general was bigger, more full of people, because it's getting a bit late today. So much activity, so much going on. It was real high buzz. There's just a lot of buzz, there's a lot of energy, because we've got so many good games coming out. We've got a great lineup, that we as a company are incredibly proud of. And that being said, there was one game in particular that that's not here, Final Fantasy 15, which again is one of our biggest games coming out. And we announced, the game's director Hajime Tabata he did announce on his Active Time Report stream that the game Final Fantasy 15 was not going to be shown here at E3 2015. So it's not unexpected that it's not hasn't got a presence here, but it will have a presence at Gamescom. So do keep an eye out around August when Gamescom's happening. For more information on Final Fantasy 15. And I'm just, man, it's such a great time to be a Square Enix fan, because as I talked about at length on the other side of the booth, the games that we just announced at our press conference, and a certain other game that got announced at the Sony press conference. Apparently it's a big deal. I've been really busy, so I'm not sure if I heard it right, but people keep saying it's a big deal, so you should keep an eye out for it. Hopefully it's going to be, it's going to live up to everyone's expectations. So keep an eye out on that. So even with that, without Final Fantasy 15, but with all of our games, it's such a great time to be a Square Enix fan. And I myself am super excited, to be a part of this. And I hope you guys are excited for all of our games. And make sure you stay tuned to Square Enix Presents. So you can get a little bit more details of all of our games that are featured on Square Enix Presents, so you can get a bit more information on what they're all about. And otherwise, I hope, you guys are excited about what's going on here at E3 2015. So from all of us here at Square Enix, thanks for watching, and I guess we'll see you next time.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Square Enix Presents. My name is Scott Strickhardt, and today I am joined by some very special guests from Japan that I'm super excited to be talking to today about one of our coolest new projects that we announced kind of out of the blue, a sequel of sorts to the cult classic Nier. I'm going to go around the table real quick and make some introductions. To my left is producer Yosuke Saito. He was also the producer on the first game in the series.
で、皆様こんにちは。スクエアエニックスプレゼンツへようこそ。本番組の司会を務めさせていただくスコット・ストリガードです。そして本日は日本から特別なゲストがお二人見えになられてるんですが、急に E3 で発表されたカウントヒットニアの新作で、ゲストには私の左にはプロデューサーである斉藤陽介さん、なおシリーズ第1作目のプロデューサーも務めました。よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。改めてご挨拶のね、全世界5億6000万人のスクエアエニックスのファンの皆様、おはようございます。こんにちは、こんばんは。斉藤です。よろしくお願いします。
First, a quick introduction from myself. I'd like to say hello to our many, probably 5.6 million Square Enix fans around the world. My name is Yosuke Saito. I'm the producer on the new Nier project. Nice to meet you, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. And then to his left, we have the incredibly talented director behind Nier, as well as the Drakengard series, which tangentially connects to Nier, Yoko Taro.
で、その次、お隣に座られているのがニアおよびドラゴンドラグーンシリーズのディレクターを務めさせている横太郎さんです。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。東京から来ました横尾です。よろしくお願いします。
Hello everybody, it's great to see you. I came all the way out from Tokyo.
It's good to have you here. So before we get started talking about the actual sequel of sorts that we're doing here, maybe we can catch the audience up a little bit. The first Nier came out in 2010, and I don't think anyone would have expected that 5 years later we'd have announced a sequel. So maybe you can tell us what made you guys decide to go back to this IP.
まずは今回の新作の前に皆様が前作を知らない方に特に2010年に発売されたオリジナルのニアの説明を簡単にしていただければ幸いです。
はい、そうですね。今から約5年前なんですけれども、当時はですね、私また変わらずプロデューサーで、ディレクターは横尾さんで、BGM 非常に好評だった BGM は岡部さんという体制で、開発をですね、当時キャビアというチームでやってまして、今現状実はニアのコアスタッフってドラゴンクエストのお手伝いを私と一緒に作ってたりとか、あとは、イラストレーター DK という、スタッフで作った、アクション RPG です。はい。
Yes, I was the producer on the original title that came out 5 years ago. Yoko-san was also the director on that project, and we have Mr. Okabe, who was very well accepted for the composition of the music and soundtrack of that game. At the time, we had contacted a company called Kavia for the development of the actual game. The core Nier staff is actually made up of a lot of DQ staff members who've worked with me on previous DQ titles over the years. And it's basically an action RPG.
It's good to hear. And I think what a lot of people are kind of wondering at this point is, having seen the trailer, how this might connect to the original Nier.
で、多くの方は多分気になっているのが、今回の作品が前作とのつながり、これは主に横尾さんへの質問だと思いますけれども、その関連性を説明していただけますか？
ですね、ストーリー的にはあんまり関係していません。世界観の設定は共有しているんですけれども、物語としては今回の新しいニアですねを独立して楽しんでいただけるようになっています。
So, in terms of the story, they're not actually all that connected. The world is shared. It's pretty much in the same universe, same world. But we really went and made this a game that you can enjoy without having previously played the original Nier.
Okay, cool. Good to know. I guess then some of the ways that you guys have really kind of drawn a lot of attention to this title then is by the incredible talent you've pulled together for this. In addition to yourselves, you've got the rest of the Platinum team. We've got Keiichi Okabe, like you mentioned, on music, and Akihiko Yoshida on art, who fans will know from Final Fantasy XII, Final Fantasy XIV, Bravely Default. And I mean, it's a dream team of talent. So how did you guys pull together that kind of team for this project?
では、素晴らしいクリエイター陣は揃ってると思いますけども、斉藤さんや横尾さん以外にもgot in the wrong wrong mouth there. 斉藤さんや横尾さんや先ほど言っていた岡部さんなど、それ以外には、吉田さん、吉子さんなどキャラデザインなど加わっているんですが、このオールスターチームを集結させた経緯を説明していただけますか。
そうですね、今回ようやく前作から5年後ということで、やっぱりもう発売してからいろいろ反響いただいている中で、ぜひ次やりたいなと思っていたんですけれども、次やるからには私としてもその納得がいくチーム、開発チームをやっぱ作りたいと思っていて、その中の一つでやっぱキャラクターデザインってやっぱ重要だなと思っていて、でその中でそのキャラクターデザインは誰にするかっていういろいろ考えていた中で、ダメ元でそのファイナルファンタジー12をねデザインした吉田明彦さんのところに行って、実際お願いできますかって話を何とかさせていただいたら、やりましょうって言っていただいたので、本当にこちらとしては非常にありがたいなと思ってます。
Yeah, it's been about 5 years since the last game, and based on a lot of the fan feedback we received, we really wanted to make another game in this IP world. And there were a lot of points that we needed to address that we felt we could have done better. And taking all of that feedback and the things that we learned from the previous game, we thought the character design was somewhere that we could work on, and so we reached out to Akiko Yoshida, who is famous for obviously Final Fantasy 12 and Bravely Default. And we approached him with the thought that he might turn us down, but fortunately he said, yes, let's do this, let's work together. So we've been blessed to have him on board.
To everyone's benefit, I think people are going to be really excited to have him on board. Speaking of which, I understand that you guys brought a video message from some of the guys who couldn't be here today. Saito-san, you filmed this, correct?
で、私の理解ではなんかこちら E3 に実際来られないスタッフからのメッセージをいただいているようですが、確か斉藤さんがご自身撮影されたと伺っておりますが。
そうなんです。私が実際カメラを回してきて、そのカメラの扱い方がよく分からなかったところまで含めて映像に残ってますので、ぜひ皆さんに見ていただきたい。
Yes, that's correct. I actually had the camera. I was manning the camera myself. So the footage may not be that great. You may see some shaking, but everything is in there as I took it.
Oh, great. Let's show that.
斉藤です。これちょっとこれから、斉藤と横尾さん以外のスタッフに、ちょっと打ち合わせで来ていただいているので、インタビューというか自己紹介をお願いしに行ってきます。ちょっと待って、ちょっと俺なんかうまく撮れてるな。これ自動でフォーカスとかある？ちょっと待って、なんか寄りすぎてる。あ、来た。じゃあ1人目はこちらの方です。お名前と何をしているかください。
プラチナゲームズゲームデザイナーの田浦と申します。横尾さんの下でゲーム全般をいろいろチェックしたり仕様変えたりしてます。ニーヤすごい好きでいいものにしていこうと思ってますんで、ぜひご期待ください。
はい、ありがとうございます。では次はこちらの方です。
ご無沙汰しております。モナカの岡部です。ニーヤの前回のニーヤから引き続いて今回も音楽を担当させていただくことになりました。頑張ります。いい曲が皆さんに喜んでもらえるように、頑張って作ります。よろしくお願いします。
はい、ありがとうございます。では最後この方です。
はい、サイデザイネーションの吉田明彦です。今回はニーヤのキャラクターデザインをやらせていただいています。前作のファンの方にも楽しんでいただけるようなゲームキャラクターデザインになっていると思いますので、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、ありがとうございます。
It's a pretty good film, isn't it?
Very, very well done.
最初の間がまた素晴らしい。
ひどい映像ですね。
That was horrible.
It's all good. I'm glad you got everyone together. That must have been a miracle to pull off.
よくみんなのスケジュール調整でして、そこで撮れたのは奇跡じゃないですかね。
本当に頑張りましたこれは。私の仕事のもうこれ9割これで終わりましたから。あとはもう頑張ってお子さんが作るだけですね。
Yeah, it was very tough for me. I consider 90% of my job to be done now. So pretty much the rest is up to Mr. Yoko here.
Awesome. So I guess then let's dive into the sequel. This series, as many of our fans know, has always had a lot of strong themes, a lot of very deep backstory, and I'd really just like, I think me and all the fans would love to know a little bit more about where this one might go.
では、次は横尾さんへの質問なんですけれども、
はい、
本作の開発に関わっているスタッフといいますか、新作について詳しく教えていただきたいんですが、本シリーズの強いテーマ、奥深いストーリーや物語、キャラクター性など、そのあたりを詳しく説明できますか？
前作とかも含めてなんですけれど、そんなに奥深いテーマがあるとは思っていなくて、ユーザーさんが自分でそういうのを見つけて何かを感じてくださったのかなというふうには考えてますけれども、こちらとしてすごくこう深く考えてるってわけじゃなくて、思いつきで作っているので、どういう話になるのかは僕もこれから楽しみです。というか、正直まだ考えてないので頑張って考えます。
So for me, I don't actually give it a whole lot of deep thought when coming up with the themes, and there's not really this deep theme for me personally. So if the fans have read into it and have attached to a certain theme or think there's a certain theme to it, I think that's great. But for me, I don't go in with anything pre-planned. I don't really give a whole lot of deep thought. It's sort of on a whim. It's sort of on the moment.
プロット見たんですけど、ハッピーエンドにするって言ってるんでね、そこら辺はぜひ楽しみにしていただきたい。
He showed me the plot for this new game, and he said he wants to make it end with a happy ending, but we'll see if that actually happens.
Somehow, I don't know about that.
どう見てもね、そのプロットにはハッピーエンドが書かれてないんですよ。
No matter how you read it, there's no way it can end happily, as far as if you ask me.
Yeah, I remember the ending to the last one.
前回の終わりも私も分かってるんで、それは。
あれもハッピーエンドって言ってますからね。
And he thinks that's a happy ending too.
大体ハッピーエンドだ。
It's usually a happy ending.
Okay. So the trailer looks to feature already kind of a ruined, lonely world, and you've got this female protagonist. Will she have any relationship to the previous series or the previous characters?
横尾さんへの質問なんですけど、また、トレーラーには荒廃した寂しげな世界と主人公らしき女性が映し出されているのですが、その女性が過去のニアの関連するキャラクターなのでしょうか？
それはもう全然関係ないです。
Not at all, no.
None at all. So because like you said earlier, we're completely apart from the last Nier, so I guess it would be expected that we wouldn't have much of a relationship. But I guess what then in his mind makes this really kind of set in the Nier universe? What gives it that Nier feel?
そうですね、先ほど横尾さんも言ってたように、なんか前作とはそんなに関連性がないとおっしゃってたんですけれども、何がこの未来の世界で、ニアらしき要素といいますかになるんでしょうかね。
なんかニアらしさっていうのは自分自身でも全然わからないので、なんとなく作ってるうちにぼんやりと出てくるのかなと思ってます。
There's nothing really that sticks out to me personally as far as being very Nier-esque, if you will, but it just is this image that sort of floats into my mind as I'm working.
Okay, that's cool. So then I guess we're going back to the characters. Yoshida-san's obviously, this is the only one we've revealed so far, but he's probably obviously working on several others. How much direction would you say you're providing then on the rest of the character designs?
ではまたキャラクターに戻りますけれども、吉田さんは他のキャラクターもデザインされていると思いますが、横尾さんとしてはどういうような方向性で描いていただくように指示されているのでしょうか？
普段僕はあんまりキャラクターの指示を出さないんですけれども、今回ちょっと吉田さんの参入がちょっとタイミング的に遅かったこともあって、ゲームの開発上設定は割と早めに作ったっていうことがあるんですね。でその時にこちらの方で吉田さんにお願いした提案としては、比較的シックな感じというかモード系割と黒で締まったような感じで統一したいという話をお願いしました。
So usually I don't really give much feedback and direction on terms of character design, but with Mr. Yoshida joining the project a little later than we normally have character designers join, we already had the setting of the game in place in mind, and so I really asked him to make a chic design, sort of haute couture, if you will, focusing more on blacks for the coloring and whatnot.
Yeah, you can tell that it is very chic. She looks really cool, at least as far as I'm concerned. then I have to go back to that trailer because of the way it ends. You get that text that's it's shifting and it's showing like it's going to show something and then it just cuts off. It's an absolute cliffhanger. Is there anything you can give us about what that might mean? I know Nier has traditionally a lot of the power of words is very powerful in Nier, so I thought that maybe that might be something we could latch on to.
で、トレーラーの一番最後に謎の文字が出てくるんですが、なんかサスペンス的に終わって非常に興味深いんですよね。で、前作のニアでも非常に言葉の力っていうのが結構強いテーマの一つかと思うんですが、そのトレーラーの一番最後に出てくる言葉とかのヒントをいただくことは可能でしょうか？
まず前作のニーヤが言葉の力が強いっていうのは、そう感じていただければすごい良かったなと思うんですけど、デザインとしては別にそんなことをあんまり考えて作ってないので、あんまりその褒められるとこそばゆいなっていうのが一つあります。もう一個は最後の謎の文字なんですけれど、あれは今のところは秘密です。
So as far as Nier goes, if people thought that the power of words was great and sort of a big part of the game, that's great because I wasn't really planning that. It just came about that way from how the game was made. As far as the text you see at the very end of the trailer, I can't say anything.
Understandable.
It's still a secret at this point.
Understandable. But yeah, it sounds like you have a lot of happy coincidences with Nier. It's amazing that the depth that comes out of it when you don't try.
なんか偶然とか思い込みっていうか、急に思い浮かんだにもかかわらずすごいよくできてると思うんで本当に素晴らしいですね。
いや、横尾さんの頭の中にはいつもなんかあるんでしょうね。
いや、偶然って怖いですよね。
So Mr. Sayo was saying, he probably has an image in his head, and Yoko-san said, it's scary to think how serendipity works.
That's very true. So yeah, I'd like to dive in a little deeper into kind of what each member of the Dream Team is bringing to the table, and we'll of course start with Platinum Games that are, as far as I'm concerned, kind of the masters of the action genre, and you guys have them on board here. What can we expect from the combat of the game?
で、これからドリームチームの形成など関わっているメンバーの話させていただきますが、まずはやはりプラチナムゲームズから始めようと思います。で、プラチナムゲームズといえばもうアクションゲームでは最高峰の開発者だと思いますが、彼らのこの参入によってアクションバトルはどういう風になるのか教えていただけますか？
ですね、プラチナゲームズさんは皆さんもご存知のようにすごい優秀なデベロッパーさんで、特に今回先ほど映像に出ましたゲームデザイナーのタウラさんは若くてすごい優秀で、もちろん僕が指示するよりも圧倒的に素晴らしいものを作るので、ほぼ完全にバトルアクション、特に剣についてはお任せをしています。で、ただそうすると前作よりももっとバトルっぽいゲームになるのかなと思われるかもしれないんですけど、そこはすごく現場の方がニーヤ前作をリスペクトしてくださっていて、前作の RPG 感とかを残して、その上にさらにバトルアクションの快適さを足すということを今チャレンジとしてやってます。
So as far as the battle system goes, Taura-san, who you saw in that little clip right now, he's very young, but he's also amazingly talented. He works under me, but he makes work that far exceeds any direction I give him. So I've been blessed. And in terms of the sword action, he's just amazing with that. So I'm pretty much leaving it mostly up to him. And most of our staff is very young, but they have a lot of respect for the previous Nier. So we've been blessed in that regard as well, and they've paid a lot of respect to the previous game. One worry that we did have was it become too battle-centric of a system, and maybe not as open to new players. But fortunately, because of their familiarity with the previous game, it's actually become speedier, it's become more action-oriented, and I think it's becoming a great battle system.
Yeah, that sounds like it'd be tough to balance, because I played the original Nier. I mean, yes, it's got a lot of cool action, but then they've played a lot of Platinum games, and I mean, the action is so fast-paced. Yeah, I'm an RPG player myself, and I can't keep up with a lot of Platinum games. So, how is that balance something that you're overseeing, or just kind of letting them run with it?
で、そのバランスに関することは本当に私もよく共感できます。私も実は RPG ファンでして、で前作のニアもプレイしたんですけれども、 アクション系って特にプラチナムさんのゲームってアクションベースじゃないですか。で私はもう RPG ファンなのでちょっとついていけなかったりするんで、そのバランスに関してはどう指示されてたりどういうふうに取ってるのか教えてくれます？
これは斉藤さんからのリクエストでもあるんですけれども、ニーヤのお客様は JRPG ファンの方がすごく多いということで、なるべくその難しくないように調整をかけていこうと。でプラチナさんのゲームっていうと結構こうアクションがエッジが効いてて難しいようなイメージがあるんですけれども、そういう感じよりももっとマイルドにほとんどアクションやったことがないような人でも楽しく遊べるようなものを目指して作ってます。
So this was actually something that Mr. Saito told me. It was a directive from him to make it more open to RPG fans, because a lot of fans of Nier are RPG fans, and if you have a too action-oriented battle system, it just seems impossible to enter and sort of enjoy. So we've really been focusing on making it more open to other more RPG focused gamers out there so that they can also enjoy it. And so that's our aim, that's our goal. We're trying to make a battle system that's open to RPG fans as well.
I appreciate that myself, and I hope the fans do too. So looking forward to seeing how that all works out. Yeah, so one of the other things I think that Nier did amazingly well was you'd be playing the game and suddenly it would throw you into a completely new genre. You'd be walking through the Forest of Myth and then you'd enter into this text adventure all of a sudden. So I'm curious as to whether or not this sort of sequel will allow us to experiment with other genres, or do you think you'll still be throwing those kind of curveballs at the player?
で、前作のもう一つのサプライズとしてはゲームプレイの変化球ですよね。なんか急にアクションからなんかアドベンチャー系に変わったり、そういう予想天外な奇想天外な展開があったんですけれども、今回でも似たようなことを計画してるんでしょうか？
いろんなゲーム性が入るっていうのは基本的にはやっていきたいなと思ってるんですけれども、前回やったようなパターン、同じようなパターンを繰り返してしまうとやっぱりそれはそれでマンネリになってしまうと思うんですよね。なのでそのあたりは、なるべくこう良かった部分を残してなんか退屈っぽい部分を変えていこうかなと。でテキストアドベンチャーについては入れようかどうしようかなって悩んでるんですけれども、その特に欧米の方はテキストアドベンチャーが嫌いだっていうふうに僕はすごい聞いてるんですけれども、むしろその逆に質問をしたいですよね。
So in terms of the varied gameplay, we do have plans to include some kind of varied gameplay, but I don't want to do a just direct carbon copy of the previous one, because personally I think it gets stale, it gets old if you just copy what you previously did. So we have a couple ideas, and honestly we're still debating on whether to incorporate something along the lines of a text adventure part, because I've heard that Western gamers don't like text adventure, so I actually am curious if Western fans would actually enjoy that.
Yeah, I mean it's obviously debatable, it's subjective, but I mean that's something that you, like you said with the RPG fans, where you're going for making it a little bit more simple to them to enjoy, but that's certainly going to appeal to the RPG fans. But then you go to the action guys who just want to master the combos and that kind of thing, and maybe they don't want to see that kind of thing. So that's I think where Nier has to straddle that fine line. And is that tough for you guys to kind of to balance that?
そうですね、テキストアドベンチャーに関しては十人十色だと思うんですよね。RPG ファンであれば多分好むと思うんですよね。やっぱり前陽子さんなどがおっしゃってたように簡易化とかちょっと簡単な操作にすることは非常に RPG ファンが好むと思うんですけれども、同時にアクション系を好むファンですとちょっと退屈になりがちな懸念があるので、そのバランスとかは非常に取りにくいですかね、開発中。
バランス取りにくいっていうか、ニーヤはもともとバランスの取れたゲームじゃないので、その辺はぐちゃぐちゃってなっちゃってもいいかなと思ってるんですよね。そのお客さんの声がなんかテキストアドベンチャーが欲しいってなったら入れようかなと思うぐらいで。
So in terms of that balancing act, I mean, honestly, Nier wasn't really balanced. It was sort of a very mixed. It wasn't really balanced in a sense. And I think it's fine if you can enjoy it. But in terms of the text adventure parts, if we do get a lot of feedback, that's something I would definitely consider putting in based on user feedback and fans' feedback and comments.
That's really good to know. I think the fans will have a lot of mixed opinions, and it'll be up to you guys to figure out what's the best route.
多分皆さんやはりユーザーのコメントは十人十色だと思うので、本当に皆さんがどのコメントを選 選んで何を実装するかは皆さん非常
まあ、
に大変だと思います。
最後に横さんが決めればいいと
ま
思う。
あじゃあなんか適当に決めます、サイコロかなんか。
I think Mr. Yoko just has to make up his mind, and then from Mr. Yoko, I think I'm just going to toss like a large dice or something to make up my mind.
Excellent. So I'd be remiss in this program without talking about the music. I'd need to go back to what you guys were mentioning earlier, that Mr. Okabe's music was so well received for the first one. I think it generated its own remix album and piano album, and the fans love the music. Is there anything we can expect from him to reprise in terms of themes? Or he had that beautiful language that was made up for this title, and I think that was so haunting and chilling to listen to. What can we expect from Okabe-san?
で、音楽に関する質問なんですけれども、私自身もファンで先ほど言ってた岡部さんがまた加わるということで、前作では非常に高く評価された音楽を作曲されまして、アレンジ版のアルバムも何枚も出されたそうなんですけれども、で前作のなんか特別な言語を作って、それが曲に登場するっていう演出もありましたが、今回の岡部さんの音楽に関してコメントいただけますか？
まあ、今回も岡部さんに音楽をお願いしようと思っているんですけれども、前回と一緒のことをやってしまうとやっぱりそれはそれで飽きちゃうと思うんですよね。なので新しい挑戦はしていきたいなというふうに考えてます。であとは前回にあったような造語ですね。あれはボーカルを担当されてたエミ・エヴァンスさんって方がその場でアレンジされたちょっと特殊な才能だと思うんですけれども、でやっていただいたんですけれども、今回もできればお願いしたいなと思ってるんですが、まだオファーとか全然してないので断られたら入らない可能性があります。
Yes, in terms of Okabe-san, his music was very much well received, and when we asked him this time, one thing we wanted to keep in mind was we didn't want just another carbon copy. We didn't want him to do just the same thing, so we want him to keep challenging himself and create new tracks and new feel for this world. And in terms of that unique, distinct language, pardon me, it was actually recorded with a person called
Emi Evans.
Emi Evans.
Emi Evans. And so we want to reach out to her and have her involved again because it is so unique and it did add so much flavor to it. But one thing we're worried about is if she's going to come back and say no.
I guess that could happen.
So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I remember playing the first one, and you can walk into a room where I think Devola and Popola were just hanging out, and you could talk to them, and they would start singing. And I think that was the first time I sat and just listened to the song. I just sat in the room and let it play out. Those were, I think, some of the moments of the music that fans like myself could really enjoy, and I do hope that kind of thing will come back.
前回で個人的な一ファンとしての感想なんですけれども、前回あるエリアに行くと2人のキャラクターがなんか座って話しかけると急に歌い出すっていう演出があったんですけども、それになんかそのまま聞き入っちゃったんですよね、私がプレイ中に。で初めて本当にその音楽を聴いたのがその時なんですけれども、そのような演出とかそれほど素晴らしい曲がまた提供されれば本当に素晴らしいですよね。
音楽すごく褒めていただいて嬉しいなと思う反面、ゲームよりも音楽の方が褒められることが多くてすごいなんだろうな、嫉妬する、英語で言うと I am jealous そういう感じですね。
So, it's great that the music and score always gets a lot of high praise, but honestly it gets a lot more praise than the actual game itself.
Sorry.
And I don't know how to put it, sort of frustrating at the same time, and as Mr. Yoko said himself, in English it'd be I am jealous.
あと岡部さんと横尾さんにお願いしているのはやっぱ前作やっぱ BGM で評価されているのでそのままではないんですけど、前作の何曲かをアレンジする形で今作にも持ってくるようにお願いしているので、そこはちょっと楽しみに待っていただきたいなと。
And I've actually asked Okabe-san and Mr. Yoko here to incorporate some rearranged tracks from the previous ones because we've gotten so much positive feedback on it. And I've asked them to include several tracks if possible. So I hope all the fans out there who played the original game will be waiting in anticipation to play this new one.
I personally am, yes. I guess one more thing I have to bring up, since we were talking about the ending, and I'm not going to spoil anything because I'm sure that the announcement of the sequel is going to make a lot of people go back and be like, I totally want to play the first one. But there was an ending that left the player with a very terrible choice to make. What role do you think that kind of choice might play, or player choice at all, in the sequel?
で前作のエンディングにちょっと触れたいんですが、当然ネタはばらしませんが、この新作の発表で多分一部のファンは前作をもう一度プレイしてもう体験すると思うんですが、一つのエンディングが非常に難しい究極の選択を責めるエンディングがあるんですけれども、そのような演出とかも今回は考えられていますか？
何かしらはやりたいなと思ってるんですけれども、前回と同じことをやっちゃうのは面白くないので、なんか同じことではないと思います。ただ何かが起きるようにはしたいなといつも思ってます。
Something along those lines, maybe, but I don't want to do an exact same thing because it wouldn't be fun, it wouldn't be interesting, it gets stale, it gets old. But in some form or another, something maybe similar to that kind of feature may appear in the game.
Cool.
前作はかなりショッキングなゲーム仕様だったんで、それは超えないでしょと思ってるんですけど、この人何考えてるか分かんないから。本当びっくりすることを入れてくるかもしれない。
The previous game was a very shocking design in terms of a game, and there were a lot of features in the game that took people off guard. It was not something that you'd expect from a game, really. And personally, I didn't think that you can really surpass that because it was so unique and original. But Mr. Yoko here, I guess, has some ideas, and he has some plans to surpass even the original.
That's incredible because I think that's what people want from Nier. They want to be shocked. They want to be taken to it in a new direction. I'm not saying to copy the first one either. That's what made Nier Nier, was that it took you out of your comfort zone.
でもあまり期待されるとダメになっちゃうんですよね。
But if you
ほどほどに期待してください。
I don't want too much anticipation. I don't want it to be hyped too much because if you put too much pressure on me, then we won't be able to meet those goals and everybody's expectations. Yeah, so please keep your expectations understandably high, but not too high.
Understandable. Thank you. So I guess then we'll start to wrap this up. But before we do, I want to make sure that you guys have had the opportunity to say anything that you want to say. Any questions I didn't ask that you're like, well, I should talk about this. So please feel free to chime in here.
でもうほとんど話すテーマをもう話したと思いますが、終わる前にお二人になんかコメントとかこのテーマなどに関してもうちょっと話したいことなどあれば教えていい？
僕ですか？僕ですか？ですね、最近コンシューマーゲームってあんまり元気がないなっていうふうに思うんです。それは皆さんも思ってると思うんですけれども、そんな中結構なお金をかけてこんなマイナーなタイトルを作るっていうスクエアエニックスと斉藤さんがもうなんか勇気を通り越してちょっとクレイジーな領域に入ってると思うんですよね。
いやまあそうね。
そうですよね。
でそこをもうちょっと持ち上げた方がいいと思います。
そうです。でそんなマイナーなタイトルがなんでこう続きというか新しい製品を作れるようになったかっていうと、やっぱりちょっといい言い方なんですけど、前作とかのファンの皆さんにすごく支えられたゲームだなというふうに思ってます。ぶっちゃけ斉藤プロデューサーにツイッターとかでいろんな人が話しかけてくるんですけど、ニーヤのファンの人ってすごく濃いファンの方が多くて、そういうのが今回の製品の力になってるなとすごく思います。
There's a lot of things I want to talk about, and here's a couple points. So, as a lot of people are probably aware, the home console market isn't as great as it once was. It's sort of in decline. So, to be able to work on a project and with staff and a company such as Square Enix and Mr. Saito, who are willing to spend the money, because let's face it, creating and developing games for home consoles costs a lot of money. And it's not just a challenge that they're willing to take on. I think they're borderline crazy for giving us the green light on this. But another thing is the fan support. We have great core fans, especially for Nier, very vocal fans. Mr. Saito has a Twitter feed and Facebook and whatnot. He receives a lot of comments from those passionate fans. I think we have a lot of support, and that's one of the reasons why we've been able to do this. And so I just want to say thank you to all those fans.
And I'm sure they appreciate every word of that because, again, no one expected this to come back, but even the reactions I saw were just sheer shock and joy.
そうですね、ファンの多くは喜んでいると思います。本当に予想外の発表だったので、ショックだけではなく嬉しさもあると思うので、非常に嬉しい限りです。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you。
はい、私からはですね、ちょっといくつかあるんですけど、先ほど横尾さんからありましたけど、ニーヤのファンって結構実は女性とかJRPG ファンも多いんですけど、その中でも女性ファンが意外と多くて、でそう考えるとやっぱりプラチナゲームズってすごくいいゲームを作るんですけど、難しくならないのっていう感じる方もいるのかなと思うんですね。ただそこに関しては先ほど映像にも出ましたけど、ゲームデザインしている田浦さんの方でしっかりターゲットユーザーを見据えてバランスのチューニングをしてくれるっていうところで約束をしてますので、そこはぜひご安心していただきたいなと思います。
I have several points, but the first one, getting back to the Nier fans that Yoko-san talked about, obviously we have a lot of JRPG fans who support Nier, but surprisingly we have a lot of women, a lot of female gamers who are big fans of Nier and give us a lot of support. And so when we were reaching out and talking to have Platinum Games involved on this project, one concern was, would it be too difficult because of obviously their action pedigree? Would it be too difficult for those gamers or other gamers to get into the game? But as you saw in the previous video message of Mr. Taura, we have an understanding in place to have that balance so that even those female gamers or those people who aren't as familiar or good at action games can still enjoy it. So I want to tell all those people who are a little hesitant to try it out because they think they hear Platinum Games and think it's going to be a completely action-packed, completely action-oriented game, that we have you in mind and you should be able to enjoy it. So please don't be scared.
No, I think they'll be fine. I know a lot of female action gamers that could destroy me, so.
私の周りに結構アクション好きの女性ゲーマーが多いんで、多分大丈夫だと思います。
なるほど。多分比較的簡単な操作でかっこいいアクションをしてくれるようなことは期待してもらいたいなと。
And what I want the fans to really understand and look forward to is you should be able to use amazingly flashy and cool action combat with simple controls. It won't be that hard to pull off.
それにさらになんか単純に操作が簡単になってるんじゃなくて、上手い人は上手い人なりにゲームを楽しめるような作りにしようということで、今ゲームデザイナーのタウラさんがすごい頑張ってくれてます。
And Mr. Taura is actually putting in a lot of effort because we're making it simplified, but we're not necessarily making it so simple that skilled players won't have fun. So for those people who aren't as experienced, they can have fun with these simple controls, but for the skilled individuals, they can still get into it. There's still a lot of meat there, and if you're very skilled at action games, you can still have a lot of fun because there's a lot of depth to it.
Yeah.
And so that's something he's really focusing on and making into a great battle system.
Do you anticipate having difficulty modes?
なんか難易度設定とかは考えられてますか？
今それチーム内でちょうど議論しているところなんですけれども、なんかこう逆に難易度設定はあった方がいいんですかね
？That's actually something that we're debating internally right now on whether we should include difficulty settings. Honestly, from your opinion, do you think we should include them?
Well, I don't want to make that judgment call, but I think there's a lot of, like you said, there's the skilled action gamers who really just dive into the combos. They want to be able to perform, they're literally measuring the frames between each combo and determining which one's better. And those are the guys that are going to want to play on some kind of Nightmare Extreme level kind of thing. But then you've got, like I said, a lot of the JRPG gamers who I'm going to put on easy if you give me the option.
私にその選択権を与えられても困りますけれども、まあそうですね、アクション系が好きなユーザーであれば非常に経験が豊富で、実際コマ数を測ったり、攻撃が何コマ目で終わるのかなどを測ったり、本当に計算して研究もするんですよね。なのでそういう方にとってはすごい難易度の高い設定が可能であればもうそれでプレイすると思いますけども、その反面やはり JRPG を好む方であれば、例えば私の場合などはそう設定があれば私はもう簡単イージーでプレイしたいと思いますけれども、
ただあれです、今現状考えられているゲームデザインの中でも上手じゃない人をサポートする実はゲームシステムっていうのがあって、詳しくはまだ言えないんですけど、それが入ってるのでもしかしたら 難易度調整っていうところじゃないところで最終的に落ち着くかもしれないですね。そこはまあ本当にこれから調整していくところだと思います。
Another thing that we're considering and sort of working on and thinking about is another type of game function and system where it supports people who aren't as good at action games. Now, I can't go into too much details because it hasn't been set in stone yet, it hasn't been finalized, obviously, but there may be some kind of system in place of difficulty settings.
That'd be really interesting, and I'm looking forward to hearing about when or if that comes to fruition.
なんかこれからの決定で発表されることを楽しみにしてます。
そうですね。あとはまああれですね、先ほど VTR も私撮ってきましたけど、皆さんもワクワクしているのと同じようにやはりそのスクエアエニックスと、横尾さんと岡部さんでそこに、吉田明彦さんが入りプラチナゲームズさんが入るっていうのは私が一番もしかしたら皆さん以上にワクワクした開発チームになってると思うのでそこは本当に楽しみにどんなものが生まれてくるのかっていうのを楽しみにしていただきたいなと思います。
And finally for me, I know a lot of people are anticipating this game, but personally, looking at the staff, we have Mr. Yoko, we have Mr. Yoshida on character designs, Mr. Okabe on music, you have Platinum Games, especially with someone like Mr. Taura, and they're all very passionate, skilled people and extremely talented. So honestly, I might be the most giddy of the development staff because just thinking of the talent we have on board, I just wonder what kind of amazing game we can put out.
そう開発もまだ本当に最序盤でこれからやっぱりものができていく過程の中で今回前作2やからやっぱ5周年ということでこういった形でこういう場で発表させていただけるっていうのは非常に嬉しく思いますしとはいえ1回出したからにはそんなに遠くない未来にもう1回ね新しい情報をねお出ししなければいけなくてトレーラーの中には今年の秋ぐらいって書いてありますけどなんとかそこまでにもうちょっといろいろお話できることが増えればいいなとは思ってます。
Yes, it's a great thing when you think about it. It's 5 years since we released the original Nier, and at the end of the trailer, we're obviously at the very early stages of development, so there's a lot of things that we still need to plan and finalize. But at the end of the trailer, you saw something along the lines of more information to come in fall of this year. And I really want to get some things in line and finalized and really share some more new information around that time. And if we can, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And just last request from me is if you guys do soundtracks and art books, make sure we get them in the West.
本当に楽しみにしてます。その発表も新作の発売も楽しみにしてますが、一個人としてのお願いがあるんですけども、サウンドトラックなど発売されれば欧米でも出すようにお願いします。
聞いてますかうちのサウンドの事業部の皆さん。
Can our sound staff from Japan here? We have a request.
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Okay, well, I guess that's just going to about wrap this up. Thank you so much for joining us and having this awesome conversation. It was great to have you guys on the show.
はい、これではお時間になりますけど、本当に今回ご参加いただいて誠にありがとうございます。忙しい中、本当に大変だと思いますが、本当に感謝しております。お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, thank you for watching today's shows. We had a ton of content. We had Star Ocean, we had Deus Ex, we had Lara Croft and Tomb Raider, Rise of the Tomb Raider. We had Nier. How great was his mask? Come on, Yoko-san's mask is awesome. Had some great pictures taken with that. He was such a cool guy. We had Miter number 9 with the gameplay. We had a look at the new Hitman. Ton of great content. Thanks for sticking with us. Also, thanks for sticking with the little bit of audio difficulties we had in the morning. You know, it happens, but I'm glad you guys were watching anyways. Tomorrow, we've got a lot more great content. We're going to kick off the day with Final Fantasy XIV, Heaven's Ward. Yoshida-san will be in here. He'll be answering and talking all about the upcoming expansion. What else do we have? More Just Cause. Petra Opialova will be coming in. She'll be talking all about community questions and everything that got brought up. And as a last-minute surprise, Life is Strange. We're going to have a little bit of question Q&A going about the community. Turns out we're actually going to have voice actress Ashley Birch in the studio. So if you're a fan of her and her series, hey Ash, what you plan? Hey, what you plan, Ash? I totally messed up. She's going to kill me for that. We're also going to have the Hitman movie from Fox. We're going to have the actress and producer in here. They're going to talk about it, as well as our merchandise. As always, some really cool stuff. If you're a fan of Batman and Halo, we got some figures that we shot. Beautiful. And then we have our Q&A with our special guest. You'll get to see what that's all about tomorrow, too. Hope you join us. Hope you're having a great E3. Thanks a lot.